We're now spring 26. So when will the workforce plan be published, and does he still intend to double medical school places?
The Honourable Lady is asking about the workforce, and we are very aware that there are issues across the NHS with the workforce, and that is why we are currently working on a new workforce plan that will be published in the spring very soon.
Dr. Caravan-Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you. I thank the Honourable Lady for that answer, and I hope that it is published very soon, because we need to. Being seen quickly if you have cancer is key. And I'd like to come back, if I may, Mr Speaker, on what the Minister for Primary Care said to my honourable friend. The Government appear to have decided that referrals will no longer be triaged by a consultant, and that a set proportion will be rejected. So what evidence do the Government have that others providing this triage will be safe? And if a set proportion is to be rejected, is this meaning the Government is going to ask doctors to change their clinical thresholds? If they are, what evidence do they have that that is safe? Surely the Minister would not compromise on patient safety for a short-term improvement in figures.
Question.
No, it wasn't.
No, we are.
Go on, Sharon.
Okay,
Can I just say, Mr Speaker, unlike the party opposite, we actually trust our GPs, and this will be consultant-led advice and guidance, which the GP will then decide upon.
Bishop in topicals.
Question number 1, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm delighted to announce we're investing in 36 new and better community diagnostic centres and shopping centres and high streets across England. This is what a Labour government delivers: the biggest expansion in diagnostics in a generation, shorter waits for test checks and scans, and NHS on the road to recovery. It's a record the Tories couldn't touch, the SNP can't match, Plaid Cymru can't sustain, and that reform would destroy. So on May the 7th, Mr Speaker, you can only trust Labour with the NHS.
Bishop.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. A constituent of mine, Emma, has been left with significant injuries following poor maternity care during childbirth. For over 20 years, she's been fighting for, but denied corrective treatment on the NHS, as it has been deemed cosmetic, despite the clear impact on her mental health and relationships. What steps can the Secretary of State take to ensure that women in these circumstances can access the treatment that they need?
I'm so grateful to my honourable friend for raising this case. It is shocking, but sadly not surprising, because the injuries sustained by women during childbirth are so often completely ignored, as well as going unaddressed. We have to learn from this case to make sure that constituents like his aren't fighting for the care they deserve, and we will act on it.
Secretary of State Stuart Andrew.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The latest industrial action by the BMA has now ended, yet many will be appalled by reports of individuals boasting online, and I quote, that the ability to have 10 days off will make turnout quite high. Does the Secretary of State agree that this behaviour is indefensible and represents a slap in the face to patients whose treatments have been cancelled, as well as to the NHS staff who have been left to pick up the pieces?
Yes, Mr Speaker, it reflects very poorly on the BMA and the cavalier way in which they inflict this disruption, as well as a £300 million bill on the country in straitened times. Mr Speaker, it was also unnecessary. While the Resident Doctors Committee chose to reject a generous offer, that did not mean they needed to rush out and announce 6 days of strike action that very same day. With the BMA, strike action is a first resort, not a last resort. They need to change their tune because the country can't afford to fund their reckless behaviour.
Stuart Andrew.
Speaker, it's a rare occasion I'm agreeing with the Secretary of State, because the increasingly militant stance adopted by the BMA is plainly out of step, actually, with some resident doctors who continue to report for duty. The government's handling of this dispute has been marked by inconsistency, first attempting to buy its way out of trouble, then withdrawing the training places that this House voted for. So instead of persisting with a failed strategy, is it not time for the government to heed our calls and bring forward legislation to ban doctors striking?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The government's approach has been consistent. We recognise that resident doctors suffered years of pay erosion and worsening conditions under the Conservatives. We came in, we sought to address that substantially with a 28.9% pay rise and an offer on the table that would have gone further on pay, further on training places and cancelled exam fees, which is the best deal that anyone will have got in the entire public sector. They've rejected that approach. But the Shadow Secretary of State reminds the BMA that however much they might disagree with this Labour government, the alternatives are far worse, far better to work with us than against us, but we won't cave.
Joe Powell.
Mr Speaker, the much-loved Pembridge Hospice in North Kensington has now been closed to inpatients for several years, meaning an area with acute health inequality has very limited palliative care options, despite a promise from the new West London ICB of enhanced care beds in all of their boroughs. Will the Minister join me in urging the ICB to set up a meaningful engagement process with residents to secure these urgent care beds as soon as possible, potentially at Pembridge, and bring proper palliative and end-of-life options back to our community?
Well, I thank my honourable friend. He's a strong voice for palliative care and for Pembridge Hospice in his constituency. Palliative care is vitally important in our communities, and I completely agree with him that ICBs like North West London ICB should be engaging with those communities to ensure they can meet the palliative care needs of their local communities.
Morgan, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Wherever I go in North Shropshire, my constituents tell me that access to a GP only gets worse when new homes are built. And they're right. There are billions of pounds of unspent still across the country for new surgeries, and the average number of families that a GP serves has gone up by 917 since 2015. Will the Secretary of State support Liberal Democrat calls for SIL to be used to support the early running costs of new GP practices, or expanding existing ones, as soon as people move into new housing, so that GP access really does come first when housing developments are taking place?
I thank her, and there is an issue, absolutely, with the fact that developers don't deliver what they often say they're going to deliver, either through Section 106 or through SIL. We're working closely with MHCLG to address this issue. I'd be more than happy to hear more about the specific proposal that she's just made. We want to work pragmatically and constructively to resolve this issue.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Short waiting lists for cataract surgery are a success story, thanks in part to the partnership between the NHS and providers like Spar Medica, headquartered in my constituency. However, ICB indicative activity plans could see those increase from weeks to over 4 months. Could the Minister outline how cataract patients will be protected whilst maintaining those all-important short waiting lists?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Ophthalmology waiting lists have fallen since we've taken office. Average waiting times reduced. 18-week performance has improved. ICBs do have the flexibility to commission services across specialties within a fixed financial envelope and may use contract levers to manage that activity. That is good management of public money to achieve the outcomes we want to see.
Jones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last week, the Secretary of State announced £10 million for the Royal Berkshire Hospital to fund a new site. Very welcome news. After years of Conservative neglect, £400 million is needed to maintain the existing Royal Berks until rebuilding starts in 2039. So what is the Minister doing to support the hospital and its excellent staff to help fix the many maintenance issues that it currently has?
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm delighted that as well as announcing the £10 million needed to purchase the new site for the Royal Berkshire, we're also investing in the existing estate. That's what local residents deserve. That was the announcement I was delighted to make last week with our brilliant Reading Labour Council team, which once again underlines that Labour councils work much better with a Labour government, and people should remember that on May the 7th.
Rinder Singh Joseph. Joseph.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I first of all take the opportunity to wish Sikhs around the world celebrating Vaisakhi today a very happy Vaisakhi. Vaisakhi is a cultural celebration, but it's also the time of the advent of the Amrit Sanchar, the baptism ceremony that serves us today. So, Mr Speaker, residents in my Berwick constituency are benefiting from the investment and the changes being introduced by this Labour government into the NHS, including shorter waiting time and shorter ambulance waiting time. So can the Secretary of State tell us what progress has been made in implementing the government 10-year plan on the NHS?
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and happy Vaisakhi to all who are celebrating today. Let me reassure my honourable friend that he is absolutely right. We are, as I reported only this morning, on BBC West Midlands, we are bringing down waiting lists in his area across the West Midlands. We will continue to make progress further, faster. That's what a Labour government does, much better able to improve the health of our nation, working with Labour councils across the country.
Rate stopping MPs getting in as well. Helen Maguire.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In Epsom and Ewell, many residents face a daily battle to get a GP appointment. With numerous potential housing developments on the horizon, a rising population is set to pile even more pressure on already stretched GP services. The Liberal Democrats would require developers to build new GP surgeries ready for when residents move in. So can the government explain what they are doing to support GPs in my constituency to manage the surge in patient demand from day one of a completed development, rather than leaving communities to pay the price later?
Well, thank you very much. And as I said to her honourable friend, we are looking at the way that Section 106 and SIL is used. I certainly look forward to working with councils across the country. But of course, as my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, has said, when people go to the ballot box on the 7th of May, they should think very carefully about how much more effective it is when they're working in partnership with this Labour.
Well, can I just say to the front bench gently, Minister, I'm talking to you, please. These people want to get in. These people want to get in. I'm trying to help them. Dragging out questions, reminding us of an election. If nobody's aware of the election, I'm quite shocked. Patrick Earley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I ask, what more can the government do to ensure that social enterprises who are currently delivering NHS services can get the same support as internal NHS trusts and play a bigger role in NHS reform?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. These organisations do play an important role, and we are making sure that they are able to be treated fairly and supported to play a bigger role, supported by a forthcoming plan to target voluntary and social enterprise spending targets to 2028 and a combined SME VSE action plan. Measures include clearer visibility of opportunities, earlier market engagement, proportional financial and evaluation requirements, and a strong performance on prompt payment across the health system.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The British Dental Association has highlighted that current budgets allow just 39% of adults to access NHS treatment within a 2-year period. Is that really the height of the government's ambition? And if not, what percentage access is the government aiming for?
Well, I thank him. We are working closely with the BDA on long-term contract reform. That's got to be about getting the balance right so that dentists are incentivised to do NHS dentistry, and we also maximise access. Fundamental contract reform, a public consultation is coming before the summer, and I'm sure he'll want to take part in that consultation.
Mr Speaker, increasing the uptake in bowel cancer screening improves rates of early diagnosis and saves lives, but currently around a third of people eligible for a fit test do not complete it. That figure rises in most deprived areas of Scotland, up to half of people not completing the test. What collaborative work is the government undertaking to improve participation rates in reducing these health inequalities all across the United Kingdom?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for the question. He may know that in Scotland there's no NHS app, but in England, where there is one, we can facilitate screening and bowel cancer screenings through that app, increase uptake and save more lives. In Scotland, all the SNPs managed in 20 years is possibly some dermatology services in Lanarkshire. When we came into power...
Don't worry, Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituents in Malden have been promised for more than 30 years a new health hub in the town to replace St Peter's Hospital, whose building is over 150 years old. The ICB put forward Malden in the first round for a new neighbourhood health centre, but were unsuccessful. Can I press the government to include Malden in the second round, and will he or she meet my old friend, the member for Whittam, and myself to discuss this?
I know the Minister of State for Health has met with the right honourable gentleman. I know the ICB will have been disappointed. There will be further ways, and they should keep trying.
Lauren Edwards.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The James Williams Healthy Living Centre has recently opened in Chatham Town Centre in my constituency. It means more of my constituents can receive care closer to home rather than travelling to the other end of Medway to visit the hospital. So may I take the opportunity to invite the Secretary of State to its official opening in the summer so that he can see firsthand the fantastic new facilities?
I'd be delighted to, Mr Speaker. Let's arrange a date.
Katie Lamb.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The changes the government made in January to prioritise British graduates for NHS training places were very welcome indeed. But the current system of random allocation demoralises and disincentivises our brightest graduates, and it causes profound uncertainty for people at the start of their careers. Would the Secretary of State consider changing the process so that these places are instead allocated on merit?
Well, Mr Speaker, the Prioritisation Act is making a difference. It's reduced competition from 4 to 1 to less than 2 to 1, a fact that the BMA might wish to acknowledge. We are absolutely up for looking at this issue as part of the workforce plan. I suspect we'll have to do it without the BMA rather than with them, since they'll be out on strike while we're getting on with governing.
Dame Siobhan.
Mr Speaker, at 2 p.m. today, many members of this House will be attending the funeral of our dear friend Phil Willis, the former member for Oldham East and Saddleworth from 1997 to 2010, who passed away from a glioblastoma brain tumour on March 14th. I'm sure that everybody would wish to send their condolences to his widow Tracy, sons Joss and Jed, and his brother and brother. But would the Minister agree with me that condolences are no longer enough in a condition that has seen no improvement in treatment in 40 years?
Absolutely. Can I join my honourable friend in paying tribute to Phil Willis, who was an outstanding member of this House, who is dearly missed, and I know the whole House will join her in sending condolences to Tracy, Josh and Jed, and we'll be with them today. I am pleased to report that, backed by over £25 million worth of investment, the NIHR Brain Tumour Research Consortium aims to unlock new treatments and transform outcomes. Earlier this year, we announced £3 million with Cancer Research UK on the Brain Tumour Centres of Excellence, including the Glioma Centre of Excellence. And only recently, I was at Edinburgh University looking at progress there. It feels like we could be close to major breakthroughs, but she's absolutely right to hold NIHR and NHS England's feet to the fire on this, and I'll continue to join her in that.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Keris was just 22 when she took her life while an inpatient at Park House in Greater Manchester. The coroner described the unit as a shambles. Keris's was just one of a number of deaths at the unit. And there is a national pattern of mental health trusts failing to learn and act when tragedy occurs. Although reports to prevent future deaths are issued, there is no mechanism to ensure their recommendations are acted upon. How can accountability be strengthened?
Mr Speaker, anyone receiving mental health treatment, particularly acute mental health treatment, deserves dignity and high-quality care. Where care falls short, this government's approach is that sunlight is the best disinfectant. That's why it's absolutely committed to learning and taking action to protect patients and improve inpatient mental health care up and down the country. I'm deeply distressed to hear about this case and indeed other cases, including St Andrews, and NHS England and CQC are acting to keep patients safe. And I'm happy to take forward any further discussions with her as necessary.
Mr Speaker, patients in Chickrow often struggle to access GP services in their area, and instead they must travel long distances. Some years ago, it was confirmed that a new surgery should be built in Chickrow. However, significant delays means that we are still waiting for that surgery. So will the Minister work with the NHS locally and myself to finally deliver a new GP surgery based in Chickrow?
Well, I thank my honourable friend. I know that the local town and county council have been working in partnership with Dorset ICB over many years to support GP partnerships within the Chickerell area to develop a business case for NHS capital or revenue funding. I'd be delighted to meet with him and to continue to make plans for how we can put pressure on to ensure that this is delivered.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Speaker, 22 people a day are diagnosed with lobular breast cancer, including my councillor colleague Fiona Core in North East Fife, but many more are living with it because researchers and clinicians know so little about it. In advance of vigils next week, can we ensure that there's funding for the Moonshot project to give these women hope?
Yeah.
We strongly support the aims of the Moonshot project, Mr Speaker. The challenge has been getting the proposal to a suitable standard for funding. The moment we overcome that obstacle, the money will be there.
In Lavery.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Infected Blood Inquiry recommended action to protect the ongoing safety of haemophilia care. There's mounting concern, Minister, that amongst clinicians and patients alike, that recommendation 9 is not being implemented. Would there be a possibility of a meeting with myself, members of the APPG on haemophilia and contaminated blood to discuss these real concerns?
I'm really grateful to my honourable friend for making these points around haemophilia care, which we are committed to implementing all recommendations of the review. Good progress has been made, including on non-plasma-derived treatments and the revision of the National Service provision. NHS England and DHSE will continue to provide updates on the government response, and I'm very happy to meet with the honourable gentleman.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's welcome news that NHS England have reduced the fit threshold from 120 micrograms to 80 micrograms, bringing England into line with Scotland and Wales. But now there's the need for investment in endoscopy and other related treatments to ensure that people suffering from bowel cancer are spotted early and given the ultimate chance of actually survival. So could ministers look at this for further investment to actually increase survival rates?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as part of our National Cancer Plan, we absolutely want to see survival rates improve in the way that he describes, and I welcome the new Minister to her place working on this and thank the Honourable Member for West Lancashire for all of her leadership in this area too.
Daniel Francis.
Mr. Speaker, my constituent Harley Harris is 15. He has spondylocarpal synostosis syndrome. That has caused his spine to curve 120 degrees, damaged his lungs and left him with significantly reduced lung function and in continual pain. Harley needs life-saving surgery, which his family have been unable to get a referral to be performed in the UK. Will the Minister commit to urgently reviewing Harley's case to ascertain what support can be provided to Harley and his family?
I'm very sorry to hear about Harley's condition, and my thoughts are with him and his family. And I'm sure you understand that neither the Department nor NHS England can comment on clinical appropriateness of suggested treatments for an individual. And I understand that Harley and his family have already been in touch with the Department and would suggest that you continue to raise this with NHS England. However, we are committed to improving the lives of those living with rare diseases, including Harley's condition of SCTS.
Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2022, Grantham saw the opening of one of the country's first community diagnostic centres, and since then over 100,000 tests have been completed for the local population. Now I want the same for the town of Bourne. Will the Minister meet with me so that I can make the case for a new community diagnostic centre in Bourne?
I was happy to announce the further expansion of CDCs this morning. We will continue to work to roll these out across the country. I'm very happy to discuss with him with his proposals from his local ICB if he wants to contact a bit more details on that. These are critical to getting down our waiting list.
Will the Secretary of State join me in welcoming the success of sickle cell bypass units in North West London and across the country in reducing pressure on emergency departments while improving care for sickle cell patients, people who have been historically overlooked? And does my right honourable friend also recognise that the future of these units is threatened? And will my right honourable friend meet with me to discuss the need for ongoing central funding so these vital and efficient services aren't lost?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate them on their work, and I do appreciate concerns about sickle cell services. We have to maintain them. I'm aware of some of the other challenges we've had to address in London where we've got to a good place. That's why it's really important that we work together with Labour's investment and modernisation, working with NHS leaders and promoting public health with great local Labour councils like his.
Shocker Adam, final question.
And it was my pleasure to attend in my constituency of Leicester South the Beat the Odds event, which amalgamated 36 grassroots organisations tackling mental health. They support people from all backgrounds and all ages, for people who sadly fall through the cracks. Overwhelmingly, the message from them was clear that they need more financial support. What steps is the Minister taking to ensure grassroots organisations receive funding to deliver frontline services that save lives?
I commend the community groups in the Honourable Gentleman's constituency. He will know there's record amounts of funding into mental health provision under this government. We are committed to make sure that funding disseminates into the community by moving more services from hospital into community.
That completes questions. Let the front bench change over. Statement, Secretary Nick Thomas-Symonds.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to update the House on the Government's response to the recommendations of the Infected Blood Inquiry's additional report. And I want to just start by updating the House on the delivery of compensation by the Infected Blood Compensation Authority, or IBCA, as we refer to it. As of the 7th of April, 3,273 people have received an offer, and over £2 billion has now been paid out. And that includes the first payments to all eligible groups, and I'm sure members across the whole House will welcome that progress. In July last year, the Infected Blood Inquiry published its additional report that made recommendations both for the Government and indeed for IBCA.
And part of our response to that report was a public consultation on changes to the infected blood compensation scheme. I'm here to update the House today on the outcome of that consultation. I should say, firstly, I'm deeply grateful to everyone who responded and provided deeply personal stories. These must be at the heart of decisions the government makes, just as they were throughout the work of the inquiry. That consultation was vital for engaging the community on our proposals. The government has also sought advice from the Infected Blood Compensation Scheme Technical Expert Group. Alongside the consultation response, today I'm publishing the group's final report, which sets out their advice to the government and amendments to the compensation scheme. To inform that advice, the Technical Expert Group conducted roundtable discussions with community representatives on specific aspects of the scheme, and that was separate to the consultation. For transparency, I'm also publishing the minutes of the roundtable discussions, the group's own meetings, and a summary of written responses to the roundtables. Let me now turn, Mr. Speaker, to the changes to the scheme. Today we have published, as a government, our full response to the consultation, and that sets out how the scheme will now change. I would say, before I turn to each change in detail, let me just explain the overall package. The community were clear that the scheme must do more to recognise people's individual experiences and compensate them fairly in a way that minimises the administrative burden placed upon those who've been harmed, minimises the demand for evidence and maintains the delivery of tariff-based compensation. And those requirements underpin the changes. For infected people, the changes will increase the amount of core compensation available and increase the options available for supplementary compensation awards. For affected people, additional core compensation will be available to those eligible. We consulted on 7 specific areas, and we are making substantive changes in all 7. And in 4 areas, we are actually going further than our original proposal. And let me now turn to those. Firstly, the special category mechanism. We will introduce a new supplementary award to give additional compensation to people who've been assessed as eligible for the SCM or who can now demonstrate to IBCA they meet the criteria. After considering the community's views, we will ensure that every eligible person has this award backdated to 2017, and that is because that is when the special category mechanism was first introduced. Many of those infected suffered from terrible mental health issues as a result of their infection, as we heard in their testimonies. So we will amend the scheme so the new SCM supplementary award gives people additional compensation where the psychological harm that they experienced means that the core route compensation simply doesn't go far enough. We believe this will result in more comprehensive recognition of the mental health issues caused by infected blood and the resulting years of harm. The inquiry recommended we change the core route severity bandings to recognise the harms caused to infected people by interferon treatment and proposed a new level 2B severity banding for those who receive this treatment. We accept change is necessary, and we will introduce this new severity band to increase people's injury, financial loss and indeed care awards. In addition, if someone has had multiple rounds of interferon treatment, they will be compensated for each round. The inquiry recommended changes to the calculation of past financial loss and past care awards for those who choose to continue receiving support scheme payments, and we will remove the 25% deduction applied to past care compensation as was recommended by the inquiry. The consultation also set out 2 options for how financial loss could be calculated for those who continue to receive support scheme payments, the way the scheme currently does it, and an alternative. Because of the range of views on which was best, we will ensure that people receive past financial loss compensation based on whichever of the 2 calculations presented is most financially beneficial for them. The inquiry asked the government to look at the evidence requirements for the exceptional loss award. We were keen to hear the community's views on this to develop a way forward that avoided lengthy, individualised assessments of people's circumstances. We will make sure that all forms of evidence of actual earnings can be considered by IBCA. We will also make additional compensation available to infected people who lack evidence of earnings but who had clear potential to earn more than average. We will offer a £60,000 lump sum on top of people's core awards to those who can show they either had a job offer or recently started a job where the salary was higher than the median salary but had their progress impeded by their infection. Through the consultation, we also heard, Mr. Speaker, about the experiences of affected people and particular harms they suffered. We will increase the core injury award for several groups of affected people, including bereaved parents whose child sadly died before they turned 18, bereaved partners and children and siblings affected under the age of 18. These changes will give more compensation to affected people whose particular experience of the scandal was undoubtedly profound and deeply harmful. These awards will form part of the core award and they will not require additional evidence from applicants. I know the matter of unethical research is of particular concern to members across the House and is one of the most shocking aspects of this scandal. We heard that the existing approach may not have compensated everyone who suffered this wrongdoing. So first, we have changed the scope of this award so that anyone treated in the UK for a bleeding disorder in 1985 or earlier will receive further compensation. It was also clear from the consultation responses that the amount offered does not reflect the harm done. I say today to the House we will increase the unethical research awards. This includes increasing the £25,000 for those who attended Trelaw School to £60,000, as well as introducing a new unethical research award for those treated elsewhere for a bleeding disorder during childhood at a rate of £45,000. We're also tripling the award for those treated for a bleeding disorder in adulthood to £30,000. Mr. Speaker, I have touched on all 7 of the areas we directly addressed in the consultation. Of course, I encourage members across the House to read the full response that's being published. The consultation also invited respondents to raise any other concerns they had with the design of the scheme. One of the most compelling things we heard was that the scheme does not sufficiently recognise the profound impact of infection during childhood. We have heard the community clearly on this, so we will make a further change to the compensation scheme to address this. We will introduce a 50% increase to the core autonomy award for people who were infected at age 18 or under. Now, I hope these changes go some way to showing our commitment to listening to the community and making decisions with those impacted at the forefront of our minds. In order to make these substantial changes to the scheme, we will bring forward further legislation in due course. Now, whilst the consultation provided one way for the community to offer feedback, the inquiry recommended there be an identified way for concerns to be considered. So today I'm pleased to launch a new mechanism which builds on existing engagement and feedback channels through which people can raise concerns about the function of the infected blood compensation scheme with the Cabinet Office and with IBCA. Both organisations will then publish quarterly summaries of feedback received on the scheme's design and delivery and any action being taken as a result. And I tell the House I would expect the first of these summaries to be published in early July. Mr. Speaker, the findings of the inquiry must be met with tangible systemic change. I hope what I've set out today goes some way towards showing our commitment to enacting this change. I'd also like to pay tribute to Sir Brian Langstaff, to his team, and everyone who gave testimony to the inquiry for ensuring that that human element of this tragedy remains at the focal point of the inquiry's work. The compensation scheme's most basic purpose is to provide financial recognition of the losses and harms faced by victims, both infected and affected. Beyond this, it must reflect and embody their stories if it is to truly deliver justice, not just for those we tragically lost, but also for those who continue to fight. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Minister Whitewood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement and for providing an advance copy. We naturally welcome the progress reported today. The fact that 3,273 people have received offers totaling more than £2 billion is a significant milestone in a decades-long struggle for justice. And I thank the Infected Blood Compensation Authority for their work to speed up these payments. As Baroness Finn said in the other place, what we call the scandal was, in truth, the infliction collectively of grievous harm upon thousands of people by the state. And nowhere was this more egregious or more shocking than in those cases where victims were infected as a result of deliberate experimentation in the name of science. And we therefore commend the Minister for the specific increases to the Unethical Research Awards, and particularly that uplift to £60,000 for the survivors of Trelawn's School and the expansion of the scheme to include those treated as adults. These are necessary recognitions of a truly outrageous chapter of this scandal. However, while the Minister speaks of tangible systemic change, many victims and their families will be looking at the fine print with a degree of trepidation. So I have a number of questions regarding the delivery and scope of these announcements. The Minister noted that further legislation will be required later this year to enact these substantial changes. And given that the Infected Blood Inquiry's additional report was published back in July of last year, can the Minister reassure this House that this legislative timetable will not lead to further agonising delays for those in declining health? Will the first quarterly feedback summaries that he's promised for July provide a hard deadline for when those new Level 2B severity awards and backdated SCM payments will actually reach bank accounts? And if not, does the Minister have an expectation for when those payments will be made? I think that the Minister mentioned increased core injury awards for bereaved parents where children died before the age of 18. So can he provide greater clarity on the justification for excluding parents whose children were infected when they were young children, but who may have turned 18 before the time of their death? And regarding the 50% increase to the Core Autonomy Award for those infected at age 18 or under, can he confirm that this will also apply to those who are infected through their mothers in utero? The government rightly aims to minimise the administrative burden and the demand for evidence, and we welcome the £60,000 lump sum for those with clear potential to earn, but who lack evidence of earnings. So how will the Infected Blood Compensation Authority define clear potential without falling back into the very lengthy individualised assessments that the Minister says that he wants to avoid? And finally, on the compensation scheme, the Minister announced that for past financial loss, the government will use whichever calculation is most financially beneficial for the recipient. This is a pragmatic step that we welcome. However, can he clarify if the removal of the 25% deduction for past care will be applied automatically to all existing offers, or will those people who have already received offers need to reapply to have their awards adjusted? The compensation scheme must, as the Minister says, embody their stories. Justice delayed is justice denied, and we must ensure that these new supplementary awards do not become a secondary bureaucratic hurdle for a community that's already given so much testimony and waited for so long. But before I close, Madam Deputy Speaker, may I turn to a matter that seems to be missing from the Minister's statement, and that's that of the inquiry. When the Minister last updated the House before Christmas, I raised the need to move from a period of review to one of rectification and delivery, and asked him how and when the inquiry might be drawn to a close so that there could be a degree of policy certainty. I didn't hear him refer to it in his statement, so can the Minister confirm that with the implementation of the key recommendations from the additional report and Sir Brian's letters, the public inquiry has now drawn to a close? So once again, I would like to thank Sir Brian Longstaff and his team for their diligent and comprehensive work over the past 8 years to help deliver some justice after decades of scandal and suffering. But most of all, I would like to again pay tribute to the tireless campaigning of the many victims and their families who were infected or affected by the infected blood scandal. They have suffered for far too long in ways that we can barely begin to imagine. And no compensation scheme can ever reverse the horrific harms needlessly done to them. But I hope that the universal acceptance of the conclusion of these reports and the determination of all of us to do what we can to make changes to stop others from suffering in the future will bring them some comfort.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Shadow Minister for the tone that he took in that response, and the tone indeed, and supportive tone that he has taken throughout. And could I just pick up on some of his earlier points? I agree with him entirely when he talks of the heinous nature of medical experimentation on children that happened in this scandal. And whilst, of course, I have increased the specific amounts, it should be pointed out that those specific amounts do not stand in isolation. They are obviously specific amounts for that particularly egregious nature of what happened that are within much higher settlements, which is exactly as it should be. On the point about the inquiry, yes, there has now been the formal exchange of letters between myself as the responsible minister and Sir Brian Langstaff, and I entirely agree with him as well about the need now for policy certainty going forward. I will come back to him because he asked some very reasonable detailed questions. I will come back to him properly in writing upon, but let me just deal with a few of those because firstly, on the further legislation, I want to bring it forward as soon as possible. And I say parties across the House, when I've brought forward legislation on this in the past, have always worked in a collaborative way throughout to get it through as quickly as possible. And obviously, positions are a matter for the parties opposite, but I think continuing that constructive spirit is obviously helpful in terms of getting these things through as quickly as possible. Can I also say as well on the issue of exceptional loss, because that £60,000, again, it is not designed, and the Honourable Gentleman referred to this, to be this very detailed individualised assessment, because that's not what a tariff-based scheme is meant to do. But it is meant to look at that situation of loss of a chance, that situation where somebody, but for their infection, but for how they were affected by the infection, would have had the opportunity to have gone on and perhaps been a higher than average earner, but were denied that. And it's designed specifically to look at it. On the other very reasonable and detailed matters the Honourable Gentleman raises, I will ensure he gets a full written response.
Charlotte Nichols. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Minister accept that though people co-infected with HIV and hepatitis C represent only around 7% of those on infected blood support schemes, they make up roughly 14% of those receiving special category support because of the disproportionate harm caused by early hepatitis C treatments? And does he believe that today's announcement properly recognises their suffering?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the honourable friend for her question, and whether it's in relation to the co-infected to which she so movingly refers, or indeed whether it's other people who are both infected and affected by this scandal, of course, the compensation scheme is seeking to recognise everything, all the harms that have happened to them and how they have suffered. I would just say, though, that also this is always meant to be a tariff-based scheme. It is meant to produce broad justice, and part of the reason for that is to try to prevent those highly individualised searches for evidence which, frankly, at this distance of time simply wouldn't be possible.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement. I especially welcome within his remarks the recognition of people's individual experiences and the commitment to compensate them fairly in a way which minimises the administrative burden placed upon those who have been harmed. The infected blood scandal is one of the greatest failures within our National Health Service that was unacknowledged for far too long. Over 30,000 people were infected across the country and faced the devastating consequences of this systematic failure. Yet there are people who continue to feel that the scheme has not gone far enough, including one of my own constituents from Marple, who feels the scheme should investigate more potential conditions. Thousands of victims and their families have waited decades for the justice they deserve. Sir Brian Langstaff was straightforward within his findings. Victims have been ignored and frozen out of the process they fought decades to secure, whilst payments proceeded at an infuriatingly glacial pace. The Liberal Democrats have long stood with the victims, and the government is right to seek to answer their needs, both of those infected and affected, setting out a clear timeline for how they can be delivered compensation. Alongside my colleagues, we'll continue to hold this government accountable until every eligible person receives the justice they are owed. Sir Brian Langstaff rightly highlighted how victims have not been listened to by successive ministers, and we welcome the new feedback mechanism that the Minister set out today. But I wonder if he could expand a little on his remarks. Could he confirm that this will be a formal advisory body of victims to the IBCA as recommended by the Langstaff inquiry? Madam Deputy Speaker, after so many years of secrecy, deceit and delay, the Government should ensure full transparency over the progress of the scheme and open ongoing communication with all those affected. Enshrining a statutory duty of candour is a long overdue reform, one championed by those infected and affected by this scandal, and the continued delays to passing the Hillsborough Law are shameful. Victims and campaigners should not be made to wait any longer. Can the Minister say when the Government will get this vital piece of legislation moving again and finally get the Hillsborough Law on the statute book?
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her contribution. And just to say, in respect of the feedback mechanism, what I wanted it to be was not simply somewhere that was going to receive correspondence, but somewhere that was able to have a proper mechanism to sift the various queries that are coming in. Some things are things that might be administrative with the scheme that might be able to be dealt with relatively quickly. Some are things that are more serious that need to be either elevated to IBCA's board or indeed to the Cabinet Office. Secondly, with regard to IBCA and the voice of victims, I've been on more than one occasion to IBCA's offices in Newcastle. They have obviously already what are known as the user consultants, who are providing that voice of the community actually within the premises, in fact, and have been encouraged by Sir Robert Francis to absolutely be doing that. And I think they make a very, very important contribution. Thirdly, on transparency, I couldn't agree more. That's why on the technical expert group, for example, I take the view of publishing everything, and I think that is what we have to continue to do. And fourthly, on the issue of the Hillsborough Law, absolutely work is ongoing on that. I've been very involved in it in recent months, and certainly we are absolutely committed to delivering it.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I really do welcome the statement from the Minister and the changes and improvements that the Government is making to the scheme. But for many people infected by HIV in the 1980s, fear, stigma and poor health meant the role of their parents, such as my constituents, didn't meaningfully change after their child turned 18. So will the Minister please consider adding an enhanced core injury payment for parents whose children died over the age of 18 but who had no partner or children of their own?
Minister.
I mean, my honourable friend is absolutely right in terms of speaking of those people who were infected with HIV in the period that she is talking about in terms of the terrible social stigma alongside everything else that they suffered. And indeed, I sincerely hope that the scheme absolutely does reflect it. On the second very specific question that she raises, and in terms of her constituents, if she could just send me the very specific details of her constituents, I will refer to her and come back on that particular case.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over the last 21 months, this Minister has worked tirelessly to try to build on the consensus across the House in the legislation that I put through on the 21st of May 2024 to make this scheme work. And I want to pay tribute to the work that he's done to listen carefully to a whole range of inputs from an extremely complicated problem and heterogeneous group of individuals. And he has done his level best to respond to the professional advice and best judgment of professionals to attend to the range of needs and oversights and to create pathways. And I pay tribute to the work that he's done and the assurance he's given the House repeatedly to say that this money would get out as quickly as it did. It did get out quickly. It did move swiftly after that initial process had been resolved. But I'd like to ask him, given that it cost over £150 million for this public inquiry to take place, leave alone the several billions of pounds for the compensation, will he ensure that proper lessons are learned by the British state, not only so that the scandal could never happen again, but the conduct of public inquiries is as efficient as possible so we can reduce the delays that may have occurred in this situation.
I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for his generous tribute, and I say to him as well, as I did in opposition and indeed in government, I built upon the work that he did as a minister, and I think the consensus that existed between us, both when I was in opposition and since in government, has been to help the victims and has actually speeded up the process, and I'm very grateful for all the work that he did. To his second point, I think it is a very well made point, Madam Deputy Speaker, because we do have to look at this public inquiries landscape. We all recognise that public inquiries do provide that real public sense of justice, where people have suffered either from a scandal or from, frankly, a cover-up by the state. But we also need to recognise that we want public inquiries to be value for money for the taxpayer. We need them also to be reporting in a timely fashion. And thirdly, to be making relevant, timely policy recommendations. This is something I'm determined to look at.
Chris Blow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for the contents of his statements and for the diligence of his work working with Sir Brian Langstaff and the victims to ensure the inquiry's recommendations have been delivered. Noting the incredible damage that have been done to many of our constituents' lives as they try and return to normality, can I ask the Minister how can he outline further how we will ensure that the community's voice is heard going forward, bearing in mind the challenges caused by this injustice will not suddenly stop, even if they are awarded compensation?
No, my honourable friend highlights a really important point, and I think that is why the mechanism, the feedback mechanism, is going to be so important going forward, that where there are issues, that they are treated sensitively, they are treated with the seriousness they deserve, but also they are elevated to the appropriate place, whether it is IBCA's board or the Cabinet Office, for the matter to be dealt with.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just want to pay tribute to the Minister and his team for the great work that they've done. I agree with the member for Salisbury. This work is really cross-party, and you will continue to enjoy our support in the future. Just two matters of detail, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker. One is in relation to the Hepatitis C Trust, who welcome the funding that they received, but only for 1 year, Minister. And I would ask if you could possibly confirm, because of the nature of this work and the fact that these cases are likely to go on for several years, that the organisations like the Hepatitis C Trust can expect to enjoy funding in future years to enable them to continue to provide the support that they do. Now, I also welcome the comments that the Minister made in relation to this new banding for level 2B severity for people who received interferon treatment. But I would ask just a couple of points of detail on that, which you may not be able to answer, which the Minister may not be able to answer today, but if he could answer in writing, that would be very helpful. Do these new measures remove the 2017 reduction in rates for compensation? And will they ensure that people are fairly compensated for health harms caused by interferon treatment from the date these harms occurred?
Well, first, I'm very grateful to him again and his party for the tone that they've taken throughout this, and I welcome the opportunity to continue to work on a cross-party basis, because I think it's very important. Like him, I've had this discussion with the charities, including the Hep C Trust, as it happens, and I understand very much the case they make about multi-year funding as opposed to single-year funding. The funding actually comes from the Department for Health and Social Care rather than from me, but I will certainly write to the relevant minister there to raise that point. I do think the introduction of level 2B for interferon treatment is very important, because of the very specific awful effects that interferon treatment, and indeed multiple rounds of interferon treatment, had. On the 2 points that he has specifically raised to me, I will ensure he does get a detailed answer in writing.
Thank you. Elsie Blundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I commend the bravery of the constituents that I have met who have endured decades of anguish as a result of this harrowing chapter in our country's medical history. The Minister will know that there are those across the country with legitimate claims under this scheme, but because of some NHS trusts claiming that their loved ones' medical records have been destroyed, those affected are still having to fight for recognition and compensation. Could the Minister address how we can overcome this seemingly insurmountable obstacle and give my constituents the closure and compassion that they deserve?
My honourable friend raises a really important point here, because An issue with this scandal is that, first of all, evidence will, due to the passage of time, simply not be available, but also the inquiry found evidence of deliberate document destruction, and that is why, whilst of course entirely respecting IBGA's independence, I've always said that a very sympathetic approach needs to be taken to evidence in that particular context. Indeed, in conversations I've had with Sir Robert Francis and indeed others at IBGA, that is precisely the approach they seek to take.
Kit Malthouse.
Madam Member Speaker, I also want to recognise the Minister's commitment to this cause, which has impacted on so many of us across the House. But I had a couple of technical questions, if I may. First of all, could he just, when he says he wants to bring legislation forward this year, as he knows delay matters, the estimate is one person is dying every 4 days, I think. Could he just confirm that will be this side of the summer? Secondly, if the legislation is required to change the claim amounts, from when will they be dated? And thirdly, although there will be a small number of claims that have been already concluded, could he just confirm that if those concluded claims are eligible for these increased awards, those claims can be reopened and more money may flow to those victims too?
Minister.
Yes, so question 3, the answer is yes. The second question he's asking around dates. There are some specific dates that do exist in the scheme. So, for example, on the special category mechanism, because assessment started for it in 2017, that's the date that exists in relevant cases. Thirdly, I want to bring forward the regulations, be the 4th set of regulations, as soon as I possibly can. And when I do, I very much hope that we can collectively deal with them as quickly as possible.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I join with members across this House in commending the Minister for his steadfast commitment to this issue, and in particular the way in which he has consistently listened to the community and acted on what they have said. My constituent Alex Robinson lost her father to this scandal in 2006, and I spoke to her just a few moments ago on the phone. She remains concerned at the speed at which applications are being processed. So can the Minister outline what steps he is taking to speed up the process and deliver the justice that Alex and so many others deserve?
Minister.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and his constituent is entirely right to continue to hold the government to account on speed of delivery of compensation. Now, there were particular targets that were put in place, including paying the first affected case, the first affected person by the end of last year, which target we met. On infected people, we have paid out now over £2 billion of compensation, but specifically to his point around how we continue to ensure that we do process the payments at speed. Whilst, of course, IBCA is operationally independent, I always stand ready as the responsible minister to assist IBCA in any way that they see fit, and I can assure him that my dialogue with IBCA on that will continue.
Tom Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by acknowledging the work the Minister's done on this too. Last year I asked him about a constituent who fell under the special category mechanism, so it's welcome news that will be an additional award for that group. But those affected are frustrated that it's taken this long to get here. The scheme so far for the vast majority of victims has been a failure, and only a fraction of those affected have yet received compensation. Is the Minister confident that all those eligible, including those for additional awards for the special category mechanism, will have received payment by the end of 2029?
Minister.
Well, on the issue of 2029, I should just say that is a backstop, not a target. So it isn't a question of me wanting to be confident about that date. I want the payments to have been made before 2029. But to his point, more generally about speeding up payments, there was what was used, a test and learn approach by IBCA on infected people. And the reason that was done was to have a small number of representative cases so that then you could have a really accelerating point where the number of cases being paid would sharply increase. Now, that did happen, and we did get up to, as a minister, I went up to over £2 billion being paid, but he's absolutely right to continue to hold me to account on speed of payments.
Clive Efford.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I join my right honourable friend in paying tribute to Sir Brian Langstaff and his inquiry and the people who gave evidence to it, which made his report, as my honourable friend has said, so powerful. And can I thank him for the way that he's engaged with this process in the short time that he's been in office, it's moved things on immeasurably from where we were before, albeit building on work that was done before. He knows how complex this issue is. The devil will be in the detail of this statement today, but I very much welcome the news that they will be reducing the requirements for evidence where people have already produced evidence and gone through previous thresholds and then required to provide it again when it's not available. So that's very, very welcome indeed. And in a way of getting the mistrust that inevitably exists from people who've had to campaign so long for justice from the state, I welcome the fact that he's creating a new mechanism to listen to the community continuously as the process goes on. I think that way forwards, does he agree with me, is a way that we can avoid the disagreements that we've had in the past.
Look, I'm grateful and thank my honourable friend and pay tribute to the work that he has been doing with the all-party group that I was pleased to attend and speak to in recent weeks. And he's absolutely right about the new feedback mechanism going forward. It is so important that not only do victims feel that their voice can be heard, but they have an actual specific process whereby they can raise those concerns and then they can be elevated to the appropriate person to respond to them. I think it's hugely important going forward.
Robbie Moore.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I also welcome the statement that's come from the Minister today, and can I pay tribute once again to my constituent Clive Smith, who currently is the President of the Haemophilia Society, and all of the work that he has done in pressing previous governments and this government on behalf of those affected and infected. And I'm also pleased to hear the Minister make a specific reference to Treelaw School in Hampshire, where at least 72 children died after being given a drug contaminated with HIV and viral hepatitis. And I know that, Madam Deputy Speaker, you have a particular interest where your constituent, Mike Webster's son, Gary Webster, was infected. So can the Minister provide the House with an update as to what progress is being made in pursuing criminal charges against those involved in experimenting on children?
Minister.
I join the honourable gentleman in paying tribute to Clive Smith for his excellent work, and indeed continuing work that he is doing in terms of memorialisation in particular, with which I'm very grateful. The honourable gentleman quite rightly raises the heinous activities that happened at Treelaw School, which was a place that parents sent their children for protection. They sent vulnerable children for protection, and then had this truly chilling medical experimentation that happened. Now, going forward, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will ensure going forward that things do move as quickly as they possibly can. But I would also say to the honourable gentleman, we must as well ensure, in respect of laws, that we learn the lessons of what happened there as well, to try to make sure that something like that never happens again.
Ben Lake.
Speaker, may I also join others in paying tribute to the Minister for his work in this matter and the Government's response to Sir Brian Langstaff's recommendations today. I should also like to thank him for his intention to ensure that the administrative burden placed on those infected and affected is limited as far as possible. And with that in mind, can I ask him for clarification as to on the level 2B severity category, and indeed the increase for those who were infected when they were younger than 18, whether these new mechanisms will be adjusted automatically for those existing claims, or whether claimants will need to apply or in other way work to get those applied to their cases.
Yeah, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman, both for his remarks and indeed to the support of him and his party that's been helpful across this process. With regard to his point about existing claims where there's been a change, the objective is to make it as easy as possible, because I don't want to go back into that situation where people are being asked to produce repeatedly different pieces of evidence. So it's absolutely where there's an impact on an existing claim that it is made as easy as it can be.
Ian Sollum.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I too welcome the Minister's statement and his commitment to regularly updating the House on this issue. However, my constituent was infected with hepatitis C in 1993 and is still yet to receive any support because of the scheme's original cut-off dates. Now, I know that the strict cut-off dates have been relaxed, but her infected but never compensated, in some cases never registered cohort still do seem to be at the back of the queue, and that compounds that harm that they have felt shut out for so long. So can he reassure my constituent that there will be a renewed urgency around that particular cohort?
So, Madam Deputy Speaker, firstly, just to say that IBCA has published a prioritisation list, and it published the rationale for it, and it is obviously moving through that list on the basis of that prioritisation. I would also say, though, that there is obviously an urgency. It's shared by IBCA, it is shared by me and the government more widely, that given the decades that this scandal happened over, that we are getting those payments to people as quickly as possible, including his constituent.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I join the members across the House to pay tribute to the Minister for his work and for the previous government who started this compensation scheme. A constituent of mine met me at a surgery last year and spoke to me about her late brother, who tragically died in 1988 after being infected with contaminated blood as a haemophiliac. Her family applied to the compensation scheme in June 2024, yet they feel they're being treated as a lower priority because he is no longer alive. So can the Minister explain why bereaved families like hers are effectively being asked to wait longer, and how this two-tier form of justice can be justified to those who have already waited for decades? And will he meet with me to discuss this particular case and how the delays to compensation to my constituent can be alleviated?
Minister.
So, first of all, Madam Deputy Speaker, might I say that it certainly isn't to produce any form of two-tier scheme. It's to compensate everybody for the harm that they have suffered. Obviously, in terms of his constituent, I would greatly appreciate if he would just write to me with the very particular individual circumstances. Then obviously I can look quite specifically as what's happened in that case.
Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I join others in thanking the Minister for his update. I met with a constituent in Wokingham last year who was one of the 30,000 people affected by this scandal. The Infected Blood Compensation Authority should have been life-changing for them and others affected by the scandal. But when an offer of compensation was made, my constituent felt that he had to accept the offer, and that they thought was not good enough, and they felt that they were being put under duress. Will the Minister meet with me and my constituent to discuss this case, and my constituent feeling pressurised to accept their offer?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the reasons I signed off funding for both financial advice and indeed legal advice was precisely for the situation where an offer of compensation was received and to make sure that people could then access it. So I don't know, obviously, in that particular case, whether that opportunity was taken, but if he certainly would write to me with these circumstances, I can certainly look at it.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister is indeed a bearer of good news, and can I thank the Minister for his diligence, his energy and his commitment to deliver. The Minister and his team's hard work are much valued by my constituents and indeed by all of us here. The Minister has made a very full statement, and for the changes that will be implemented, I note the greater support for children under 18 years and for bereaved families in particular. Can the Minister confirm that they will be able to make a claim under the mental health support section, as a loss of a parent can be devastating in the long term for some of the children, for all the children indeed?
Minister.
On that, I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for his generous comments. On that particular issue, I would be grateful if you just write me with a very specific issue that he is talking about and on whether that claim is eligible. Something I am more than happy to do. And I should just add, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it was raised in an earlier question by the Honourable Gentleman about the potential for criminal prosecutions relating to this. Of course, prosecutions are a matter for the Independent Crown Prosecution Service, but I should say across the House, I've made absolutely clear that the Government stands ready to provide any evidence that would be required by the authorities.
Can I thank the Minister for his statement this afternoon? I will allow a couple of moments for the front benches to swap over. which brings us to a statement on tackling knife crime. Minister Sarah Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before I come to the statement, I want to echo the words of the Home Secretary yesterday following the publication of the inquiry report on the Southport attack. This was a truly sickening crime, and my thoughts and those of everyone in this place I know are with the families, the victims and everyone affected. But with permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to make a statement on this government's plan to halve knife crime in a decade. That commitment, made in our manifesto, is rooted in recognition of a tragic truth. In too many places, a deadly cycle has taken hold as fear and violence feed off each other, leaving people, and especially young people, feeling that they have no choice but to carry a weapon to stay safe. And in the most devastating cases, resulting in the loss of lives which have barely begun. All of this is wretchedly familiar to this House. It is wretchedly familiar to me. We know it from the long list of tragedies we have talked of in this place, where we have spoken with families across the country. We hear it in the anguished words of bereaved parents, with whom many of us have met after fatal stabbings in our own constituencies. And we see it when we look at our children, whose safety is too often the cause of worry and sleepless nights. In these and in so many other ways, knife crime is destructive and devastating. And it has, for too long, been plaguing communities and destroying lives. The task of putting that right falls to this government, and since the general election, we have acted decisively to deliver a response that matches up to the scale of the threat. Implementing bans on zombie-style knives, zombie-style machetes and ninja swords. Restoring neighbourhood policing to the heart of our communities, getting more than 63,000 knives and dangerous weapons off our streets, ramping up action against county lines gangs to record levels, with over 2,700 lines shut down last year. Setting up the coalition to tackle knife crime and legislating to deliver the toughest crackdown yet on online knife sales. The concerted effort we have mounted alongside our partners in the coalition and across the country, law enforcement and communities, is having an impact. Since the start of this Parliament, knife crime is down by 8% and knife homicides are down by 27% to the lowest level in a decade. Together we are making progress, but it is not enough. Knives are still being carried, stabbings are still occurring, and lives are still being lost. Indeed, there have been several fatal cases in recent days, and I take this opportunity to express my deepest sympathies to the victims' loved ones. For them and for all the families out there whose world has been forever changed by knife crime, and for a country as a whole, we must do more. And we are, with the publication of Protecting Lives, Building Hope, which details the action this government is taking and will take to further reduce knife crime and ultimately achieve our goal of halving it in a decade. The plan outlines activity and investment designed to drive progress across 4 key outcomes. These are supporting young people, stopping those at risk from turning to knife crime, policing our streets, and ending the cycle of knife crime. And I will take each of those in turn. First, we will do much more to give every boy and girl the best possible start in life by addressing the root causes of knife crime, increasing investment in youth services, launching 50 Young Futures hubs to bring together wellbeing support, careers guidance and positive activities in areas badly affected by knife crime, and also by stepping up support for children who are persistently absent from school and investing in mental health support teams in our schools. We do all of this and more, Madam Deputy Speaker, because we recognise that to deliver the change that is needed, we must act early and prevent harm before it escalates into violence later in life. Second, we are ramping up efforts to stop young people being drawn into knife crime, whether they are at risk of being an offender, a victim or both. A new Safety in and Around Schools partnership, backed by government funding, will see around 250 schools given targeted support to boost their capacity to tackle knife crime and reduce the risk of harm. We are also investing in the County Lines programme and the highly effective network of violence reduction units, and strengthening crime prevention in the communities that need it most. Third, we will ensure victims of crime get the justice they deserve and dangerous criminals face the full force of the law through a robust and effective police response. Visible local policing is central to our approach, not just on knife crime, but across the full breadth of this government's agenda on law and order. The severity of the situation we inherited has been well documented, so I will not retrace that ground, except to say that we have made it a first-order priority to rebuild neighbourhood policing by putting an additional 13,000 police personnel into neighbourhood roles in England and Wales by the end of this Parliament, with over 3,000 in place 2 months ahead of schedule, and by implementing the Neighbourhood Policing Guarantee, under which every community has named contactable officers devoted to tackling local issues. Police boots on the ground are essential, but we must also ensure forces are equipped and empowered to make interventions that are precise, timely and effective. We will therefore support the development of tools and approaches that have the potential to enhance prevention and detection with substantial funding, to enhance crime mapping, invest in research and development aimed at improving our capability to detect high-risk knife carriers, and enable targeted action in the police force areas that see the most knife crime through a new Knife Crime Concentrations Fund. We will also support forces in maximising the use of intelligence-led stop and search. And where the law needs strengthening, we will not hesitate, as shown by our commitment to introducing much tougher rules around the online sale of knives, through measures we know as Ronan's Law, after Ronan Kanda, who was fatally stabbed, aged 16, and whose mother and sister have campaigned heroically for change since his death. This will all be underpinned by the most radical programme of police reform in 200 years, Madam Deputy Speaker. Fourth, we will seek to end the cycle of repeat harm by strengthening the youth justice system, improving the rehabilitation of adult offenders to reduce the risk of reoffending, and developing a new national approach to identify, prioritise and manage habitual knife offenders who pose the greatest risk to public safety. Each of these four strands is important on its own, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the steps we are taking within them have been chosen because the evidence supports it. Equally, I am clear that this work transcends individual policies or initiatives. Ours is a whole-of-government, whole-of-society mission aimed at building a safer, more hopeful future for all. The publication of this plan marks a significant moment in that mission, not because of what it says, but because of the action it will drive. But above all, we think today of the victims and of the families that are smaller than they should be. While we can never undo the pain inflicted on them, we can prevent others suffering as they have. It will not be easy, but in the vital effort to protect lives and build hope, this government will be unrelenting. Because as Pooja Kanda so aptly put it, every child deserves to grow up safely. She is right, of course. We must and we will do everything in our power to make those words a reality in every part of our country. And with that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Minister Matt Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for advance sight of her statement. Halving knife crime is a measure that every member of this House would subscribe to. It's a devastating crime with devastating consequences. Only yesterday, this House discussed the tragic events in Southport and the impact that this can have on a community. This event is, unfortunately, representative of a much broader problem whereby too many people view it as appropriate to carry and use a knife criminally. This is horrific and must be stopped. Therefore, we owe it to the country, and particularly those in communities affected by knife crime, to take knives off our streets and prosecute those who believe using weapons is acceptable. Unfortunately, since the election, we've seen that knife-enabled crime recorded by the police has increased. In addition, we must acknowledge that based on the data up to September 25, 30% of all knife offences took place in London, despite London making up only 15% of the population. Therefore, we need proposals that recognise the geographical nature of this crime, with so much of it occurring in particular areas. As such, it's welcome to see the government's plan includes the Knife Crime Concentrations Fund to support surges in policing where knife crime is most prevalent. However, I'm afraid that the proposals put forward by the Labour government will not be sufficient without two critical foundations: powers for officers to stop and search individuals, and sufficient officer numbers to put this strategy into effect. The hotspot policing outlined by the government must be used in conjunction with effective stop and search, which the government strategy acknowledges is broadly supported by the public. It's why we've set out plans to triple the use of stop and search and to use Section 60 suspicionless stop and search in high crime areas. This should be supported by changes so that a single suspicion indicator is enough to merit a stop and search. This will be supported by 10,000 new officers. In contrast, the government has presided over a decrease in officer numbers, with 1,300 fewer officers during its time in power, with particularly steep falls in the Metropolitan Police, where this crime is most prevalent. In the government's plan, they talk about the need for officers, but this is not reflected in the overall figures, as police forces across the country highlighted during discussions on police funding. If we want to see the police help achieve these reductions and for the government to meet its targets, there cannot be fewer of them. In addition, under proposals introduced in the Sentencing Act 2026, many of those convicted for knife crime will be eligible for an earlier release than under previous rules. There are many important areas covered by the strategy, but there are fewer references to sentencing perpetrators of knife crime for longer. It's pitiful that those convicted of knife crime offences who would previously have gone to prison could now avoid it. This is unsurprising, as it took extensive effort from members on this side of the House and those in the other place to increase knife crime sentences in the Crime and Policing Bill. The Labour Party repeatedly speaks strongly, but it fails to back this up with the necessary custodial sentences. The government statement today and its strategy set out a number of important proposals and rightly recognise the importance of education and culture, building on work conducted by the previous government on violence reduction units and the County Lines programme. However, this must be supported by stronger enforcement, ensuring that those who commit these crimes are imprisoned with appropriate custodial sentences. Knife crime is truly horrific, and we owe it to everyone to give the police every power necessary to investigate and seize these weapons. I worry that without stronger enforcement, this plan will not be the significant moment the government believes it will be.
Minister.
Can I thank the spokesman from the Conservative Party for welcoming this target that we have in terms of halving knife crime, and for welcoming its content and the Knife Crime Concentration Fund in particular. I do appreciate that, and I think where we can, we should try and work cross-party on tackling such heinous crimes. I would just say a couple of points to some of his concerns. He raises the question of sentencing. It will always, Madam Deputy Speaker, be the case that people found guilty of serious knife crime offences will go to prison. That is not changing. We are making a couple of changes which hopefully will be in the direction that he would support. Just to give one example, currently around 1,000 children a year are found in possession of a knife, and there is no action taken whatsoever in terms of trying to get them away from that activity, none whatsoever. We have changed the law on that, the rules on that, so that every single child who is found in possession of a knife will have a programme which will ensure that they are given the support, given the interventions that they need to move them away from crime, and if they don't adhere to those conditions, then they will become it will become a criminal matter if necessary January. So there is a big gap that we are filling there. We are also introducing in the bill that is currently going through Parliament that we're debating this afternoon a new offence of knife possession with intent, which doesn't exist at the moment. You have possession of a knife, possession involving a threat to life, but there is no offence of possession with intent, which we are introducing, and there will be a 7-year maximum sentence for that crime. So I hope that will reassure the honourable gentleman. We could get into a debate about numbers. I don't want to do that today because we have done it many times before, and I'm sure we will do it many times coming. But just to reiterate the point that there are at the moment 12,000 officers in our country who are sitting behind desks. We don't think that's right. We want to get them out into our communities. There has been an 18% increase in the police that we have in our neighbourhoods in the last year. And we want those officers to also be doing the job that we want them to be doing, not wasting time on bureaucracy. And so we are investing hugely in AI and new technology, which is going to free up the equivalent of 3,000 full-time officers just from the tech that we can give them that they should have had previously that will help them do their job. So we are pushing as hard as we can, not on exact numbers of officers, but on outcomes. And I will end with a statistic which I'm very pleased about, which shows that we are moving in the right direction, which I said in my statement, which is that knife crime is down 8% overall, and that knife murders are down 27%. We are focusing on outcomes, not police numbers. Thank you.
Sam Carling.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Sunday, there was a horrific attack in my constituency with a 16-year-old boy being fatally stabbed in Orton. Can I put on record that my thoughts, as well as those of the House, I'm sure, are with his family? Yeah. So can I welcome the government's ambition to halve knife crime and ask the Minister how specifically this will help to tackle the issue in Peterborough and across Cambridgeshire? Can I also ask her what work is underway to understand the root causes of why knife crime in certain regions isn't following the national trend of decreasing, and therefore better address those root causes?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question, and of course all our thoughts are with the family of his constituent who has lost his life. These things are always tragic, and I know that he will be involved in trying to help the community heal from such a difficult situation. I know that arrests have been made, both in terms of suspicion of murder and others. I think 4 people have been arrested, so that is good. But of course, nothing will bring back that young lad. What I would say is we have to understand where knife crime is happening and why it's happening, and we are investing a huge amount of funding in understanding exactly that. Through our work, we are able to identify exactly where the knife crime hotspots are across the country, and we are working with local partners and the police to make sure we understand exactly why they're happening. In some parts of the country, they happen just after the schools end, because sadly it's something that involves young people. Sometimes it's the nighttime economy that is driving knife crime. Sometimes it will be other things. So we are getting absolutely focused both on what the causes are behind knife crime, and a lot of support for young people to try and bring them out of a life of crime, but also understanding exactly what is going on in some areas. And as he says, there will be some areas that are going up, some areas that are coming down. We need to understand that and address it.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Luke Taylor.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Liberal Democrats welcome the publication of this strategy, and I'm particularly glad to note the involvement of the Ben Kinsella Trust in formulating it. The Ben Kinsella Trust does remarkable work with young students and with teachers to help make sure we take a holistic approach to knife crime that is so badly needed, particularly their CEO, Patrick Green, who I had the pleasure of meeting at Finsbury Library last year. We Liberal Democrats have said time and time again that we need a smarter approach to knife crime, not just to save lives, but to improve them. So can the Minister commit to securing the funding for the measures outlined in this strategy over the long term? Because without that guarantee, this strategy will be little more than warm words. Secondly, can the Minister also confirm whether or not the 13,000 new police in the neighbourhood teams that they claim are deploying is actually new resource, or is it an accounting trick where existing officers have been redeployed? Now, the Minister might not want to talk about numbers, but particularly important in London, where Sir Mark Rowley, the Met Police Commissioner, has said it is increasingly difficult to keep Londoners safe with a shrinking force. and where estimates suggest there are 2,503 fewer police officers in London today than there were in May 2024. And I'm happy to be corrected on that number. Finally, can the Minister explain why the government continues to skirt around the edges of a meaningful public health approach without outright adopting one? Because we know that knife crime is not just a policing issue, it is a public health crisis. And if we're serious about tackling it as the epidemic it is, we must treat it as one that brings together every person who sees the warning signs: teachers, GPs, youth workers, social workers, sports coaches, trusted adults who know when something is going wrong, and tragically, as we've read in the conclusions of the Southport Inquiry report, parents too. Right now, all these groups are isolated and do not talk. We need to break down the silo walls and build real partnerships across civil society, and until the government recognises and invests in a public health approach, our progress will be blunted.
Thank you, and can I welcome the Liberal Democrats' welcoming of the plan. That is appreciated, and of course I join with him in praising the Ben Kinsella Trust, and Patrick's been brilliant through the development of this strategy, as have the whole coalition, which has brought together a group of people, many of whom have lost loved ones in very difficult circumstances, but are pushing for action to stop other people losing their loved ones, and I pay tribute to all of them. The funding for this plan goes across the whole of government, not just the Home Office. Our sort of Home Office bit of it is about £130 million. It is very substantial, but if you look at the Young Futures hubs that DCMS are leading on, if you look at the interventions in schools that education are leading on, if you look at the Ministry of Justice with their work with the youth justice system, huge investment there. This is a big cross-government approach, and I have done a lot of work over the years on the public health approach. It's quite simple. It basically says that violence is catching. If you have violence in your life, you are more likely to be violent in your life. So if you're in a domestic abuse situation as a child, you're more likely to be violent. If you join a gang, you're more likely to become violent. It's relatively straightforward, and the interventions that we are putting in place are designed to prevent those crimes from taking place and for that violence to spread, and that is why this violence is coming down and we are seeing the first shoots of success. I would say to him on the numbers, there has been a 0.6% drop overall in the number of police officers from March to September 2025. It's a very small drop. The key is, what are these people doing? What are our police officers doing? 12,000 officers behind desks is not right. They should be out in our community. Some of them need to be doing jobs, obviously, that don't involve them being out on our streets, but we want our officers out on our streets. We have always said that 13,000 will be a mix. We said it in the manifesto, a mix of new officers, PCSOs and redeployed officers. We're introducing new technology so that we can free up the equivalent of 3,000 officers' time, and it is much better to have a mix of officers because it means that we were able to deliver 3,000 already, some of which are already sort of trained officers, so they know what they're doing. When you're just recruiting new, you have the challenges of new officers who haven't got the experience that others have. So we've always said this is a mixed approach. The point is we're putting 13,000 into our communities, into our neighbourhoods, which is what the public want. They will help tackle the epidemic of everyday crime and knife crime too.
Chair of the Justice Select Committee, Andy Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for agreeing to meet me and the members of the Safer Knives Group, which brings together experts on the type of knives most commonly used in knife crime. Does she agree that restricting sales of pointed knives and moving to rounded tip versions for kitchen use could limit the number and type of injuries caused, especially in domestic and impulsive violence, potentially reducing death and serious injuries?
Can I thank my honourable friend for that question and applaud the work that he's been doing with others. Leanne Lucas, of course, who was sadly at the horrendous event in Southport, has been campaigning on this a lot since, and I've had the honour to meet with her several times to talk about this. My honourable friend's right, particularly in domestic impulse settings. Ordinary kitchen knives are used very extensively on the streets. There are a whole range of horrific knives that we are looking to, through legislation, reduce and ban and control. But the basic impulse act of picking up a kitchen knife is also a very significant crime, and it is there is evidence to show that the impact of that attack will be less if the end of the knife is rounded. And we've worked with manufacturers and others who are introducing these kinds of knives.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Where psychopaths are concerned, deterrence is unlikely to work. But I was interested to hear an expert from the Internet Watch Foundation interviewed on Times Radio this morning, who was saying that the people who commune with these characters on the internet, the people who supply them with knives, could instantly bring together red flags and warn people if they wanted to do so. Is that part of her strategy, to try and arrange for that? And where others are concerned, can she tell the House, am I right in thinking that a very high proportion of people who commit knife crimes are in fact detected? Because if there is a high figure, a high percentage, surely a campaign to say to other people, if you commit knife crime, you will be almost certainly caught, could act as a real deterrent to those capable of being deterred.
Minister.
Yes, I mean, the honourable gentleman is right. There's very high levels of people being detected and charged who commit these knife offences, and he is right. How you influence people who may want to pick up a knife is an interesting question and a difficult one. We are investing a small amount of money just to try and trial some communication techniques. There's a lot of money is being spent on the Violence Against Women and Girls campaign that many people would have seen, trying to help educate men on violence and how to behave. We are going to do some testing about the messages that may or may not work to try and target people who might pick up a knife. On the first question that he asked about the sale of knives online and whether you can detect something that should be raised, we have set up the National Knife Crime Centre, which was launched a couple of weeks ago. 1.7 million from government. It's a team of police officers who are going to investigate online the sale of online knives. And one of the bits of legislation that we're introducing is if you are buying in bulk, which is what people do very sadly, they'll buy 300 knives and then sell them across their communities. If people buy in bulk, the retailers will have an obligation to tell the police so that we can see those patterns and we can intervene at the right time.
Hazelgrove.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A family and my whole community have been left reeling following the fatal stabbing of Jamie Collins, a 21-year-old University of the West of England student, last week in Filton. Jamie has been named by police today following the arrest of another young man. I'm sure that, like mine, everyone's thoughts in this House are with Jamie's loved ones at this unimaginably difficult time. I have listened to the Minister's statement today with interest and would like to ask her how, in particular, this new knife crime plan will seek to reduce youth knife crime specifically, so that fewer families have to face the impossible and to help ensure that young people can have the safe and bright futures they deserve.
Minister.
Thank you. Can I thank my honourable friend for her question? And of course, all our condolences go to Jamie's family at this incredibly difficult time. And I know the community in Filton will be reeling, and that she will play her role to try and bring people together and tackle what has happened. Such a young age for someone to lose their life is of course catastrophic. We, through the action plan, which I can commend, I'm not supposed to hold up things, am I? Not supposed to hold up things. There is the action plan is, what my point was to try and show that it is a substantial plan and has a lot both to try and ensure young people don't get involved in crime in the first place, and then to tackle the challenge if they do. One of the roles that DCMS are playing is leading our Young Futures Hub, so that's 50 youth centres across areas that are impacted particularly by knife crime, which will bring together lots of different services for young people in one place so that they can be supported. We're also doing more for in terms of interventions for young people if they are found in possession of a knife. We are backing with £66 million the violence reduction units, which are doing a range of evidenced interventions to try and make sure young people step away from crime. There is a whole remit, a whole plan of activities both to get them out of crime but also to prevent it from happening in the first place, and I hope that her community will see the effects of it.
Monica Harding.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I had the opportunity to go out in my constituency of Esher and Walton with the local police on an operation to combat youth crime, and one of the things I found most distressing was the liberal ownership and unthinking use of knives amongst teenagers. And I know this is something that the police in my constituency are desperate to sort out. So following the government's consultation on knife sales, can the Minister reassure my constituents, the police and the public, that the government will put forward a knife licensing scheme whereby all knife retailers, including online, bricks and mortar and private sellers, must be registered to sell any kind of knife to prevent attacks taking place?
Minister.
Can I thank the Honourable Lady for her question? We are doing already a range of interventions through the police and crime bill that's going through Parliament that we're debating this afternoon, strengthening age verification of knives, making sure the online companies have a duty to remove content, violent content and knife sale content, and doing more to ensure that they do that. We've also, as she said, consulted now on whether we should have a licence scheme, and we are at the moment looking through that and deciding where we go. But it is a campaign that has been led by Pooja Kanda, Rona Kanda's mother. He died, and she has been campaigning on this ever since, and we are certainly very sympathetic, but we're at the stage at the moment of looking at the consultation and seeing what's a workable licensing scheme.
Jim McMahon.
Thank you. If we want to end the scourge of knife crime, we have to tackle the supply, demand, enforcement, education and culture. Oldham has seen some of Greater Manchester's highest number of Section 60 stop and search areas, and there's often a clear pattern of gang activity, resulting in children carrying knives and other weapons. Petty post-Cold Wars can escalate from online bullying to on-street attacks, with serious injury and loss of life. And so I welcome the announcement of the Young Futures Hubs. But can I ask, given the overwhelming evidence of youth knife crime in Oldham and the cross-border activity to neighbouring Manchester, who has been selected for one of the new hubs, can Oldham be urgently considered as a programme rolls out?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for the question, and of course I will, we're working with DCMS on where those Young Futures Hubs will be, and they will be in the areas most affected by knife crime. Of course there is a whole range of other interventions which I hope will support the honourable gentleman's community to bring down knife crime overall, and it won't just be the Young Futures Hubs. There are many more interventions in our strategy that are designed to support, and of course Greater Manchester has a big investment in terms of county lines as well, which the honourable gentleman will probably be very familiar with, which has been incredibly successful and has got more successful every year it's been in play. So we are funding that this year, hundreds of knives literally taken off our streets and thousands of young children safeguarded as a result.
Ben Obsejecti.
It was around this time last year that I led the backbench debates in the Chamber around preventing knife crime amongst children and young people. So I do welcome the measures announced by the Minister, and I do hope they have a huge impact on reducing the use of knives by young people. I just want to touch on 2 points within the announcement that she made. In terms of the banning of zombie knives, we know that zombie knives and ninja swords account for less than 4% of all fatal stabbings. Screwdrivers account for more fatal stabbings, and indeed household kitchen knives account for over half of all those stabbings. Given how easily accessible they are there any steps that the government has in place? And I appreciate that is an impossible task to stop access to kitchen knives, given everybody in this chamber has them at home. But are there any measures that the government is considering in terms of how to dissuade people from using kitchen knives? Furthermore, with regards to social media, we know that social media has a huge influence on children, and in terms of creating the fear of carrying a knife, are there any steps that the Minister has to address that as well?
Minister.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for welcoming the strategy and for the work that he's done as well. He's absolutely right. People commit knife crime offences with all different kinds of knives. There are particularly pernicious impacts of some of the knives that have been banned in terms of the damage that they do to people's bodies. And we are doing a whole raft of interventions to try and have more control over the sale of all types of knives. So the age verification checks that are in the bill going forward at the moment, the sale of knives generally, making sure young people aren't doing this, having a duty of companies to report if people buy in bulk. The work that my honourable friend mentioned that campaigners are doing around the design of knives to actually stop them being so impactful. So there is a raft of interventions that we are taking. Social media, he's absolutely right. We are putting more in the bill onus on social media companies to have a duty to report the sale of knives that are illegal and to do more. I think there is a lot more to be done in this space, both in terms of very serious violent content online. I know this government, and my friend next to me has done a lot of work on this, is doing a huge amount when it comes to porn, child sexual exploitation and violence against women and girls. I think there's another piece of work to be done that we need to do with the companies to make sure all violent content is removed.
Lewis Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My family sadly knows the devastating consequences of knife crime, and as the government launches its welcome action plan today, I think of my cousin David Charlton, killed with a knife in 2012. Reducing knife crime is a moral imperative, so there are fewer families like David's, and indeed those like Connor Brown, whose bereaved parents have done excellent work tackling knife crime in Sunderland and the North East and were recently recognised with MBEs for that work. Their approach is focused on education. So can I ask the Minister to say a little bit more about the plan's commitment to update the curriculum from September of this year so that every child receives knife violence prevention in school? And will she support the involvement of bereaved families where they want to be part of the delivery of that curriculum?
Can I say how sorry I am to hear about the death of his relative, and again it speaks to just what a tragedy that is, not just for the immediate family but for the wider communities in which people live. Of course, education is absolutely key. There is a raft of measures here that I have worked very hard with the Department of Education on. There is, as he says, new guidance to schools on violence prevention, which will help to educate young people, and I was just a couple of weeks ago with a bereaved parent who is going into schools and helping to teach young people of the reality of knife crime and what happens, and that is a very important part of the picture. We are targeting particularly 250 schools that are in areas where there is very high concentrations of knife crime. We're going to be giving them more support so that they can access the services that they need. So we are very joined up with the Department of Education on this action plan.
Joy Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I compel and ask the Minister to please speak to Sadiq Khan and ask him to get a grip of the knife crime epidemic that is plaguing London, and that we can increase the stop and search powers of the Met Police so they can actually do their job and enforce the sentences that are being asked of people across London. Even my husband was attacked by a knife, caring for his mother-in-law. And we have a member of the Tea Room, one of our wonderful members of the Tea Room, who was attacked in Brixton by a knife just last week. This is a problem across London. My residents want to feel safe. Can the Minister do something to stop the knife crime epidemic that is plaguing London?
Minister.
Well, can I start by saying I'm very sorry I hadn't been aware that somebody from the tea room was attacked last week, and I will find out more about that. I'm very sorry to hear, and also to hear about her husband. It is just wrong, this sort of growing narrative around London, which I think has been debunked by lots of sensible people in lots of ways. So I won't go into all the details, but we know that the Mayor of London has invested more in policing than at any time before. Stop and search is an important tool, and the Mayor of London uses that tool. The police in London use that tool. There's been about 14,000 searches where a weapon has been found. That's across the country a year. That's a high number. It's used effectively. Stop and search, when Boris Johnson was mayor, went down every year he was Mayor of London. It actually went down, as it happens. It's better to use effective stop and search, which is what we are doing, and it is an important tool. And I would just add that the Mayor of London announced only last week that he is going to be opening a youth club in every single borough in London, which will help make sure young people have somewhere to go and something to do, and I hope that she would welcome that.
Jessica Toll.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I welcome the serious action this government's taking to tackle knife crime? My constituent Tracy set up Changes Are Made following the fatal stabbing of her grandson, Cameron. Tracy's ambition is to get a youth hub set up in our local area, and she has already spoken to almost 1,000 young people in schools across Bournemouth and Poole. Now, 62% of those young people have said that better education is the best way to prevent knife crime. So can the Minister please assure me that equipping young people with the knowledge they need is part of our strategy, and can she assure me that areas like mine in Bournemouth West will be part of our plan for support?
So.
Can I assure my honourable friend that yes, Bournemouth, every part of the country, will be part of our action plan, and there are interventions that we are making across the whole country, as well as having very targeted interventions where knife crime is particularly acute. Our interventions in schools that I've already outlined, whether that is the support for the schools where the problem is most acute, or the overall interventions to make sure that schools are fulfilling new guidance on violence prevention. There are lots of brilliant people, and she spoke about Tracy, and who are going into our schools and sending really powerful messages to our young people, and I absolutely support that, and I know a lot of our violence reduction units support the funding for those kinds of interventions as well.
Sarah Pochin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Whilst I welcome the statement and any attempt, of course, to reduce and tackle knife crime, would the Minister not agree with me that without saturation stop and search, and without immediate custody of anyone found in possession of a knife without a valid reason, the rest is just white noise?
Minister.
And can I welcome the Honourable Lady's welcoming of the statement? That is appreciated. Look, stop and search is a really important tool, but I'm not entirely sure what saturation stop and search is, but if you stop and search everybody, all our police would spend all their time stopping and searching people to no particular end. It has to be evidence-based, and it has to be targeted, and that's what the police are doing, and we support that. We want more intelligence-led stop and search. It's a good thing. But if you think that's the only answer, then I think you misunderstand the problem. We have to prevent crime from happening in the first place, as well as tackle the perpetrators who are already involved, and make sure we're tackling reoffending. Doing one intervention without all the rest is not going to work, which is why our action plan involves multiple government departments, lots of funding and lots of support coming from the Prime Minister down.
Mohammed Yassin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Bedfordshire please welcome the government's plan to refer all child knife possession cases to Youth Justice Services, building on their work with the NHS, schools, charities and community groups to discourage under 16 from carrying knives. Can the Minister outline how the new National Coordination Unit will crack down on illegal online knife sales to strengthen these local partnerships working to prevent young people having knives in the first place?
So.
Can I thank my honourable friend for the question, and also can I pay tribute to the police in Bedfordshire, who I know are doing a really good job, and across all the agencies he talked about. The NHS has a really important role here, and we of course put youth workers into most of our A&Es so that we can have them there should a young person come in who's been stabbed, for some chance of trying to intervene with them to get them out of the cycle of violence that they're involved in. The new National Knife Crime Centre is a centre of brilliant police investigative officers who are going to investigate the sale of knives online. It's going to be a focused piece of policing work, 1.7 million from government to do it. They will look at the sale of online knives, and they will go after those people who are doing it illegally. We are seeing increasingly young people in the grey market selling knives to each other, buying in bulk. We are going to make that very difficult for people to do going forward, but where it does happen, where knives are coming in from countries that they shouldn't be, where age verification checks aren't being done, and where companies are making money in a way that is not legal, we will come down on them like a ton of bricks.
Adam Dodds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sadly, we've had several stabbings in Yeovil, and it has led to growing local anxiety. My constituents keep telling me what they want to see is more visible local policing, but South Somerset is so often overlooked for locals. Locals have all given up on change. They're worried it's not going to happen. So can the Minister tell my constituents when they will see proper funding for more visible community policing and accessible youth services in rural South Somerset?
Minister.
Well, look, can I just reassure the honourable members' constituents in Yeovil? I understand their concern. Neighbourhood policing has been decimated over recent years, and it's had a real impact. It's why we've seen kind of shocking rises in things like shop theft, antisocial behaviour, the things that haven't been tackled just because the police weren't physically there on our streets. We are putting that right. We have already put 3,000 more police on our streets in our neighbourhoods. That's an 18% rise on what we inherited when we got into government, and we will continue to do that. We believe the right place for our police officers and our PCSOs is to be out on our streets making sure they're tackling the epidemic of everyday crime, and that's what we'll be doing.
Marshall Nicarova.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her statement and also welcome the government's plan to halve knife crime in a decade. In my own constituency, we have seen far too many lives taken as a result of knife crime. Indeed, just last month in March, another young life, a 25-year-old, was fatally killed as a result of that. So it's really important that the government is seeking to tackle the root causes, investing in youth services, but also preventative services as well. Already in my constituency there, we have some fantastic organisations doing incredible work like Carney's Community, and the Minister's predecessor did agree to a visit to see some of the work that they are doing and how they are seeking to deter young people from entering a life of violence and crime. So will she honour that commitment and join me in a visit to visit this organisation in my constituency?
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question and say how sorry I am that a 25-year-old lost their life recently, and I know that she, like me, we're not too far away from each other in terms of our constituencies, have faced similar challenges, and of course any commitment that my predecessor made I'm very happy to fulfil, and would very much like to come and see what's happening in her constituency.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to thank the Minister for the statement and welcome the government's plan to halve knife crime in a decade. But unfortunately, knife crime is not limited to London or city centres. Knife crime in Dewsbury and Batley is higher than the national average, and violent crime, which includes knife crime, makes up the largest share of reported crimes. In just the past few weeks in my constituency of Dewsbury and Batley, we have seen a number of deeply concerning incidents. Reports of a machete being used in a street fight on the 10th of April, a 15-year-old boy the same day, and another knife-related assault in the town centre earlier that week. These are not isolated incidents, but a worrying pattern that is causing real fear. Can the Minister set out what immediate targeted action her department is or will be taking in areas experiencing clusters of knife crime like Dewsbury and Batley, and how quickly residents can see tangible positive impacts?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for his question? Our Knife Crime Concentration Fund is £26 million that will be targeted at areas where there is a high concentration of knife crime. And the areas, it is quite extraordinary when you look at the state-of-the-art mapping that we have done on police-recorded knife crime. All of it happens in less than 2.5% of England and Wales. All of knife crime, all of our knife crime. So if you target resources into those areas, that's obviously the right thing to do. That doesn't mean that we don't have to also worry about the other areas that aren't those 2.5%, and that's why we are making sure we are investing in neighbourhood policing, why we are supporting our children across the country with interventions in schools, why we are funding things like our county lines, which impact the whole of the country. Even if they start in cities. So we are making sure that we are targeting all parts of the country whilst also using the bulk of our resources where actually the highest crime happens.
Please, can I encourage members to ask short questions? We have very important business on crime and policing to follow, which I'm sure members will want to get through. Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the publication of this strategy? Can I pay tribute to the Minister for her strong commitment over many years to this area of policy and the depth of her thinking on it? In my constituency, we have seen far too many horrific tragedies. Out of those tragedies, however, has come some truly exceptional work from the community and from our grassroots youth-led organisations to respond by providing services that support young people, that provide them with positive opportunities, that help the community to come to terms with the trauma they have experienced, and that set young people back on a positive track. However, those organisations tell me that they struggle to access long-term sustainable funding. So can I ask the Minister what she is doing as part of this strategy to ensure that our youth organisations can keep the lights on and do their important work as part of the infrastructure of services that we need to tackle this problem?
Can I thank my honourable friend for her comments, as she and I both have the same approach here, where knife crime is such an important part of our constituencies. It is front and centre of everything that we do and think about. She's right to say that from tragedies come exceptional people doing exceptional things, and those people need support, and she's right to ask the question about long-term sustainable funding. On the youth justice interventions, that is long-term funding. Obviously, our local authorities have now got long-term funding, and I hear from our violence reduction units, the funding that we've given has just been from this year, but I very much hear the call that long-term funding helps those organisations to plan much better for the future.
Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to also thank the Minister and welcome her statement, and I'd like to send my deepest sympathy to the families of everyone who have been affected, especially the family of Khalid Oladipo, a 20-year-old young man who got stabbed in my constituency just a few weeks ago and sadly lost his life. And I'd like to also pay tribute to grassroots organisations, Minister, like individuals who have street experience, such as Ditch the Knife and Keep the Peace, for the vital work that they do. And I'm glad that the Minister is aware of the work being done by De Montfort University about round-bladed knives, because last 2025 alone, 95 lives were lost to kitchen knives. So can I ask the Minister, will she commit to ensuring that grassroots organisations and those with real-life street experience are empowered to play a greater role in delivering this life-saving work?
Hear, hear.
Can I thank him for his question and condolences on the death of the man in his constituency. Grassroots organisations are incredibly important, and we have done a lot of work making sure, as have the violence reduction units, making sure these are also evidence-based, so we know that they're actually having an impact and they're actually working. The Youth Endowment Fund has done a whole raft of work looking at what works, what doesn't work, and we know that, and we fund it appropriately. So I hope he can be reassured that we will continue to support, through violence reduction units and other vehicles, those local grassroots organisations, and make sure actually they're also having the impact that we need them to have.
Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Minister's comments today, but she'll know that youth charities have described knife crime as a public health issue linked to cuts in youth services. So can she outline how this strategy addresses those structural drivers in areas that won't receive one of the 50 Youth Future centres, including access to youth provision, mental health support and family services? And will she meet with me to discuss how the brilliant Salford Youth Zone can play its part in the government strategy and receive the additional resources that it needs to deliver the government's plans?
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question? And she's absolutely right. The sort of decimation that we saw of our youth services, because it wasn't a statutory function for local authorities, that we've seen over the last 15 or so years, has been catastrophic, and we all know the impact of it. And we are rebuilding infrastructure that has been torn away, and that is a challenge. As she says, we've got the 50 youth hubs that we will be introducing, and I know that a lot of our mayors, the Mayor of London announced another youth centre for every borough in London. I know that the other mayors across the country are also doing what they can with their funding to make sure we're putting our funding back in. Also, of course, in Department of Education, Department of Health, huge push to make sure we've got people supporting our kids' mental health in schools. There's a whole raft of interventions, but I'm very happy to talk to her about Salford Youth Club and what they're doing.
Hopkins.
In Luton South and South Bedfordshire, we know all too well the devastating impact of knife crime. So I welcome our government's ambitious plan to halve it over the next decade, and particularly that emphasis on supporting young people and youth services. Luton's Youth Partnership is doing excellent targeted early intervention work locally. And so will the government collaborate with existing programmes that focus on multi-agency partnerships to ensure that best practice is built on and expanded?
Can I thank my honourable friend for the question, and very interested in what Luton's Youth Partnership is doing, and perhaps we can have a chat about it at some point. We are trying to make sure we are not trying to reinvent the wheel, but rather support the organisations that already exist. There are some gaps which we are trying to fill. For example, at the moment, we're running a whole range of pilots across the country where we are intervening with young people who've been arrested but not charged, and a lot of those people slip through the net. We're doing a lot of work in that space, but of course we don't want to reinvent what is already working, so very happy to talk to her more about her partnership.
Thank you,
Deputy Speaker. I know the Minister, like myself, has had those conversations that as an MP break your heart with a parent who's lost a loved one. I think particularly today of the mother of Josh McKay, who was murdered in my constituency a few years ago, a young man with his whole life ahead of him and a young family. Can I also thank her for her open acknowledgement of the value of the voluntary community groups like Street Fathers, Project Zero, Spark to Life and Break the Cycle, who in my community do a fantastic work with our young people. Can I press her, though? She talks powerfully about the importance of making school a safe place. She will know of the concerns many of us had at the unilateral decision to withdraw school safety officers. In my constituency, head teachers tried to raise that concern. What confidence can she give us that those will return, because they were such an important part of our fabric of supporting our young people to be safe?
Can I pay tribute to my honourable friend for the work that she does in her constituency, and obviously send my condolences to Josh's family, who will still be reeling after their loss. And I agree with her that organisations like Break the Cycle, Street Fathers do incredibly important work that we need to support. The target from this government is that we should have a massive increase in our neighbourhood police officers, and we expect those officers to have a role going into schools and to building relationships. We know that those relationships can be really powerful, and those neighbourhood officers where we have consistency, we're trying to professionalise the neighbourhood route so people want to stay in it rather than move on up through the ranks and move away from it, so that we can have some continuity, and we were trying also to work to make sure they are not abstracted, which is the other challenge that we have, particularly in large cities. So I think when we have our proper cohort of neighbourhood officers, those people can be involved in their local schools, and of course you would expect them to be.
Natasha Irons.
Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her tireless work and campaigning on this, both in this place and in our community of Croydon. I know that this is a moral mission, it's personal to her. But given her experience, does she agree that tackling knife crime requires a whole system approach, bringing together policing, schools, health and communities? And can she outline how this plan strengthens the partnerships at a local level in communities like ours in Croydon?
Can I thank my honourable friend for her kind words, and I know we tackle this together in Croydon. The point of this package of interventions is not just to sort of stop kids getting involved in crime also to make sure we've got the right justice system and the right policing system, but also to then stop having repeat offenders. There is a whole raft of interventions that will directly impact in Croydon. We have a really good violence reduction unit in Croydon that is working hard. I want to support all the local organisations there. The increase in neighbourhood policing that we will have will also significantly help. Of course, we have in Croydon the live facial recognition as well, which is an interesting and very powerful intervention in terms of tackling crime, and we're consulting at the moment on its legal basis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome Labour government's focus on knife crime. One courageous family in my constituency lost their beloved boy Corey, who was stabbed to death by a 13-year-old boy. Corey's family and I have asked the Scottish Government and Glasgow City Council to confirm that the Council has thoroughly reviewed all their dealings with the 13-year-old child convicted of killing Corey, and this review is essential so that lessons are learned to prevent future tragedies. But it's also essential, Madam Deputy Speaker, to ensure that the rehabilitation of the child convicted of killing Corey is underpinned by a thorough understanding of that child's background. The Scottish Government and Glasgow City Council absolutely refuse to confirm that a thorough case review has taken place. Does the Minister agree with me that when children commit serious crimes, it is essential that thorough case reviews are carried out?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question, and what a horrific thing that has happened in his community, that a child will be murdered by a 13-year-old child. And of course we need to understand what's happened, and I completely agree with him that we need to make sure we are always learning the lessons and that there are proper reviews in place. The framework is there to do that. Responsibility, of course, sits with the Scottish Government and with local partners in this case, but I can't but agree full-heartedly with what he's saying.
Catherine Atkinson. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Derby is a city that unites to tackle the toughest challenges, and when it comes to knife crime involving young people, where more coordination has been needed, I've got school leadership, the council and Derbyshire Constabulary around the table to strengthen that joined-up response locally. And we also have local organisations like Safe and Sound doing crucial work with our young people. Does the Minister agree that tackling knife crime requires a partnership response, bringing together communities, police, schools and health? And can she outline how this plan will strengthen those local partnerships?
Can I thank her for her question and also for the work that she's doing, bringing together local organisations to make sure we're tackling these issues. There is a raft of interventions in this plan that will support local organisations to do the work that we need doing. It's also worth mentioning, we haven't talked about yet this afternoon, that we are introducing the biggest police reform in 200 years, and there is a whole piece of work there around prevention and the community safety partnerships and how they are working locally, and we have committed to reviewing all that landscape to make sure everybody isn't duplicating, sitting in different meetings, doing different things, but coming together with one plan to tackle violence.
Jane Croft.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like many colleagues across the House, I'm often struck by the courage and bravery of bereaved families who have lost a loved one to knife crime. And indeed, last year I spoke to a father who had lost his son, and he has a dedication to improving life and seeing positive change in other communities to make sure that no one else suffers the grief that he has. How best can he and others like him play their part in delivering this action plan?
Thank you for her question, and it never ceases to amaze me how incredibly resilient people are in their ability to have such loss and then come forward and campaign to make sure it doesn't happen again. There are a number of different ways where people can get involved, whether it's through violence reduction units and the work that goes on there, whether it's through local violence reduction plans. I'm sure that I can give my honourable friend a sort of list of potential organisations that her constituent could get involved in, but of course we need everybody we can to help do this, because this is a community-led and a community-driven response that's needed.
Luke Meyer.
Speaker, I'm regularly raising the need for more resources for frontline policing in Cleveland. We have a small population but high deprivation, so the police funding formula doesn't account for the severity of crime in our region, including knife crime, where prevalence is among the highest in the country. Now, I welcome the 48 new police personnel that have started in neighbourhood roles over the last year, but what more can we do to get more resources to the front line and make our streets safe again?
Can I thank him for his question? Of course, Cleveland is one of the forces that we talk to regularly because, as he says, the police funding formula is not really fit for purpose, and it is very old and it needs reform. We are reforming the whole structure of policing, and as part of that, we will be reviewing the funding formula to bring it up to date and make it fit for purpose. So, although I don't have an answer on the funding formula for him now, it's something that certainly bears heavy on my mind, and we are doing a lot of work in the department about.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the 8% reduction in knife crime and the increase in neighbourhood policing, which has seen a named officer in every ward of Hartlepool. But the Minister is right to say, and my constituents would agree, it's not enough. One of the challenges that frontline officers tell me is that they are taken off the street for far too long because they have to travel to Middlesbrough because of our custody suite that was closed by the Conservative Party. Given the funding formula is broken and unfairly punishes Cleveland, can she commit to reviewing that formula so we get the funding we need to reopen that custody suite for my town?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question? He's absolutely right, and I have spoken to places across the country where the distance travelled just to get to the custody suite indeed disincentivises arresting people, which is absolutely the wrong approach that we want. The challenges that we have are great. We are going to be establishing a fairer funding formula going forward. The police estate has not been invested in a way that it should have been for a very long time. Our priority first is to get our police out in our communities, but we also need to look at the estate as well.
Baggy Shanker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Derby and Derbyshire, 71% of habitual knife carriers are aged 25 or under. Does the Minister agree that in Derby and across the country we need to provide a tailored support package so that we can break the cycle of young people involved in knife crime to keep our communities safe?
Can I thank my honourable friend? I mean, knife crime is horrific in all its forms, but there is something uniquely horrific about young people picking up knives and using them against other young people. There is a whole raft of interventions that we need to make, which we are doing through our action plan, but the progress that we have seen so far is to be welcomed, but it is not enough, and only when we get to our target and get to our ambition to halve knife crime will we know that we're actually making a difference and giving a future to those young people.
Point of order.
Point of order, Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On a point of order, I have been told by journalists today that the Shadow Cabinet visited my constituency this morning. I understand that they may have gone to clean some graffiti off a privately owned wall. While I am grateful for their efforts, I believe they are mistaken if they think that this altruistic act will in any way make up for the swinging cuts to the budgets of my local authorities, which took place on their watch. I have only received notification from 2 members of the party that they were visiting my constituency, and one of these was after the event. Can I seek your advice, Madam Deputy Speaker, on how I can find out exactly which members of the Shadow Cabinet visited my constituency this morning without following the required protocol of notifying me in advance of their visit?
Can I thank the honourable member for her point of order, and perhaps it would be instructive to all members to point out the book of courtesies of this House, which says very clearly under point 44, members must inform colleagues in advance whenever a member intends to visit another colleague's constituency except for purely private purposes. All reasonable efforts should be taken to notify the member, and failure to do so is rightly regarded by colleagues as very discourteous. I'm sure that the opposition whips have heard the honourable lady's point of order and will be pointing that out to the Shadow Cabinet. Which brings us to the 10-minute rule motion, Sarah Bull.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to make provision for a national programme for screening of type 1 diabetes in children and for connected purposes. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've all just returned from Easter recess, and I'm sure with the number of chocolate eggs that have been consumed, many may have said, not too much chocolate, you'll get diabetes. Now, whilst this is said in jest, this type of comment reinforces the problem we have around the misunderstanding of diabetes. Around 350,000 people in the UK, including myself, currently live with type 1 diabetes, and like me, 85% of type 1 diagnoses occur in people with no known family connection with it. But let's take a step back. What is type 1 diabetes? It is an autoimmune condition whereby one's body, mainly one's pancreas, no longer makes insulin. Without insulin, the body cannot use glucose for food for energy. So for a type 1, when they eat, the glucose from their food stays in their bloodstream, but then their body looks to burn energy and finds an alternative source, so it actually burns muscle or fat. However, the byproduct of that is ketones, which are acidic and poison the body. Left untreated, one can enter a state of diabetic ketoacidosis, which I'll call DKA going forward, which can, and sadly in some cases has, proven fatal. Just as a patient has done nothing to cause type 1, likewise, there is no cure, just management and treatment of the condition. It is absolutely essential that we all recognise the signs of type 1. And whilst the 4 T's, thirst, toilet, tiredness and thinning, are a crucial tool, ultimately these are signs when the condition has progressed and is underway. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are 3 distinct stages to the development of type 1. But before I run through those, I will just pivot to explain about antibodies and autoantibodies, because they are essential in understanding the development of type 1. Antibodies are a protein that a person's immune system produces when it detects a threat. The problem here is that with type 1, an individual's immune system makes these antibodies in response not to a threat, but to their own insulin-producing beta cells. These are called islet autoantibodies, and scientists can actually test for these to see if a person has early-stage type 1. Therefore, let's go back to the 3 stages. Stage 1 is where there are 2 or more autoantibodies present, but with normal blood glucose levels. Stage 2, multiple autoantibodies are present, blood glucose levels are abnormal, but there are no symptoms. And finally, stage 3, known as persistent islet autoimmunity. Blood glucose is elevated and the person is typically now symptomatic. So that's high blood sugars, thirsty, urinating more frequently, unexplained weight loss, tiredness, and blurred vision. And this is the stage when most people are diagnosed as having type 1. Now, whilst it is difficult to give a precise number, a 2015 to 2020 data found about 38% of those newly diagnosed were in a state of diabetic ketoacidosis, and it was actually 44% of those were under 5. No one should underestimate how traumatic it is being diagnosed, let alone when in a state of DKA, which requires hospitalisation and emergency treatment. A US study found that being diagnosed whilst presenting with DKA was associated with significantly greater use of health services and potentially greater healthcare costs in the long term. So, armed with this knowledge, it should be clear that we should aim to identify the condition before becoming symptomatic in stage 3. It would mean that individuals are given an opportunity to get onto a trial to delay the disease, which I'll come back to. Furthermore, early identification gives families the time to prepare emotionally and learn how to manage the condition. Hence the call today for a national screening programme for children. Now, currently there is no comprehensive NHS screening for identifying individuals in the early stages of type 1, despite compelling evidence to the contrary. International programmes such as those in Germany, Italy, Australia and the US demonstrate that comprehensive screening paired with a public awareness campaigns and psychological support can successfully reduce DKA rates and improve long-term health outcomes. There is also, as I mentioned before, a pipeline of disease-modifying drugs now emerging, which means future generations identified as having markers for type 1 diabetes will be able to delay its development. Daplismabub, tricky name to say, is one of these such drugs, and it can, in at least half of people, delay its onset by about 2 to 3 years. Designed for individuals 8 years and older with stage 2, type 1, it works by disabling the immune cells that attack the pancreas and destroy the insulin-producing beta cells, allowing the body to maintain its own insulin production for longer. So early identification is really important in this too. So what next? Well, adoption of any screening programme requires the Wilson and Younger criteria set in 1968 to be met. And these look at the viability, effectiveness and appropriateness of any screening programme. Type 1 meets some of these because it is an important health problem. It does have a recognised latent or early symptomatic stage, and the development of the condition is adequately understood. But further work is required to meet them all. For example, the target population for screening is not yet clearly defined, but I hope it will be soon. Now, currently, because we're looking at the appropriate ages to carrying out the testing, and whilst there are numerous opportunities for screening throughout a person's lifetime, the early years are critical given the possibility of becoming symptomatic in childhood. Now, if one was just to screen once at the age of 3 to 4, one might catch 40% of cases. However, 3 periods of testing between ages 2 to 4, 6 to 8 and 10 to 15 would increase those caught to around 80% of childhood type 1 cases, which ultimately would improve the efficacy of the screening and help meet the criteria. So whilst that final determination is also being made on those correct ages, other questions we're working on include: how can we embed this into the clinical care and ensure that the follow-up programme is successful, as this may go on for years? Once we're aware of a child presenting maybe in stage 1 or stage 2, how do we keep in contact? How do we make sure if they test, for example, age 3, that they then come back for the repeat tests? How do we make it clear that one negative test does not mean that you may be free of type 1? And for those for whom it is coming, how do we make sure that they have the support and training to be ready? We also have to firmly establish a clear balance between the benefits and the harms. Now, I've rehearsed some of the benefits earlier even, reducing DKA diagnosis with long-term benefits that follow. But in terms of harm, we do have to think about the behavioural and the anxiety changes, because we need to ensure that psychological support is available for a patient who knows a condition is coming. Sometimes ignorance is bliss, and living with the knowledge of an impending condition could be overwhelming, but actually knowing the signs and preparing is vital. And we need to make sure we can then offer treatments that work for all, and particularly for younger ages. Now, there is clearly some interest in a screening programme already in the UK, because the ELSA studies are studies funded by Diabetes UK and Breakthrough T1D that offer children aged 2 to 17 a simple finger prick blood test to determine their risk of developing type 1. And this study, and I emphasise it's a study, is currently open to families in England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, with over 20,000 children having been screened so far. But it's really important that we move from studies to an actual national screening programme. At the moment, ELSA is only available for the early adopters, i.e. those who come forward to seek screening, which explains why the makeup of participants is nearly 40% of family members of those with someone with type 1. We need to make sure that any screening system is universal, so we have a fair application that does not discriminate based on background, wealth or ethnicity. Now, for all the reasons before, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will conclude my call for a national screening programme. Whilst type 1 is an unpredictable and relentless condition to live with, I hope within the next few years that we can make the diagnosis of this condition far less traumatic and give families and patients the skills and tools to live with type 1. One day, I hope that we can cure this condition. But until then, diagnosing earlier and delaying that onset to allow more carefree childhood years, we might just make people's journey with type 1 that little bit better.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Tom Gordon, Josh Newbury, Charlie Dewhurst, Andrew Snowden, Rebecca Smith, Jim Shannon and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Sarah Bull.
Type 1 Diabetes Screening Children Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 8th of May.
Friday the 8th of May. Money motion. Minister to move.
Move formally.
The question is as on the order paper. The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ways and means motion. Minister to move.
Move formally.
The question is as on the order paper. The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Point of order, Andy MacDonald.
Deputy Speaker, as you know, I've tabled an amendment to the Lords Amendment 312, seeking to disagree with their lordships. This House will not be given the opportunity today to vote on this singular matter, notwithstanding that it does, in my view, and in the view of many thousands of people watching our proceedings, represent a dangerous erosion of civil liberties, including Articles 9, freedom of thought and religion, 10 of freedom of expression, and 11, freedom of assembly, and the right to protest. That this Parliament has long since immortalised in our celebrations of the cumulative and persistent protests of the suffragettes and of the anti-apartheid movement, marked by the plaque in honour of Nelson Mandela in Westminster Hall. If the government was confident of its amendment, Madam Deputy Speaker, it would put it to a vote. But in a move that is, in my review, disrespectful of this House, they have decided to wrap up such a hugely significant constitutional matter in amongst their other excellent amendments, with which this House will doubtless wish to see prevail. So I seek your advice as to how I might secure a binding singular vote on Lords Amendment 312 as this key constitutional measure that will, if not challenged, inevitably erode and restrict the right to peaceful protest.
Honourable Member for his point of order and indeed for having given notice of it. The Government's programme order that the House is about to consider establishes the time available for today's debate and the order in which the Lords' amendments are to be considered. If members are not content with the way the bill has been programmed, it would be for them to express that, for example, by disagreeing to the programme order. If the programme order is agreed to by this House, then as Chair, all I can advise him is that under the terms of Standing Order number 83F, a vote on his motion seeking to disagree with Lords Amendment 312 would only be possible if reached before 7 p.m. Programme motion to be moved formally.
Formally.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Crime and Policing Bill. Consideration of Lords' amendments.
I beg to move.
Or just now. I must draw the House's attention to the fact that Lords' Amendments 12, 256, 260, 264, 335, 361, 366, 367 and 369 engage the Commons financial privilege. If any of these Lords' amendments are agreed to, I will cause the customary entry waiving the Commons financial privilege to be entered into the journal. We will begin with the Government Amendment A to Lord's Amendment 263, with which we will consider all the other amendments and motions as listed on the selection paper. I call the Minister to move Amendment A to Lord's Amendment 263. Sarah Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am delighted to see the return of this bill, the largest criminal justice bill in a generation, to this House. This bill will support the government's mission to halve knife crime and violence against women and girls in a decade, and give our police and law enforcement agencies the tools they need to tackle antisocial behaviour, sexual violence, terrorism and online harms. The amendments made in the House of Lords support these aims. Given the number of Lords' amendments, I will focus my remarks on the government amendments made in response to commitments at Commons report last July by my predecessor, who was sitting here earlier, as Policing Minister, before outlining the government's response to the 19 non-government amendments added in the other place. First, my honourable friend, the member for Lowestoft, rightly raised concerns about the depiction of strangulation and suffocation in pornography, an issue also highlighted by Baroness Burton's independent pornography review. As set out in our Violence Against Women and Girls strategy last December, the government announced its intention to criminalise the possession and publication of pornographic images that depict strangulation and suffocation. And Lord's Amendment 261 and 262 give effect to this commitment.
Hear, hear.
Second, my honourable friend, the member for North Warwickshire and Bedworth, rightly pressed the government on when we would deliver our manifesto commitment to make all existing strands of hate crime an aggravated offence. I am pleased to commend Lord's Amendment 301 to the House, which extends the existing racially and religiously aggravated offences to cover hostility based on sex, sexual orientation, disability and transgender identity. Third, my honourable friend, the member for Gower, pointed to the long-term impact, including on employment opportunities, of those convicted of the offences of loitering and soliciting while under 18. Lord's Amendments 270 and 271 therefore introduce a new disregards and pardons scheme for anyone convicted or cautioned as a child for those offences. I turn now to the 19 non-government amendments added in the other place. First, Lord's Amendment 2 seeks to bar the issuing of fixed penalty notices by enforcement companies and contractors for profit. The government does understand the concern about enforcement agencies potentially issuing fixed penalty notices where there may be a financial incentive to do so. To be clear, local agencies are expected to issue fixed penalty notices only when appropriate and proportionate to do so. But Lord's Amendment 2 risks weakening crucial enforcement action to tackle antisocial behaviour. Our amendments in lieu instead provide that statutory guidance addresses the need to ensure that the issuing of fixed penalty notices by authorised persons is proportionate. Turning to Lord's Amendments 6 and 10 to 12, I fully appreciate and understand the damage that fly tipping can do to our communities. The government's Waste Action Plan, which was published on the 20th of March, sets out proposals to radically improve enforcement in this area, including by granting courts the power to impose between 3 to 9 penalty points on a driving licence of those persons convicted of fly tipping where driving a vehicle was used in or for the purposes of the offence. Our amendment in lieu implements this commitment. With regards to Lord's Amendment 15, the bill on introduction provided for a maximum 4-year prison term for for those convicted of a new offence of possession of a weapon with intent to cause unlawful violence. Whilst this was drafted in line with other possession offences, the government accepts that the intent element of this new offence justifies a higher maximum penalty. Our amendment in lieu therefore provides for a 7-year maximum rather than the 10 years provided for in the Lord's Amendment, which we believe is disproportionate, given that this remains a possession offence. Coming to Lord's Amendments 255, 256, 258, 259, 260 and 505, introduced by the Government, by Baroness Owen and by Baroness Burton. These all seek to further tackle the proliferation of demeaning and degrading intimate images online. The Government shares these aims, and we are clear that intimate image abuse is completely unacceptable. Lord's Amendment 255, brought forward by the Government, will criminalise the making, adapting and supplying of nudification tools. These tools use AI to create deepfake, non-consensual intimate images, many of women. While creating, sharing and threatening to share non-consensual intimate images is already illegal, this amendment goes further and criminalises the developers making and supplying these tools. As well as the criminal duties, once this new offence is in force, the requirements of the Online Safety Act will kick in. This means that social media services will be required to take down content that supplies nudification tools, and search engines will have to reduce the visibility of search results linked to these tools. I will give way.
Very grateful to the Minister for giving way on this, and I'm not sure whether she's going to be coming to this, but I know that the Government has tabled some amendments on online safety and identified that the next front line in this war is AI. We've already seen children taking their own lives after interactions with AI chatbots, as she knows, and we know that tech companies will always prioritise profits over user safety, so there must be more focus on safety by design approach, which prevents AI products coming to market that could be harmful for users. So I wondered, this is an approach that's been suggested by my noble friend Baroness Kidron in the other place. Why isn't the Government supporting that amendment?
And can I thank her for her intervention? She's, of course, right about the growing concern around chatbots and the need to have safety by design. I will come to Baroness Kidron's amendment and the Government's response to it further on in my speech. Furthermore, the Government has also brought forward Lord's Amendment 367 to take a power to extend the scope of the Online Safety Act to cover unregulated AI chatbots, which we were talking about. This would mean that general-purpose AI chatbots such as Grok, which allow the creation and sharing of non-consensual intimate images, would have to proactively remove this illegal content from their services or face enforcement from Ofcom. Taken together, these measures will deliver an effective ban on nudification tools. Given this, we don't believe that a separate possession offence, as provided for in Lord's Amendment 505, would make a meaningful difference, not least as many such tools are accessed online rather than possessed. Where a person is convicted of an intimate image offence, we agree it is vital that these images are deleted from the perpetrator's devices. Amendment 258A enables the courts to make an image deletion order following a conviction for an intimate image abuse-related offence, breach of which will be a criminal offence. The amendment also enables the courts to require deletion of other intimate images of the same victim. This approach gives courts the required flexibility to consider the details of each case when applying their powers, whilst ensuring the offenders are held accountable for compliance with the order. I will give way.
I thank her for giving way, and I really welcome the Government's amendment on these image deletion orders, which make sure that upon conviction, courts will actually now be properly mandated to destroy and get rid of those intimate images and film, and that they'll be able to give prison sentences too. It's incredibly important. So does she agree with me that, coupled with the government's new requirements for tech firms to delete this horrifying content when it's found, this is a crucial step forward in ensuring that NCII victims can finally move forward with their lives?
For her question, and I agree with her, this is the culmination of, I would say, a lot of good work in the Lords and in the Commons from both Lords from all sides of the House and MPs who really have pushed as hard as we can on this new emerging technology, which is so dangerous and so high risk, and we have a government committed to act and to do the right thing. And I think everybody's worked together really hard to make sure we are getting to a much stronger place. And of course, the power that I was talking about in terms of the courts requiring deletion of intimate images also is available for the offences now we are ensuring of breastfeeding, voyeurism, recording, and the new offence of sharing semen-defaced images. Online platforms also need to do more to ensure non-consensual intimate images are removed quickly, as my honourable friend said, and no later than the 24-hour timeframe envisioned by Lord's Amendment 256. To that end, Amendment 256A strengthens platform and senior executive accountability by making it a criminal offence for a service which breaches an enforcement decision by Ofcom on duties to deal with and remove reported non-consensual intimate images. This means that senior executives of the service could be criminally liable for the breach. Alongside this enforcement approach, the government is also strengthening safeguards against malicious reporting. We will also bring forward regulations under existing powers in the Online Safety Act to amend Section 8 so that Ofcom can require providers to be fully transparent about both the speed of intimate image removals and how clearly and effectively platforms enable users to report such content.
Would my honourable friend give way?
I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. And these provisions are so important. The witnesses that we saw on the Women and Equality Select Committee who spoke to us about the impact of non-consensual intimate image abuse, the main thing that they talked about was how the harm was just growing and growing the longer that those images stayed online. So this provision is so vitally important, and I would like to thank the government for listening to the important work that that committee did.
Can I thank my honourable friend and also pay tribute to the committee and the work that it's done. As I've said, this has been a journey with lots of different members of both houses playing a really important role, and the ministers, I know, both in the Ministry of Justice, DCIT and the Home Office, listening very carefully to what MPs have been advising, and I'm very pleased that we were able to respond. In addition to the takedown duty, we will also give statutory backing to a register of non-consensual intimate images, or NCII. Amendments 259A and 259D will enable the government to designate a trusted flagger, most likely the Revenge Porn Helpline, giving government backing to a trusted source of non-consensual intimate images content that can be used by platforms and internet service providers to identify those images. The amendments will also enable government to make further provisions by regulations about the operation of the register following a scoping exercise. This includes provisions for the Secretary of State to impose requirements on providers to share hashes and other information deemed necessary with the register. Hashes, for the benefit of the House, are unique codes that are used to mark non-consensual intimate images. The scoping exercise will allow us to evaluate the technical requirements to ensure the register can be used by victims, platforms and internet service providers to remove or block non-consensual intimate image content. As Lord's Amendment 260 recognised, proceeding by regulations will enable us to properly evaluate the requirements necessary to ensure a register operates as effectively as possible. Turning to two more amendments from Baroness Burton, Lord's Amendments 263 and 265. I think we all share the determination of Baroness Burton and others in this place to stop the spread of dangerous, demeaning and illegal pornographic content online. In relation to Lord's Amendment 263, I completely agree with the need to curtail the depiction of step incest pornography in cases where it portrays content that is illegal. To that extent, the government's amendment in lieu will extend the new offence of possession and publication of incest porn to include depictions of step incest, where one of the persons is portrayed to be under 18. Additionally, Amendment 265A also addresses the concerns raised by Lord's Amendment 265 by criminalising the possession or publication of pornography that depicts an adult credibly role-playing as a child. This makes it clear that content that mimics and risks normalising child sexual abuse will not be tolerated. But we will not stop there. As well as these offences, this government has committed to producing a delivery plan for how we can close the gap between the regulation of online and offline pornographic content. What is illegal offline should be illegal online. Lord's Amendment 264 rightly raises concerns about how we best strengthen safeguards against the sexual exploitation of persons appearing on pornographic websites, an issue raised by my honourable friend, the member for Lowestoft, at report stage. Whilst we agree with the principle and the need to address this issue, further work we think is required across government to consider what the most effective approach would be to strengthen arrangements to ensure persons appearing in pornographic material are aged 18 and over and consent to this online sharing. To that end, the government's amendments in lieu, Amendments 264A and 264F, place a duty on the Secretary of State to report to Parliament within 12 months of the bill receiving royal assent on the outcome of this work, alongside powers to make regulations to give effect to its outcome. I will give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank my honourable friend for reassuring us that this amendment has a timescale of 12 months. Can my honourable friend commit what the government is doing behind the scenes to progress these amendments as quickly as possible and outline the work that she's undertaken to make sure that they are passed within that 12-month period?
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question? I think there is a powerful group of ministers who are working very hard on that, not least my own colleague in the Home Office, the Minister for Safeguarding, who's leading the wider work on violence against women and girls. But whether it's ministers or officials, there is a whole programme of activity happening across DCIT and the Home Office and the Ministry of Justice to make sure we get these things right. They are complex. They do involve government departments having to work together and step up and take responsibility for this work, and that work very much is ongoing. We want to get it right, which is why we've given the 12 months of time to do it. But what's important won't just be the outcome of that work, but the actual powers to make the regulations to give effect to the outcome of that work, which we will do. Moving on to Lord's Amendment 311. This was introduced by Lord Walney, and this seeks to grant a power to the Secretary of State to prescribe organisations deemed to be extreme criminal protest groups. The government understands the concerns expressed in both houses about the sustained impact of criminal activity by certain protest groups, and where such conduct meets the existing threshold for a prescription order under the Terrorism Act 2000, the government will and already has acted. But where this threshold is not met, we are not persuaded that the introduction of a prescription light regime is necessary or proportionate. Now, this is a view, Madam Deputy Speaker, shared by Jonathan Hall KC, the independent reviewer of terrorism legislation. He recently expressed concerns about the adverse consequences of this amendment for the established prescription regime in the Terrorism Act 2000, and I would urge honourable members to read the 4-page note that he has published online last week. I will give way.
My own friend will recognise, though, that there are many of us concerned about the importance of the integrity of the concept of terrorism and terrorist organisations, and the importance of the ability of people to be able to protest the concept of prescription, and that those are two very different things. Will she recognise that concern and agree to go and look at how we can better delineate that so that people can express their concerns about the concept of prescription and how it is evolving under this government, whilst not facing being arrested for wanting to have that conversation?
My honourable friend will have debated these issues in the past in this place, and I think there will always be a debate between the rights to protest and how we draw a line in this country. And I am very happy to have further conversations with her on that wider issue. Jonathan Hall set out in his letter, and I can pass it to her if she hasn't seen it, why she doesn't think this particular amendment will work. And so that's why we are not persuaded on this occasion, but happy to have further conversations, of course. Turning to Lord's Amendment 333, I fully agree that the government, this is from Baroness Buscombe in the Lords, I fully agree that the government, local authorities and law enforcement agencies need to do all they can to tackle money laundering and associated criminality on our streets. The High Streets Illegality Task Force was announced by my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, in her last budget. Will be examining the use of enforcement powers in this light, including the closure power. It also has a £10 million budget to support the work. So while we support the principle of extending the duration of closure orders, we should first consult to avoid any unintended consequences on legitimate businesses or residential premises. Accordingly, Amendment 333 will enable us, following targeted consultation, to extend the maximum duration of closure orders and, if necessary, make different provision for commercial and residential properties. I know that my friends, the members for Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes and Lee and Atherton, have been particularly campaigning on high street illegality and will no doubt be speaking later on in this debate. And I want to assure them and others in this place that we know that we need to go further, not just on this particular measure, but on a wider challenge of high street illegality, and we will be doing that, and very keen to work with members in this place on that work. Lord's Amendment 334 seeks to abolish non-crime hate incidents. This amendment is unnecessary. The government has been clear that the current arrangements for the recording of non-crime hate incidents are not fit for purpose, and brought forward Lord's Amendment 332 to abolish the code of practice introduced by the previous government. My right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, has also accepted the findings and recommendations of the College of Policing's review into non-crime hate incidents published at the end of March. A key recommendation is the introduction of a new national standard which sets a higher threshold for recording incidents, which is closely tied to core police work. The government will now work closely with the College and the MPCC to implement the review's recommendations. Moving on to Lord's Amendment 339, the government is already commissioning an end-to-end independent review into the police misconduct process and the issue of misconduct proceedings following the acquittal of a police officer at a criminal trial to be examined as part of that review. However, creating a blanket presumption that in all such cases officers should not face further disciplinary action is wrong in principle. The police misconduct process operates at a different evidential threshold and considers different issues to a criminal trial, including whether an officer has breached standards of professional behaviour. Turning to Lord's Amendment 342, the government fully agrees with the principle that a court should only impose a youth diversion order where it is necessary and proportionate. The bill already ensures that an order can only be imposed where it is necessary to protect the public from a risk of terrorism or serious harm. However, enshrining in the statute the evidence that must be presented to a court to support an application for an order risks building inflexibility into the process. Our amendment in lieu instead makes clear that the statutory guidance to be issued under Clause 180 may, among other things, provide guidance to chief officers on consideration of alternative interventions and how they should engage multi-agency youth offending teams before applying for an order. Moving on to Lord's Amendment 357, the government is clear that glorifying acts of terrorism can cause serious harm, which is why the offence of encouraging terrorism was introduced 20 years ago. This offence criminalises statements which may encourage another person to commit an act of terrorism. It sits alongside broader terrorism legislation, which includes other offences, such as inviting support for a proscribed organisation. Critical to the encouragement offence is the historical safeguard, which ensures that the right balance is struck between criminalising statements which could generate terrorist risk and not inadvertently criminalising discussion of historical events which carry no similar risk today. Lord's Amendment 357. Yes.
Wilson. We must accept that despite the legislation which is currently in place, almost on a monthly basis in Northern Ireland, not only individuals, but government ministers, Sinn Féin government ministers, engage in acts and in making speeches which not only glorify terrorism, but encourages terrorism, praises those who took place in bomb attacks on police stations, attacks on individuals, and indeed name play parks after those individuals. And so does she not accept that the legislation currently does not rule out the possibility of people engaging in acts of glorifying terrorism, which not only impacts on the people of the past, but poisons the minds of young people in the present?
Minister.
Can I thank him for his intervention? And I appreciate the challenge that he's raising, and I know that DUP members of Parliament in particular have raised these concerns before. The challenge here is that Lord's Amendment 357 would remove the historical safeguard for statements which glorify acts of terrorism committed by prescribed organisations. And our view is that these statements may not necessarily create terrorist risk and may result in the offence capturing legitimate political and social discourse and debate. I'd say two other things to the honourable gentleman. Firstly, that the independent reviewer of terrorism legislation, Jonathan Hall KC, has strongly advised against the removal of the historical safeguard in his review of terrorism legislation following the 7th of October attacks in 2023. But I would also say that in light of the concerns that have been raised in the Lords and by members in this place, the government will ask the independent reviewer to conduct a more detailed review of the encouragement offence within 6 months of royal assent. Turning to Lord's Amendment 359, it is a long-standing principle that has been adopted by successive administrations that the government does not comment on what organisations are being considered for prescription. Mandating that the government review whether to prescribe Iranian government-related organisations would violate this principle and tie the government's hands unnecessarily. The government is already taking decisive action to deter threats from Iran and has committed to introducing a new state threats-based prescription tool. Coming to Baroness Kidron's amendments in the Lords around chatbots 360 and 368 to 372. In relation to these amendments, the government is clear that we need to act quickly to bring all unregulated AI chatbots within the scope of the Online Safety Act's requirements on illegal activity. As I mentioned earlier, the government is seeking to take a regulation-making power to do this under Lord's Amendment 367. By taking this power, the government will be able to remove any ambiguity over whether services like Grok are subject to the Online Safety Act's provision to tackle illegal content. This approach also allows us to design regulations that are effective, targeted and informed by necessary consultation with subject matter experts. So Amendment 372A commits the Government to reporting to Parliament by the end of the year on its progress to develop regulations. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way on this point, and I don't mean to bang on, but the fact is here, the government approach is too narrow. It's focused on taking down illegal content when it should be the responsibility of the company to prevent harms in the first place rather than deal with them after the event. We don't design any other sector's regulation in this way. You don't design an aircraft where you don't worry about any of the safety features until after it's crashed, and this should be the same. During the report stage, peers voted overwhelmingly in support of this safety by design approach. And they also understood that harm, when it comes to the design of something, includes building in aspects which are addictive and aspects which are manipulative, which have been the key to some of these very tragic suicides of children who've interacted with AI chatbots. What has the government got against building safety by design into the very purpose of these AI chatbots?
Minister. I think the honourable lady is very clear, and we can agree that we need to design out these kind of issues. Absolutely. The challenge is what we do and how we do it, and the challenges that we had with these particular amendments that we're debating today. Obviously, the wider work on violence against women and girls, the wider work on the Online Safety Act and how that ends up rolling forward is really important. But we are talking here about those particular amendments and the challenges that we have with them, and that is why our amendment has committed to reporting by the end of the year on our progress to develop regulations. And we are clear that regulation is a more effective and proportionate tool than the criminal law for addressing risks from AI chatbots and setting industry best practice. Incorporating currently unregulated chatbots into the scope of the Online Safety Act will ensure such regulation applies extraterritorially, which is crucial when dealing with international companies. The government's approach is also broader in scope than Amendments 360 and 368 to 372. These amendments would not capture image generators creating non-consensual graphic images of women or online AI chatbots such as Gabo. The government's amendment does capture these services and allows them to be clearly brought under online safety regulations.
Does my honourable friend give way?
Yes.
Thank you, Maura. I thank my honourable friend for giving way. My committee the Science, Innovation and Technology Select Committee has heard extensive and at times horrific evidence of the harms AI chatbots can do, such as the encouragement to suicide. I welcome Amendment 367, which gives the government the powers to amend the Online Safety Act, and I accept that the government is seeking to reject 368 by the Nobel Baroness Kidron to ban chatbots based on their content. But does the Minister accept that the harms of AI chatbots are evident, they are significant, and they are hugely concerning, and that their regulation is unclear and inconsistent, and where they are covered by the Online Safety Act, chatbots incorporating search functionality, for example, enforcement is slow and ponderous or non-existent. So will she commit to working with DCIT to take action on AI chatbots before the end of the year?
Minister.
Can I welcome the work that her committee has done and will continue to do in this space. It's very important that we have a good analysis of what the problems are and what we need to solve, and I think she's absolutely right that the problems with AI chatbots are evident, significant and concerning, and that more work needs to be done in this space. And of course, if there is work that we can do sooner rather than later, we will I'm sure my colleagues in DCIT will do that, and I absolutely commit to working with my colleagues in DCIT to do what we can as quickly as we can. Finally, on the amendments that have come back from the other place, honourable members will recall that at report stage, the House decided to disapply the criminal law relating to abortion in respect of women acting in relation to their own pregnancy. Their Lordships agreed Amendment 361, which would provide for automatic pardons for women previously convicted or cautioned for an abortion offence in relation to their own pregnancies and for the deletion of certain details from court and police records. I should stress that the government remains neutral on the subject and the substance of Clause 191 and Lord's Amendment 361. But we have a duty to ensure that the law is operationally and legally workable. And accordingly, we've brought forward amendments 361A and 361E to ensure that the deletion of details from relevant official records can operate as intended. Yes.
Thank you. I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way, and I support this provision, Amendment 361. Because even after being found not guilty, some women have investigations that show up on their DBS check, and that impacts their life and future careers. And this is the reality for a young woman named Becca, who I raised in this house a year ago, who was investigated aged 19 after giving birth to her son at 28 weeks. And she says removing the investigation from her records would help her be able to move on and live a proper family life. So does the Minister agree with me that this change will help bring justice for women like Becca?
Minister. Can I thank my honourable friend for raising the challenge that Becca has had on the work, and congratulate her on the work she's done since in bringing that to the House. This amendment is, the government is neutral on this part of the bill, as is right and proper. What we have sought to do in our amendment is to make sure it is legally workable. That's our role in this space, but I thank her for bringing that to this place. Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I hope I have demonstrated that we have sought to engage constructively with the non-government amendments carried in the Lords. I will give way.
I just want to raise the systemic issue of honour-based abuse, and that the perpetrator is never usually just one person's family, a group, a network of people that believe an individual has or may bring dishonour or shame to their family or community. My honourable friend from Lowestoft is making a simple amendment to Lord's Amendment 300 to insert persons, which addresses this issue. I stand in behalf of my constituent, Fawzia Javid, who's an incredible woman and a member of our community, but also victim of domestic homicide and honour-based abuse. This amendment, working with Carmen Navarro in my constituency, brings out the issue of honour-based abuse, which runs deep within communities. Does the Minister agree that honour-based abuse isn't just an issue for one person, but for many people, and that should be acknowledged?
Can I thank my honourable friend and my friend, the member for Lowestoft, who I suspect will speak to this potentially later, for raising this. Of course, I completely agree that honour-based abuse is perpetrated in many cases not by a single individual, but by an extended family or other group of persons. The challenge we have with this amendment is the definition in the bill adopts the usual legislative conventions where references to the singular include the plural unless otherwise indicated. So the statutory definition already applies where abuse is perpetrated by more than one person. However, we do want to undertake work to develop the statutory guidance so that that is completely clear for everybody.
Sits down.
Yes, yes, of course.
Bear with me. She'll remember our discussion, and I wish you can help me, because Lord MacDonald of River Glavin KC was appointed to lead an independent review of laws on public order and hate crime, and it will also consider the laws around protest. We were hopeful that we'd have that. I'm not aware that review has been concluded, but I wonder if my honourable friend can tell us, and then if we haven't got it, how is it that we're legislating before the review is concluded?
Mr. Jones. Can I thank my honourable friend, and I know that he feels very strongly about this issue, as do many others, and I respect that position very much. I met with him a few months ago now when I think the review had just started. The review is yet to conclude. It will conclude in the coming months. The work that is being undertaken is quite substantial in terms of Lord MacDonald's work and what his, having had updates on sort of what he's doing and who he's talking to, it's wider than and taking a bit longer. But that's in order to get it right. My honourable friend will know that this cumulative disruption amendment was introduced and announced by the Home Secretary after the Heaton Park attack. I think there is, and we will come to this more perhaps in closing, but there is some lack of understanding in some quarters, not my honourable friends, about the nature of this amendment. Just to be very clear, Section 12 and Section 14 of the Public Order Act empower senior police officers to impose conditions on public processions, that's Section 12, and on public assemblies, that's Section 14. They can only impose conditions under certain criteria to prevent serious public disorder, serious damage to property, serious disruption. We are not changing those, Section 12, Section 14. What happens at the moment is that the police are able to consider cumulative disruption when they are looking at whether or not a protest should have conditions imposed on it.
Friend give way on that point, please?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I also thank her for her response to my letter on cumulative disruption signed by 50 MPs, which would give the police powers to limit strikes and industrial action. Your letter states, I have no desire to infringe on law.
Just for a moment, please. I'm on my feet. Please be seated. Your letter states, I don't think I've corresponded with the honourable member. Continue.
Sorry. Oh, apologies. So does the Minister accept there's a danger that a future government might be less benevolent towards workers' struggles and could exploit these powers? And could you please explain to this House why we have not been given the right to debate and discuss and vote on Amendment 312?
Can I thank my honourable friend for her intervention? Let me just finish explaining the what we're doing, and then I'll come on to picketing. So serious public disorder, if there is a risk of that, senior police officers can impose conditions. At the moment, they can consider cumulative disruption as one of the aspects they are taking into account when they are making a decision as to whether to impose conditions. And to be clear, imposing conditions means things like moving where a march is going, limiting the hours that it can be working under, or limiting the number of people. So they can already take into account cumulative disruption. What we are doing is changing that so that they must take that into account. They must think about it. It doesn't change the guardrails of Section 12 and Section 14 of the Public Order Act. It just says that at the moment they can consider cumulative disruption. In the future, they will consider cumulative disruption, and that is the amendment. In terms of our government's belief in the right to strike and protest, of course, that is sacrosanct, and nothing is changed in terms of the government's view on that. And we do not believe that this legislation will stop the right to picket. I know that lots of members will have views on that and will not be satisfied with... let me just finish my sentence. But we will always defend the right to strike, and we have absolutely no desire to infringe lawful picketing at all.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Is the Minister aware
of the deep alarm, both on the backbenches and outside Parliament, at what does amount today to a further draconian attack from the government on the civil liberty of the right to peaceful protest, and the fact that the government is seeking to push this through in a way which tries to avoid a proper vote for MPs in the same way that they did when making the huge error of prescribing Palestine action.
I don't agree with my honourable friend. This was introduced and announced by the Home Secretary after the Heaton Park attack, where lots of protests took place immediately after that attack, and the cumulative disruption and the impact that that had was there for all to see. We have no desire, nor would we ever reduce people's rights to protest. There is a lot of misinformation about this piece of law change, which implies that we are in some way increasing the bans on protests. Just to be clear, the rules on banning protests are very, very, very strong, and it can only be done under very significant circumstances, and indeed we have no rules to ban assemblies. So the idea that we are banning protests is just wrong. We are responding to communities who are feeling the pain of repeated protests, sometimes outside faith organisations, synagogues in particular, in recent times, where we do believe that the police should look at the impact of cumulative disruption when they are deciding, not the government, when they are deciding whether or not to impose conditions on those marches. Yes.
I thank you for giving way. And I think many of us do recognise the picture she paints of pain, especially following the terrorist attack. But good legislation does require debate, it does require scrutiny, and it does require specification. And one of the concerns many of us have is the lack of definition of cumulative. Could she set out now on the record what this government intends by the concept of cumulative, so people would understand how and if this test was going to be proposed, how it would be met?
Jo? Well, I'm pleased that we are debating this issue in this place today, which is what we should be doing, and I'm sure honourable members will be talking about it more in the several hours that we have to debate these issues. Cumulative already exists. This already exists in law, that the police are able to look at cumulative disruption when they are considering whether to impose conditions. We are not redefining cumulative. We are not changing that at all. We are not changing the parameters of Article 12 and 14. We are simply saying that when police are looking at whether they impose conditions, they must look, rather than they can look, at cumulative disruption. That is a small change that will actually make a big difference to people who are currently scared and intimidated by persistent protests outside, in particular, mosques and Jewish places of worship. Madam Deputy Speaker, should conclude, and I hope I've demonstrated that we have sought to engage constructively. As I said earlier, I would urge the House to support all the changes that we are suggesting together today with the government amendments brought from the Lords. I beg to move.
Government Amendment A proposed to Lords Amendment 263 as on the notice paper. The question is that the Amendment A be made, and I call the Shadow Minister, Matt Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank colleagues in the other place for the work they have done in strengthening this bill. The changes made there go some way towards what we should all be aiming for: safer communities, stronger laws and real protections for the public. During the committee stage, we saw the government repeatedly reject important amendments from members on this side of the House on fly tipping, pornography and increasing sentences for knife crime. Indeed, this bill could also have provided a real opportunity to tackle the scourge of off-road bikes, to support this country's tradesmen with real action on tool theft, and to remove yet more knives from our streets by increasing stop and search. Whilst the government has failed to take up some of these opportunities, I'm delighted to see they've U-turned on some of the measures Labour MPs previously voted against. While that may be a familiar pattern, it's still right to welcome the fact that they've recognised the value of some of those proposals. Take fly tipping. Giving courts the power to issue penalty points to offenders is a straightforward, common-sense step. If someone uses a vehicle to dump waste and blight our communities, it's entirely right that their ability to drive should be affected. Likewise, even though I would have liked the government to accept a more significant penalty proposed in Amendment 15, it's a welcome step that the government has recognised the seriousness of the crime when there is an additional element of intent to use unlawful violence, which rightly should have a greater penalty when compared to possession-only offences. It's right that these measures have progressed, even though a great deal of unfortunate wrangling and rejection occurred before they were incorporated into the bill. On that note, I'd like to turn to the proposals the government has chosen not to accept from colleagues across the way. I'd ask that members of this House give serious consideration to measures which enhance the powers of the police forces and improve their ability to keep our communities safe. Fly tipping. For instance, as I've mentioned, members of this House do not need to be reminded of the scourge of fly tipping. We all recognise how adverse its impact can be on our neighbourhoods. On Sunday, I saw an appalling incident in my constituency with a huge volume of waste dumped near Sadburge, with appalling consequences for our environment, for wildlife and for anybody who wants to enjoy the countryside. Amendment 6 would ensure the guidance issued about the enforcement of offences under Section 33 makes clear that, where a person is convicted of a relevant offence, they are liable for the costs incurred through loss or damage resulting from that offence. As the government is already setting out guidance in the legislation, why would it not make sure that this guidance is unequivocal? That where a person is convicted of fly tipping, they, not the victims, are responsible for the costs incurred as a result of their offence. Furthermore, Amendment 11 will further enable the police to seize vehicles on an issue where there is universal acceptance of the need to do more. We should ensure... I will.
Point, especially since, given the role of criminal organisations in fly tipping now, the costs can be hundreds of thousands of pounds to landowners who are innocent victims of this crime. And really, if the government is serious about dealing with fly tipping, then it's got to ensure that the sanctions are such that there's a deterrent.
I couldn't agree more. I think we see a selfish, mindless minority, small minority of people who incur huge costs on taxpayers across the country, who do huge damage to our communities. It's right that the sanctions should match that. On an issue where there is universal acceptance of the need to do more, we should ensure that there are no unnecessary restrictions on our authorities in cracking down on these offences. Removing the instrument... I will.
Fly tipping is very important, but can I refer them to a matter of life and death? And it relates directly to Amendment 361. And this, as a result of these amendments, somebody who procures a very late-term abortion illegally will receive a free pardon. And can I refer my honourable friend to Mr. Justice Cook, who said in the Sarah Cat case that Cat had robbed the baby of the life it was about to have, and said the seriousness of the crime lay between manslaughter and murder. Sentencing, the judge told Cat she clearly thought the man with whom she was having an affair was a father, and she had shown no remorse. Is it just not a terrible indictment of our society that human life can be taken, about to be born, at 39 weeks, and there should be a free pardon of a very serious case?
I share his concerns. I think many people across the country share his concerns, not only about the issue, and however strongly people might feel about it, but also about the way that it was added into this bill after the committee stage, meaning that some of the scrutiny that might otherwise have happened, no evidence given at the evidence sessions in relation to it, it was slipped in here, and I don't think that there was adequate scrutiny of it, and I think lots of people across the country agree with that concern. Something so seismic in changing the relationship between the state and individuals should have had more scrutiny in this place. With regards to fly tipping, I believe that removing the instrument of this crime is an effective tool, and it could extend beyond the legislative framework set out by the government in the Waste Crime Action Plan. However, the measures brought forward are not merely limited to the issues of fly tipping. There are important proposals relating to matters such as non-crime hate incidents, with other colleagues in the other place wisely taking the step in Amendment 334 to end the investigation and recording of non-hate crime incidents and ensure that any future incident recording guidance has due regard to the right of freedom of expression. This is a sensible, necessary measure, as the government's current proposal appears to be a rebranding of the existing scheme with a more restrictive triage system. Reports would still be logged, personal data still recorded, and disclosure rules unchanged. Officers and staff will still be tied up monitoring incidents that do not meet the criminal threshold at a cost in time and resources. As Lord Hogan Howe told the Lords, we need to move on from the recording of non-crime hate incidents by removing them altogether from police systems. I'm afraid that unless we pass this amendment, we will risk returning to this issue in the future. It's estimated that 660 hours of police time has been spent on non-crime hate incidents. We can change that and see that time invested back into policing our communities. On antisocial behaviour and illicit retailers, we hear repeatedly from businesses and local communities about rogue premises causing persistent problems on our high streets. If we're serious about supporting the police to do their jobs, we must ensure they have the power they need to tackle not just crime, but the wider public nuisance and disorder that too often accompanies it. A range of organisations, including the Chartered Trading Standards Institute, have been clear that stronger powers are needed to deal with rogue retailers. While the current legal framework does provide tools, in practice they are too often insufficient. The time limits attached to closure notices and orders simply do not go far enough. What we see instead is a revolving door. Offenders wait out short closure periods, reopen under a different name, and continue their activities, sometimes shifting location, before enforcement agencies have the chance to complete proper investigations. That is the crux of the problem. The system does not enable action that sticks. And in the meantime, the impact is clear. Our high streets suffer as legitimate businesses lose trade and confidence declines. Responsible retailers who follow the rules and invest in their communities are left competing against those who operate with impunity. There is also a wider impact on our communities, particularly on young people. Premises linked to this kind of activity can become focal points for antisocial behaviour, drawing in vulnerable individuals and exposing them to harm. If we want safer streets, stronger communities, we cannot allow that cycle to continue. Amendment 333 offers a practical solution. It would extend the timeframe for enforcement, giving agencies the ability to take action that is thorough, proportionate and crucially effective. This is about ensuring that when action is taken, it delivers real results, not just temporary disruption. In upholding public safety, we must update the law to reflect the current nature of the crimes that our society faces. Amendment 311 reflects the worrying growth we've seen in the number of protest groups who engage in serious criminal activity to further their aims. However, as organisations, they're often shielded from the full force of the law, as was set out in the other House. This designation is not terrorist prescription. It would aim to restrict membership, promotion, fundraising, organising and material support, with proportionate penalties less than those that a prescribed terrorist group would attract. While I understand the government believes it to be premature because of its ongoing review, it's acted for understandable reasons regarding cumulative disruption. Therefore, why should that not be extended to this provision to ensure there are restrictions on organisations whose purpose is to break the law? When we consider extreme ideologies, the Leader of the Opposition and the Shadow Foreign Secretary have been clear that the Conservative Party would work with the government to prescribe the IRGC. It's apparent to many members across the House and our counterparts in the EU that the threat posed by the RGC is real. However, despite comments made while in opposition, measures from the government have not been forthcoming. Lord's Amendment 359.
He's talking about the prescription of the IGC. Can you just explain to the House why in 14 years the Tory party didn't do that?
As the opposition at the time was telling us, they had really strong views about it. They're now in government and they're not doing anything about it. But do you know what? He need not worry about another day or another week. He has the opportunity today to vote for Lord's Amendment 359, an opportunity to set this process in motion. It's not enough that Iran is covered by the enhanced tier of the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme. We must go further. The IRGC is not a theoretical concern, but as my colleagues have repeatedly stressed to the government, it has threatened those in our country and supported armed groups that have killed British and Allied troops. We welcome the government adopting the amendment put forward by the Honourable Member for Gosport and Rutland and Stamford to address the depiction of strangulation in pornography. I understand that through discussions with Baroness Burton on the related subjects, the government has undertaken to separately progress further specific measures to tackle 18-plus step incest, where family of one party knew one party as a child, the mimicking of children 16 plus, and the age verification in pornography. I would be grateful if the Minister might offer further clarity in her comments on those specifics. I'd like to put on the record my party's opposition to Lord's Amendment 301, which unnecessarily expands the definition of aggravated offences to include certain characteristics, despite existing law already covering most of these factors at sentencing and providing extensive hate crime protections. The change has been introduced late in the legislative process with minimal scrutiny, raising concerns about transparency. Expert advice from the Law Commission has warned that including sex as a protected characteristic in this setting could be ineffective and even counterproductive, potentially complicating prosecutions and creating hierarchies of victims. Overall, the amendment appears more symbolic than practical, adding complexity without clear benefit to crime reduction. The government has before it amendments that would strengthen our legal system and better protect the public and the police, but we cannot ignore the reality on the ground. Officer numbers have fallen while demand continues to rise, and this bill will add to that pressure. That's why it matters that when the police act, they can use the full weight of the law. Without the right powers, higher expectations mean little. Where disorder takes hold, it damages communities and undermines confidence, as we've seen in places like Clapham Common. While parts of the bill are welcome, there are still gaps. These amendments would strengthen enforcement and support officers. If we're serious about safer streets, removing them risks falling short of what the public expects. Thank you.
Tonia Antoniazzi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of Clause 361 and government amendments to it. I was horrified to learn of the increasing number of cases in recent years of women facing criminal investigations and prosecutions on suspicion of illegal abortion offences. The abject cruelty that more than 100 desperate women have been forced to endure under a 165-year-old law is barbaric and completely unnecessary. That is why I tabled an amendment to this bill last year to stop this, which was emphatically supported in this chamber in June. The House of Lords recently supported this change as well. As a Parliament, we took that decision because we listened to the advice of professionals and the evidence gathered over a long time from a number of places and chose to stand up for women. Alongside women affected, I am very pleased that once this bill becomes law, no more women in England and Wales will be subject to the threat of criminal prosecution on suspicion of ending their own pregnancy. But I would welcome clarification from the Minister regarding current investigations in this regard. Parliament has been resoundingly clear in its support for removing women from the criminal law related to abortion. Can the Minister confirm that once this bill becomes law, the expectation is that all current investigations and prosecutions under these offences should be dropped? I would welcome a commitment from her to write to police forces in England and Wales as well, because they clearly haven't been listening to the will of Parliament. We are aware of at least 3 further women having been investigated for ending their own pregnancies since the Commons vote in June. As well as firmly supporting the decriminalisation of women for abortion, the House of Lords passed an amendment to protect the women already harmed by these outdated laws. I pay tribute to Baroness Thornton, Lord Hunt of King's Heath, Baroness Watkins of Tavistock and Baroness Miller of Chilthorne Domer for laying this amendment cross-party. Clause 361 and government amendments to it would pardon women found guilty of ending their own pregnancy and expunge the records of investigations, arrests and charges of women under abortion law, whether or not they were found guilty. This is important. Current law means that abortion offences are classed as serious and violent crimes, so even without a conviction, the fact that a woman has been arrested and interviewed under these offences remains on her DBS check for life. This actively harms her job prospects, ability to travel to certain jurisdictions, and leaves her with a permanent record on police computer systems, or in the case of conviction, a permanent criminal record that she ended her own pregnancy outside the law. Colleagues will remember that the women forced to endure criminal investigations under these offences are overwhelmingly already vulnerable, often victims of acute abuse and exploitation. Retention of these convictions and records cause them ongoing harm under a law which Parliament has been clear has no place in modern society. This includes women whose experiences I spoke of in my speech in this place last year. Women like Nicola Packer, who after experiencing complications in her abortion treatment was arrested, held for 36 hours in custody and endured nearly 5 years of investigation and prosecution. She was found not guilty at trial, but the investigation, arrest and charge remain on her record. And women like Laura, a young mother and a university student who was criminalised for an abortion using illicit medication forced on her by an abusive partner. She was in a physically, sexually and emotionally abusive relationship, and her partner told her not to go to a doctor. When she was arrested, he threatened to kill her if she told anyone he was involved. She was jailed for 2 years, and this conviction remains on her criminal record. Women who have faced investigation or conviction should not have to continue living with the consequences of this outdated legislation. The very laws that Parliament has rightly and finally decided should no longer apply to women. That is why Clause 361 is so very needed. While remaining neutral on the issue, the Government have made changes to Clause 361 to ensure workability, and I emphatically support them. It takes a similar approach to that being introduced in this very same bill for pardons for convictions and cautions for loitering or soliciting when under 18. For every single woman, Madam Deputy Speaker, who has been subjected to a criminal investigation for a suspected illegal abortion, the trauma they endured will never fully leave them. These are women who sought medical care in moments of crisis, after traumatic abortion complications, miscarriage, stillbirth or premature labour, only to be met with suspicion and punishment. Women have been targeted, imprisoned, dragged from hospital beds to police cells, publicly shamed and separated from their existing children. Those experiences have altered their lives forever. As much as I wish it were possible, erasing those experiences is far beyond the power of any of us, but we can make it easier for them. We, as legislators, have taken the decision to ensure that no more women endure such barbaric treatment for ending their own pregnancy. The women already harmed by this should not be left behind. Automatic pardons for convictions or cautions and expunging the records of arrests and investigations will make things a whole lot better for these women in letting them get on with their lives and participate fully in society again, seeking the jobs and careers they've always wanted without having to repeatedly disclose or rehash their ordeal travelling to places they wish to. Parliament has been clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, no woman should be criminalised for abortion. That matter has been settled, and it is now imperative that the women already affected are protected from the enduring cruel legacy of this law once it has been disapplied from women. I implore colleagues to support Clause 361 and the Government amendments to it.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the Liberal Democrats made clear at earlier stages, there are parts of this bill that we can support, and parts that we strongly oppose. We welcome a number of the new measures brought forward today. Nonetheless, we feel it is a pity that the government has overlooked opportunities to take action in some crucial areas, from cracking down on rural crime to supporting a real return to proper neighbourhood policing. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are deeply disturbed by the use of this bill to further erode the protest rights of British people. These are hard-won freedoms that were won by the suffragettes and others, trade unionists and more, over many, many years. And the past government and this one are recklessly taking them away for short-term political expedience, and we strongly oppose those measures. They're not just happening in this bill today, they're happening regularly under this government, and it is something that we must all consider at some length in this House. However, I am pleased that today this House will consider two amendments tabled by Liberal Democrats in the other place. Amendment 2 will ensure that private companies are not incentivised to issue as many fixed penalty notices as possible, so more serious antisocial behaviour is prioritised instead. The government's amendment in lieu does not go far enough. It substitutes the clear ban on fining for profit with non-statutory guidance. We must remove this perverse incentive with a ban, not guidance that will inevitably be open to challenge. Amendment 342, another Liberal Democrat amendment from the other place, will change how youth diversion orders are issued, ensuring courts are given a full account of any alternative interventions that have been tried or considered, why those interventions failed, and what consultation took place with the child, as well as relevant agencies. Multi-agency input will help courts better understand why other interventions have failed, leading to higher success rates and time efficiency. Crucially, this amendment will mean better outcomes for young people who would otherwise become embroiled in terrorist activity. We call on members from across the House to put their support behind these measures. Liberal Democrats are also supporting several other amendments today. We support Government Amendments 1 and 4 regarding respect orders, which were concessions secured by our Liberal Democrat colleague, Lord Clement Jones. Respect orders will grant police extended powers to tackle antisocial behaviour, with police chiefs given the power to issue orders without oversight. Amendments 1 and 4 will require the Secretary of State to make appropriate consultations before issuing or revising these orders. We're backing several further measures which take action on violence against women and girls too. We support Amendment 294, a concession thanks to the work of our Liberal Democrat colleague Baroness Brinton, which replaces the power to issue stalking guidance by the Secretary of State with a duty to do so. This follows similar provisions within the Domestic Abuse Act 2021, which places a duty on the Secretary of State to issue guidance.
Will the honourable member give way?
Of course.
I'm grateful to him, and there was a discussion earlier on about the register of non-consensual intimate images set out in Lord's Amendment 259A. And I wanted to share with the House the experience of my constituent who was subject to the creation of a non-consensual image abuse by her husband while unconscious, having been the victim of spiking. Zoe Watts has chosen very bravely to speak with the media to help secure legal change and public education. And she points out that there is a disturbing rise in pornography that depicts sex with somebody who is sleeping. Does the honourable member share my view that the depiction of non-consensual intimacy and sleep can encourage spiking and sexual abuse and should be banned?
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for Tiverton and Honiton for his intervention. I think the case of Zoe does go to show that we do need to go so much further here to protect women, and the depiction of this kind of activity clearly is something that might provoke unintended consequences and consequences that none of us in this House would want to see. And spiking, of course, is something that remains a big problem on high streets and in pubs and bars up and down this country. Now, with a view to strengthening online protections, we will support Amendments 258 and 259 relating to non-consensual generation and sharing of intimate images. It is crucial that the law catches up to the reality of abuse being faced by women every day, and women like Zoe. We will support Amendment 301 to extend the Crime and Disorder Act 1998 to include protections against hostility motivated by a range of characteristics, including sex and disability. Liberal Democrats will be supporting Conservative Amendment 15, which will increase the maximum penalty for possession of a weapon with intent to use unlawful violence against another person to 10 years, in line with the recommendations from Jonathan Hall, KC. To effectively tackle criminal gangs, we must ensure the legal system can effectively cut off their revenue sources. The current closure notice periods for shops selling counterfeit goods are too short, and criminal gangs are too often able to survive the economic hit impacting the prosperity of our high streets. That is why we support Amendment 333 to extend the period in which the police and the magistrates' courts may make closure notices to 7 days and closure orders to 12 months. On Amendment 311, proposed by crossbench peers, we're supportive of the suggestion that an alternative is needed to prescription, particularly, I think, made clear by what has happened with Palestine Action. However, we are cautious about voting for such a change while the outcomes of the independent review of public order and hate crime legislation are not yet known. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, Liberal Democrats are vehemently opposed to the Government's amendment to give the police unprecedented powers to further restrict the right to protest. This follows a pattern started by the previous Conservative government, which hacked away again and again at the historic rights to protest enjoyed by British people. It is an absolute travesty that this has carried on under Labour. The right to protest is a vital component of our democracy, and Liberal Democrats will fight to defend it. I would urge all members on all sides of this House to put aside their personal feelings about certain ongoing protests and seriously consider what the consequences of this change would mean for our right to challenge those who exercise power over us. The government benches might be content with this approach while they're in charge, but Labour MPs must ask what might happen under a future government which might not adhere to liberal democratic principles.
Absana Begum.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The right to protest is a basic democratic freedom that was won over centuries of British history. It was not a right that was granted, but one that was hard-won by suffragettes, by trade unionists, by anti-fascists and many others. Today we are focusing on the Lord's amendments only, but I want to place on record that this bill itself is a serious and substantial assault on our democratic freedoms. Indeed, before this bill was even introduced to this House, the Policing and Crime Act and the Public Order Act and many other anti-protest bills passed under the last government had already expanded police powers and were widely criticised by legal experts and civil society organisations and faced widespread opposition from across these benches. This makes the shambolic process through which these proposals have been brought to the House even more disturbing, and I'll touch upon ones in particular, because this bill proposes even more powers to the police, including to decide where, when and even whether a protest even takes place. At this very late stage, the other place has now proposed Amendment 312, which could result and could even lead to not just the restricting of protests, but the banning of protests outright. This should alarm anyone who cares about democracy, because it should not need pointing out, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the whole point of a protest is that they are supposed to have a cumulative impact. Should the suffragettes or the Chartists have given up after just one attempt? Indeed, the UN Special Rapporteur on the rights to freedom of peaceful assembly and association recently outlined how far out of step this extraordinary expansion of state power is against international norms. This bill and Amendment 312 is set in the context of one of the largest and most sustained protest movements in modern British political history. The Home Secretary has not obscured the fact that these proposals are a direct response to the demonstrations for Palestine. Indeed, I've been proud to protest alongside hundreds and thousands of constituents in over 30 major national demonstrations demanding an end to the genocide in Gaza. Collective actions to stand up for humanity in the face of the gravest acts of inhumanity. In this context, it's absurd that under these proposals, holding repeated protests could justify far-reaching restrictions and even outright bans. And where does this lead? Trade unions are asking if picketing during an industrial dispute would make them vulnerable to heavy-handed interventions. I understand that the government are supporting the Amendment 312 and I oppose it entirely. I will instead be supporting a motion in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Middlesbrough and Thornaby, to disagree with Lord's Amendment 312. Because the assault on the right to protest could lead us down an extremely worrying path, where governments can become totalitarian and are able to silence whomever they choose. Madam Deputy Speaker, British democracy has been defined by dissent and social progression has been achieved by diverse groups mobilising for women's rights, LGBTQ+ equality, workers' rights and for solidarity across these causes. I want to reiterate my opposition to plans under clauses 156 and 158 on wearing or using items to conceal identity at protests, because there has not been a fundamental assessment or full clarity of what, as the bill states, wearing or otherwise using an item that conceals their or another person's identity will work in practice, for example, for Muslim women who observe hijab or niqab. I understand that there's been a defence worked in for this in terms of concealing identity at protests for religious purposes, but this is a defence in law to be proven only after an arrest and during onerous court proceedings. This will only extend, Madam Deputy Speaker, the ways in which Black, Asian and minority ethnic individuals are overrepresented in every stage of the criminal justice system. Madam Deputy Speaker, if we believe in democratic values, we must defend the space for protest loudly and with determination against attempts to shrink it further. We are at a time when public trust in political institutions are already incredibly fragile, and so the government's decision to weaken one of the few tools that people have to hold power to account is just irresponsible in my view. This bill is drawing another line in the sand between those who benefit from the political establishment and those who wish to challenge it. I am with the protesters, Madam Deputy Speaker, who have my solidarity, because I know on which side of history that I want to be on.
Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in the Crime and Policing Bill to the Lord's Amendments, a piece of legislation that I have spoken previously on, but today I want to specifically focus on Lord's Amendments 6, 10 and 11 and to urge ministers to accept these amendments. These are topics that we on this side of the House have been pushing for. And the amendments that we are looking at and considering today stem from the other place, specifically around fly tipping and littering. Both of these, I know, are issues that are not just in my inbox, but in the inboxes on members on both sides of this House. They're issues that affect our residents day in, day out. Of course, for those of us in the West Midlands, on the edge of Birmingham, where there are the bin strikes, thanks to the Labour-run council, fly tipping is an even greater scourge these days than before. As I've said, Madam Deputy, this is not the first time I've spoken on these topics. I spoke at second reading on this legislation too. But I want to take the opportunity today to just briefly set out why I speak on these topics and why I urge the Minister to support what I consider to be very pragmatic, practical, but much needed measures as set out in these amendments. We know that fly tipping blights our streets, our countryside and our green spaces. It's something this House knows that I'm incredibly passionate about. It hurts the wildlife, it undermines pride in our communities, and it leaves residents feeling helpless. Of course.
Thank you very much. I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does she also agree that particularly in rural areas where farmers are often blighted and ended up landed with the costs of significant, often industrial and criminal fly tipping, that is deeply unfair and that the government should listen to the amendments that help take that burden away from those who are the victims in these crimes?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, because so often travelling around the constituency, I see gateways where people have fly tipped. I've seen piles of fridges, I've seen piles of mattresses. It is industrial fly tipping, and it's absolutely disgraceful and it is disgusting. Now, we know that fly tipping alone costs around £1 billion to deal with each year. That's £1 billion that could be going into other things rather than it being money that's wasted on clearing up other people's mess. So I see it in my constituency. I have to say, I also see, and I want to acknowledge, the brilliant work done by so many locally based volunteer groups to tackle the blight on our doorsteps. I also want to acknowledge the work of Conservative-run Walsall Council, who have taken very much a zero-tolerance approach, investing in enforcement, expanding CCTV, issuing fines, and working with the police to seize vehicles linked to fly tipping.
Would you give way?
Of course.
Would you accept that in many instances action is not taken because of the fear of violence, because much of this tipping now is done by criminal gangs who will stop at nothing because it's a very profitable industry, so that people like the Environment Agency and even sometimes local councils and police do not take the action which is required, leading to the huge accumulations of waste?
The Honourable Gentleman is so right. I mean, people might think, here I am as a Member of Parliament standing talking about something as simple as litter or fly tipping. But it is criminal. It's criminal activity. It's costing the taxpayer, it's costing wildlife, and it's costing our communities. And it does need some really strong action, enforcement and deterrence to stop this scourge. Because in Walsall, as I've explained, Madam Deputy, they are treating fly tipping as the crime that it is, gathering evidence, prosecuting offenders, and then the fines can be reinvested back into enforcement. And all of this together sends a clear message. If you treat our streets as a litter bin, there will be consequences. And that's why I recommend or push, promote and welcome the amendments today that introduce penalty points for those convicted of fly tipping offences, because we must be clear, if you use a vehicle to commit this crime, there will be real consequences. Amendments that allow vehicles to be seized are a welcome further measure. If we remove the means by which this crime is committed, we strike at the heart of the problem. It's no longer enough to tinker around the edges. We need to see strong action. Enforcement is key, but so too is deterrence. That's why I've long argued for stronger action on littering from vehicles, including penalty points on people's driving licences. If people know there are real consequences, behaviour will change. Because ultimately this is about respect. Respect for our communities, for our environment, and for the people who take pride in the place where they live. These are the people that make this country a great place to live in. So for their sakes, Madam Deputy, I urge the Minister to listen, to engage, to take action, to take the opportunity to strengthen this bill so that actions do once again have real consequences. I just want to end with a slogan from Keep Britain Tidy. Some people in here might remember it. It was called "Don't Be a Tosser." So I urge the government, don't toss this matter to one side. Take some firm action, please.
Let's make sure language is always parliamentary. Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Follow that, yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me begin by being clear. I very much welcome this bill, and I welcome the great many measures the government has brought forward. There's much here that will strengthen policing, protect communities, and respond to genuine public concern about crime and safety. But I rise to address Lord's Amendment 312, and I do so with real concern, because protest is not some peripheral irritation in our democracy. It is not an inconvenience to be managed. It is, in truth, part of the lifeblood of the labour movement and of every movement that has ever expanded rights, protections or dignity in this country. From the earliest trade unionists to the Chartists, to those who organised in the streets when they had no voice in this chamber, progress in this country has never been handed down. It has been demanded, organised, and often disrupted into being. And yes, disrupted. Because protest exists precisely because governments of the day, of all political colours, have too often sought to restrict the expression of public opinion when it becomes uncomfortable. And we should be honest about that. Public organising, protest, is how people express their voice. But expressing a voice is not the same as being heard, and it is certainly not the same as achieving change. Change comes when that expression is repeated, sustained, and cumulative, when it builds pressure over time until it cannot be ignored. That is as true for the suffragettes as it was for the anti-apartheid movement. Neither succeeded because they protested once politely and went home. They succeeded because disruption accumulated, because pressure mounted, because their cause could not be quietly set aside. That is the democratic tradition we inherit, and it is one we should be extremely cautious about constraining. Which brings me to Lord's Amendment 312. Because whatever its intentions, it represents a continuation, not a departure from a trajectory set by the previous government. We have in recent years seen a steady expansion of public order powers through the Police, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Act of 2022 and the Public Order Act of 2023. At each stage, concerns were raised by members across this House, by the other place and by civil liberties organisations that the balance between public order and the right to protest was being tilted too far. We are now asked to accept yet a further step in that same direction. And Madam Deputy Speaker, it wasn't that many weeks ago that Gina Romero, the UN Special Rapporteur on the Freedom of Peaceful Assembly and Association, was in this Parliament, expressing a horror that it was the United Kingdom government that were at the leading edge of these provisions. Because the rest of the world is looking. They're waiting to see how this plays out in this country, because they intend to do and copy and paste and do the self-same thing in their own jurisdictions. It's perhaps just fortunate that Viktor Orban has gone, because I'm pretty convinced that he'll be looking to these measures amongst others. Indeed, Lord's Amendment 312 does something very specific. It revives in substance provisions that were previously rejected. Honourable members will recall that during the passage of the Public Order Act 2023, the government sought, through Lord's Amendments 48 and 49, to require police to take account of cumulative disruption when imposing conditions on protests under sections 12 and 14 of the Public Order Act 1986. Those provisions were defeated in the House of Lords with opposition from Labour, Liberal Democrat and crossbench peers. Yet before the ink was even dry on those proceedings, before the Act had even received royal assent, the then government sought to achieve the same outcome through secondary legislation, the Public Order Act 1986, Serious Disruption to the Life of the Community Regulations 2023. Those regulations did three things of note. They lowered the threshold of disruption to more than minor. They introduced the concept of cumulative disruption and they expanded police discretion to consider multiple events collectively. And what happened? Those regulations were quashed in the courts, in the National Council for Civil Liberties against the Secretary of State for the Home Department in 2023. Quashed because the process by which they were brought forward was found to be unlawful. Now, to be fair, the government has learned from that episode. Lord's Amendment 312 is more cautious. It embeds the concept of cumulative disruption in primary legislation. It avoids reopening the broader and highly contentious definition of serious disruption. It reflects an incremental approach shaped by judicial intervention and parliamentary resistance. I recognise that. But recognising that the drafting is more careful does not answer the central question. Should we be doing this at all? Because what we're being asked to do is take a concept that was rejected in this House and the other place, unsuccessfully imposed through regulations, struck down by the courts, and now introduce it, reintroduce it, more carefully packaged, but substantively similar. And there's a second concern, Madam Deputy Speaker, which goes to the process. Because this measure has not come to us in the ordinary way. It has not been introduced as a government clause in this House, subject to full debate, amendment and division. Indeed, it has been inserted at the Lord's stage. That, I say gently but firmly, mirrors precisely the approach that many of us criticised when it was adopted by the previous government. If we believe something is important enough to legislate on, particularly something that touches upon fundamental rights, it's important enough to be properly scrutinised in this chamber. In considering these proposals, we should also reflect on very recent events. In the case involving Ben Jamal and Chris Nynam, which I understand is now subject to appeal, it has been reported that the defence argued that, at the protest in question, police relied on powers relating to cumulative disruption that were in fact derived from the 2023 regulations, later quashed by the Court of Appeal in the National Council for Civil Liberties against the Secretary of State. If that account is borne out, it raises a serious question that even without clear statutory footing, such expansive interpretations are already influencing operational decisions, and it underlines the risk that legislating for cumulative disruption now may not clarify the law, but instead entrench uncertainty and overreach at the expense of the right to protest. So I say this to ministers. There is much in this bill that commands support. There is no need to jeopardise that support by attaching to it a measure that raises serious civil liberties concerns and has not been properly tested in this House. The government should withdraw Lord's Amendment 312, and if it does not, then members should be clear that this is not a minor or technical issue that can be nodded through. It may require the House to divide, if necessary, on a roll-up motion at the end of proceedings to ensure that our view is properly recorded and we defend the civil liberties that generations have so proudly fought for.
Gideon Amos.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise mainly to speak about Amendment 333, but on illegal trading. But I share the concerns of my honourable friend, Member for Cheltenham, and the honourable gentleman just made about the illiberal nature of the crackdown on protest. And I reflect that I never thought I'd be entering a world where old ladies sitting down in protest would be effectively prescribed as terrorists. Some kind of Kafkaesque world that we're moving into, and the provisions of this bill worry me in the same way. But as I wish to focus on illegal trading, that's what I'll do, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I and the Liberal Democrats support Amendment 333, which would extend the length of closure notices. And we're supportive of that amendment. We campaigned in the general election for a return to proper community policing, and safer high streets and town centres and ending the scourge of illegal trading must be part of that. So extending the period over which closure notices may be served by police inspectors or local authority chief executives under Section 77 of the Antisocial Behaviour Crime and Policing Act 2014, as set out in Amendment 333 before us today, Madam Deputy Speaker, to 7 days would be a move in the right direction. And therefore, I oppose the government's motion to strike out that amendment. Thanks to local Republicans in my Taunton constituency who came forward with vital information, I raised illegal trading in Taunton with Somerset Council and the police over around a year ago locally. And so I would just like to pay tribute to police officers like Andy and others, trading standards officers, my Live Down Somerset Council colleagues like Mike Rigby overseeing the work, that's led to a number of really high-profile closures. Taunton Market, Mr Taunton and Top Market have rightly been closed down following just the kind of crackdown that was needed. And I have a message for anyone else considering that kind of activity in Taunton, Wellington. Illegal trading isn't welcome and you will be closed down and you will be prosecuted. But we do need to go further, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chartered Trading Standards Institute have pointed out we need properly resourced trading standard services, and that means tackling the local government funding crisis, in particular the social care funding crisis, the main burden under which councils are struggling. But Somerset councils I've spoken to about this also want to see civil penalties against the landlords who knowingly let their premises be used for illegal trading, something also raised by the Chartered Institute as well. Those fines should be given to the council, both to support trading standards work and to clean up town centre environment. And I believe that repeat offenders amongst landlords should forfeit their retail property to the council to allow its reuse or regeneration. Behind too many illegal shops are complicit landlords cashing in on the rent from illegal activity, and right now they face no consequences at all. However, the main change I'd be pressing for following, as well as supporting Amendment 333 and related to that, following my visit with police officers around Taunton, it would be to address their frustration with the reality of tapping illegal sales at one end of the counter while trading continues at the other end of the counter in the shops which they're tackling. I understand why the law requires that any closure notice has to be followed up under Section 80 of the Act I mentioned with an application to the courts for a closure order. But that requirement is a frankly hugely onerous demand on hard-pressed officer time, and it too often discourages closure notices being served at all when they're needed. So I've therefore been pressing for Section 80 to be amended so that closure notice could be served to be effective for up to 14 days on the authority of a superintendent or local authority chief executive, especially, crucially, without the requirement to apply to the courts. To ensure a just approach to retailers, exercising such power would have to be dependent on evidence of unlawful illegal trade or illegal trading being found, such as sale of stolen goods. And the Association of Convenience Stores have just found that 25% of retailers identified stolen goods being sold locally in their areas. It might also be illegal sale of underage sales of alcohol, tobacco or vapes or counterfeit goods like cigarettes. Enabling a rapid response of this kind would also help tackle phoenixing when new ventures open a new company just a few doors down from the closed premises. I'm delighted the action locally in Taunton. I support Amendment 333. I don't really understand why the government is opposing it. There is action that could be taken and they should take it. Councils and police, though, are too often operating with one hand behind their back, tied behind their backs. There should be immediate closure where that's needed, and town centre businesses in Taunton and Wellington should not be forced to compete with criminal activity, and I'll continue to push the case for stronger powers to stamp that out.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Before I start, I would like to recognise some of the work that has already been undertaken by this government when it comes to improving our high streets, including measures announced in the budget last year, the OCG-led task force, additional funding made available for trading standards, customs and excise, HMRC, support for community policing, ensuring a community police officer in every neighbourhood across the country. Those are all really welcome and important, and I think that it's right that we acknowledge that context that this debate sits within. I'd also like to congratulate my honourable friend. She does work incredibly hard, and today she is working a double shift, and we appreciate that. But I do rise to speak in relation to Government Amendment A to the Lords Amendment 333, which sought to extend closure orders to 12 months, which has been the subject of some discussion today. And I appreciate the government's understanding and recognition of the importance and the necessity of closure orders, to the point that it has put this amendment in lieu in. I don't see this, I have to say to the honourable gentleman from Taunton and Wellington, I don't see this as the government opposing. I do see this as the government nudging gently towards the right direction when it comes to acknowledging the need for the closure orders. However, also recognising the sensitivity that comes with closure orders, the impact that it can have in residential areas, because it's not just about commercial premises, but also on our high streets as well. Particularly, it makes me think about the addition, potentially, of boarded up empty homes for 12-month periods, and the same when it comes to commercial properties on our high streets, which I think will be of concern, and I recognise, therefore, the need for the government to go and consult. But the Minister will know that it does draw some concern from me and from other colleagues who are keen to tackle the scourge of dodgy shops in their communities and do so quickly. And that concern arises. Absolutely, I'll give way.
I'm grateful for she has been a doughty champion on the point of dodgy shops. Go as far as to call her a guru on dodgy shops, if she will accept that accolade. Carlisle, like my honourable friend's constituency, is blighted by these mini-marts and vape shops and what have you. And I am attracted to Lord's Amendment 333, but superficially so. I think it's right that we get this correct. And does she agree with me that this would mark, to pass Amendment 333, would mark a significant shift in the law, and it's important that we get this right and that we consult on it, but actually what the government is doing is extending the power, but with a guarantee to consult?
Well, I thank her for her intervention. She's absolutely right. I think that this is an acknowledgement that there needs to be action. I think that that is reflected in other areas of action that, one, the government has already committed to, but two, we are likely to see further down the track that I will come to in my comments as well. The length of the consultation, I think, is we're right to raise this, and we're right to say that while we may appreciate the necessity of the government to undertake a consultation when the shift is so significant, up to 12 months, that the period of the consultation should not be unduly lengthy or unnecessarily so.
Any sort of consultation of this sort should include closure notices as well as closure orders.
Well, the extension to closure notices is much less in terms of timing, and the period of notices that therefore are provided, I don't think necessarily need to fall into the scope of having a consultation. In fact, I'd rather avoid having things in consultation unnecessarily than including things in consultation. But I do think that if we want to drive the changes that communities expect to see, because some of the activities that are taking place do undermine, this consultation, it does have the potential to really undermine the seriousness with which I think the government does take this issue, and wonder whether, therefore, there is an opportunity for the government to say that it's aiming for the consultation and the response to try and coincide with the high street strategy that we are expecting later this year. Hopefully in the summer, whenever summer in a parliamentary term actually comes to fruition. The Dodgy Shops campaign is not just about not liking the appearance or the proliferation of some of these businesses. It has much wider consequences, from money laundering, sales of illegal goods, and even suggestions in a BBC investigation recently of harbouring CSE activities. Indeed, in my own constituency, a gentleman called Sean Timoth, he was sold an illegal vape in our area. it exploded in his home and brought thousands of pounds worth of damage to his property, not least putting his life and his family's life in significant peril. And just last month we saw national rail infrastructure damaged as a result of a vape shop fire in Glasgow. Beautiful Grade 2 buildings seriously damaged. These businesses do endanger lives, bring criminal activity to the heart of our towns and are fracturing community cohesion. This is happening now. Damage, threats to life, cost to the public purse, because what exists now is too slow to intervene, perhaps don't have the right resources, or it's not considered to be priority for some local authorities or police authorities. So ensuring that police and local authorities do have sufficient responses within their arsenal available to them to be able to act as a sufficient deterrent in the very strongest terms to these fake businesses, and making absolutely clear to any OCG that's behind the commercial outfit, I mean, no doubt that they are then in no doubt that their model will not be tolerated, that they're not wanted, and that the strongest action that is available will be used in such cases as are necessary. And that is why the government should not use the consultation as an opportunity not to continue to press ahead. I know that powers are being made available for the Secretary of State to easily implement this should the consultation outcome take us in that direction. I really don't want to see the government miss the opportunity to make sure that there is serious weight behind the consequences of this. I want to ensure that there is a success in terms of the high street strategy in the summer. I really don't think that there is any point, to be honest, in investing in our town centres if legitimate businesses are undercut by those that are operating outside the law, or if residents feel unsafe in the very spaces that we're trying to regenerate. So I urge the government to publish a consultation as soon as possible, aim to conclude it in support and around the time frame of the High Street strategy, to publish the terms of reference and membership of the OCG-led High Streets cross-departmental group as well, for the purposes of transparency and contribution, to make sure that every intervention, whether on policing, regeneration or business support, is all aligned with the goal of allowing our high streets to breathe again.
Zara Sultana.
Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of the motion tabled by my honourable friend, the member for Middlesbrough and Thornby East, to disagree with Lord's Amendment 312. Today we are being asked to wade through one of the most draconian assaults on democratic freedoms in modern times. And let's be clear who is doing it. It's not the Tories, they're not even here, it's the Labour Party. A Labour government attacking the right to protest, attacking trial by jury, prescribing a non-violent direct action group, handing NHS patient data to Palantir, a company that has helped ICE tear migrant families apart and generates kill lists for the Israeli military, and now this. This is a government that is increasingly authoritarian day by day. And when people take to the streets to fight back and expose this government's complicity in genocide, its answer is to ban them. Madam Deputy Speaker, the most draconian proposal being debated today, Lord's Amendment 312, would require police to consider the cumulative disruption of repeated protests when deciding whether to impose restrictions. The area is undefined. It could mean a single street or the whole of central London. The cause is irrelevant. Different groups, different issues can all be treated as one, and there is no time limit. What happened months ago could be used to shut down protests today. The UN Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Assembly warned MPs that she has never encountered legislation like this anywhere in the world, and that it could serve as a blueprint for authoritarian governments globally. Let that sink in. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is clear that the Palestine Solidarity Movement that has mobilised hundreds of thousands of people across this country is the government's principal target. But these far-reaching powers are an attack on trade unions too. Sustained picketing could be characterised as cumulative disruption, and the TUC has warned that these measures seriously endanger democracy. In Coventry, GMB Amazon workers staged over 30 days of industrial action, the first Amazon strike in British history, fighting for a living wage. In Birmingham, Unite Bin workers have been on strike since January 2025 against a Labour council trying to cut their pay by £8,000. Under this amendment, that kind of sustained, repeated industrial action, the only leverage workers actually have becomes grounds for restriction. To every Labour member who's taken trade union money and trade union votes, do your job and defend them. The Labour Party is supposedly the party of workers. The truth is, it's reform with a red rosette. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me describe the pattern of repression this amendment joins. Palestine Action, a non-violent direct action group, was unlawfully proscribed by this Labour government using counter-terrorism legislation. The High Court threw that out. What did this Labour government do? It lodged an appeal and sent the police back onto the streets. Last week, over 500 people were arrested in London, holding placards reading, "I oppose genocide, I support Palestine Action." The Met have still not explained why they reversed their own policy after that ruling. Since last year, Madam Deputy Speaker, more than 3,000 people have been arrested for holding a placard. Not a knife, not a weapon, a placard. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to exercise privilege of this House to place something on public record that the mainstream press have chosen to ignore. 6 Palestine Action activists face retrial after being acquitted in February following a year in prison. If convicted, they and 18 others will be sentenced as terrorists, but the jury will not be told that. They could convict them on criminal damage charges with no idea that terrorism sentences will follow. Madam Deputy Speaker, not a single terrorism charge has been brought forward. The prescription has been ruled unlawful, and the defendants themselves have been banned from telling the jury that they acted to stop genocide under threat of contempt charges. This is what a stitch-up looks like, and it's part of the same pattern. A Labour government that will do whatever it takes to silence dissent, protect Israeli death factories, and escape accountability. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, every advance in our history, whether it's votes for women, workers' rights, LGBT rights, racial justice, they were won through sustained, repeated, disruptive protest. The logic of cumulative disruption would have crushed every one of those movements. So to the members opposite, I remind you that your constituents sent you to defend and strengthen their democratic rights, not to erode them. So vote to disagree with Lord's Amendment 312 and vote against the roll motion.
Joe Platt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So when people talk about feeling safe where they live, they're not talking about spreadsheets or crime stats. They're talking about whether they feel okay walking home at night, whether their local shops can open their doors without worrying about theft or abuse, and whether when something does go wrong, the law actually backs them up. So that's why the government's crime and policing bill really does matter. So I'm pleased to welcome this bill because it tackles the issues people raise in Lee and Atherton time again. Antisocial behaviour, abusive retail workers, the need for visible neighbourhood policing and stronger action on serious harm, including violence against women and girls. They make up one of the most significant packages on crime and policing in decades. So this bill is about restoring public confidence and making our streets safer. But Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm speaking today on Government Amendment A in lieu of Lord's Amendment 333, relating to closure, antisocial behaviour and closure powers. So in the Lee and Atherton constituency, as in many towns, so-called dodgy shops have become an all too familiar feature of struggling high streets. Illicit premises selling illegal goods, undercutting lawful businesses and operating in plain sight undermine confidence and damage communities, as we've already heard in this chamber today. But what is striking is not a lack of effort from enforcement bodies, far from it, but the limits of the current system. So again and again, action is taken, evidence is gathered, and closure orders are secured, only for the same premises to reappear shortly afterwards under a new name. That revolving door problem makes lasting change incredibly difficult. So, as we've heard, local authorities, trading standards and police forces often spend months building cases and navigating court processes. Yet the maximum closure period remains just 3 months. For those determined to break the law, that is simply not a sufficient deterrent. So meanwhile, legitimate businesses are left trying to compete fairly whilst criminals carry on. Communities see it happening and are rightly frustrated. Confidence in enforcement and in the fairness of the system starts to slip. So this issue cannot be solved in isolation. If we are serious about restoring our high streets, we need a joined-up approach that stops illicit operators from taking root in the first place. And this government is moving in the right direction. So Pride in Place funding, strengthened trading standards, the tobacco and vapes bill and the forthcoming high street strategy all form important pieces of the puzzle. So Government Amendment A is another. It gives the Secretary of State the power through regulations to amend the maximum duration of closure orders with the flexibility to treat different types of premises differently. So this is a pragmatic step. It allows consultation and evidence-led change. But I urge the Minister that that flexibility must not become hesitation. I'd welcome clarity from the government on the timeline for consultation because enforcement that does not stick is not enforcement at all. High streets, our high streets, cannot afford that delay. So can the Minister also confirm that this amendment sits within a wider ongoing programme of work, bringing together enforcement, regulation and stronger powers where needed, so that this is not the end of the conversation but the start of a robust approach? So our high streets deserve nothing less. And with that reassurance, this amendment is a necessary step in restoring credibility to enforcement and signalling that the government is serious about bringing confidence, fairness and pride back to our high streets.
Clive Jones, if it's ready.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will speak to Amendment 312 on cumulative disruption. I'm deeply alarmed by this amendment, which would require senior police officers to take into account any so-called cumulative impacts of frequent protests on local areas when considering whether to impose conditions on public processions and assemblies. In short, the government is giving the police unprecedented powers to restrict or prohibit protests that they think are expected to be too disruptive. It is an unacceptable attack on our democracy. These powers represent a significant expansion of state authority and risk undermining long-standing democratic freedoms. These powers also set out a dangerous precedent for the suppression of dissent and inhibit people's legitimate right to a peaceful protest. And Madam Deputy Speaker, with the rise of the right in this country, this expansion of power leaves the potential for future governments to misuse these powers to suppress and stamp out all forms of protest, strikes and demonstrations. Our fundamental right to peaceful protests, which has existed here for many years, must be safeguarded against any attempt to constrict it. Thank you.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. While I support many elements of this bill, I cannot support Lord's Amendment 312. It has come back to the Commons without the proper scrutiny it requires, and despite repeated requests, ministers have failed to provide it. The bill now returns to this House with that troubling number of late changes made in the Lords that severely limits our ability to examine major amendments, especially those that impact the fundamental right to protest, a right that has already been significantly eroded in recent years due to a number of draconian legislation. But Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of my good friend, the member for Middlesbrough and Thornby East, in his motion to reject Amendment 312 today, supported by 30 MPs. And we have pushed hard for a vote today on these proposals, which will have far-reaching draconian impact on our civil liberties. And I am disappointed that this has not been granted, and it demonstrates a fundamental failure of a democratic process. Lord's Amendment 312 would give police new powers to restrict protests on the basis of so-called cumulative disruption. But what does that actually mean? Giving them the discretion to limit or fully ban a demonstration based on the combined impact of multiple protests over time. The move is the latest in a series of anti-protest measures introduced by successive governments in recent years. And I have to say that as a Labour MP, I am very disappointed with the draconian proposals being pushed by the
What does she say to those people who become the targets of these continual protests, where protesters recognise here is a vulnerable area, or here is a vulnerable community, or here is a part of a city or the infrastructure of the country, which when we protest at it and when we protest on a regular basis, we cause maximum disruption to the lives of the people who live there. What do you say to those people? Should they not have protection?
I would have to say I disagree with the member. But I have to say that as a Labour MP, I'm very disappointed with the draconian anti-protest proposals being pushed by the government. While today's proposals have not come under the radar through secondary legislation, as the Tory government tried when in power, before they were ultimately defeated in court, today's Amendment 312 has sneakily come through the back door from the Lords, leaving MPs with no opportunity for scrutiny, debate or vote. I'll give way.
For giving way. Well, does the honourable member agree with me that the vague wording could lead a police force to ban, for example, a pride protest 3 months after a farmers' protest? And there's no clarity on whether this is a damaging protest, just a cumulative protest.
Honourable friend makes a very valid point, and there are some of the issues that have been raised by civil liberty organisations that have been disputed by the Minister in this House this afternoon. This means that many colleagues here today will be relying on the government's reassurances that these proposals strike a fair balance between permitting protests and preventing disruption without being given the time to consider what this really means. I ask them to heed my words closely. The suffragettes protested for decades for women to win the right to vote. It took years of disruption and fighting a patriarchal system for them to win the historic gains we all benefit from today. And who would condemn their action or argue their protest should have been made less impactful, their struggle for women's liberation harder and longer? Looking back on their fight, it is inconceivable that we would support a restriction on their struggle on the basis of cumulative disruption. It was exactly this process of sustained pressure that won women the vote. The same applies to the fight to bring down the evil anti-apartheid regime, where I was proud to cut my political teeth as a young activist in Liverpool. There, we occupied council buildings and universities, we raised money, organised boycotts of goods, sport and in culture. We marched, held street stalls and mass demonstrations until that evil regime fell. Another victory of the powerless over the powerful, made possible by sustained action and protest. And without sustained protest, we would not have the hard-won employment rights so many of us benefit from today. If this amendment goes unopposed, it will have an impact on many protests, including picket lines for workers striking to bend their pay, terms and conditions, and the hugely popular, peaceful anti-genocide marches for Palestine. The police have already had significant powers to restrict these, and we have seen in recent months the legal uncertainty and overreach of the state. Today's amendment risks entrenching that even further. Protest is not a privilege that police can limit at their whim. It is a right. Expanding anti-protest powers will not stop people from protesting against injustice. It will just lead to more of the scenes that we saw this weekend, where over 500 people were arrested for peacefully holding cardboard placards. And as we've heard, the High Court has identified the action taken by this government as illegal, and not just an assault of our civil liberties, but a massive waste of overstretched police resources. Protest is part of the lifeblood of the Labour movement and of every movement that has expanded rights, protections and dignity. And I implore colleagues across the House today to reject the vast expansion of anti-protest powers and reject Lord's Amendment 312. And I was asked the Minister in his summing up to explain why this House has not been afforded the parliamentary right to scrutinise this draconian piece of legislation and what consideration has been given to a future government that might be less benevolent of our fundamental rights. And if the government is confident about this amendment, then please put it to the vote.
Milne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm speaking to Amendments 6 and 333 regarding fly tipping and vape shop closures, respectively. On the face of it, they're very different issues, but they do share a common thread, which is that communities are being undermined by people who think that rules don't apply to them, and victims are being left to shoulder the burden. As chair of the APPG for Rural Business and MP for Horsham, which is a largely rural area, I hear constantly about rural crime. Theft, livestock worrying, machinery break-ins. But one topic keeps coming up, and that is fly tipping. The Country Land and Business Association reports that a single incident can routinely cost a farmer over £10,000 to clear. How bizarre is that? Imagine ourselves in the position of the farmer. A criminal dumps a lorry load of waste on your field, you call the authorities, and you have to foot the bill. This is offensive to anyone's sense of natural justice. In my own area, I give credit to Horsham District Council for working constructively with farmers to deal with dumping incidents. But even the best councils have to operate within a law which is highly dysfunctional as it stands. The NFU, the Countryside Alliance, the ESA, Sewers Recycling and Recovering, all of them are saying the same thing, that waste crime is spiralling. An astonishing 1/5 of England's waste, that's 38 million tonnes, is thought to be being disposed of illegally. This is a big issue, and successive governments have failed to rise to the challenge. The cost to the economy is estimated to be between 1 and 2 billion a year. The cost to individual landowners is even higher from their point of view. The amendment before us will go some way to mitigate this situation. It makes clearing fly tip waste a duty of the local authority, not the landowner. It ensures the criminal, and therefore the tipper, pays and not the victim. It strengthens collaboration between police, councils and the Environment Agency so offenders cannot slip between jurisdictions. In turn, councils need to be funded by government for their increased role in enforcement and to protect them against unrecoverable costs. Clearly, this is an extra spending pressure on government, but perhaps that will serve to focus the government's mind on a problem which has, I would say, been scandalously overlooked for many years. I would also like to put on record that rural crime more broadly needs more focus. In my farmer surveys and surgeries, farmers are struggling with crimes such as sheep worrying, dead lambs, injured ewes, even the loss of an alpaca. Too often, operators on the 101 line simply don't understand why this matters. We need better training, better data collection, and a better grasp of rural realities. Turning now to the amendment regarding vape shops and closure notices, and here the same logic applies. Enforcement must be effective and it must be swift. Under current rules, a closure notice can only shut up an illegal shop for 48 hours. Many police and crime commissioners have said this is simply not long enough to prepare their case. Some shops open up again almost immediately, continuing to sell illegal vapes or trading as fronts for criminal gangs. As it stands, illegal traders are undermining the health of the entire high street. And Amendment 333 offers a practical fix. It increases closure notice from 48 hours to 7 days, giving police and councils the crucial time to build a proper case. It allows courts to impose closure orders for up to 12 months, renewable, instead of the current 3. And it gives local authorities more realistic powers to act against shops they already know are selling illicit vapes or targeting children. Public faith in the justice system is being undermined because people feel justice is either too slow or the authorities lack sufficient powers to deal with modern crime. The criminals, sadly, are innovating much more swiftly than the justice system. So these two amendments have a common principle at heart. Victims should not pay for crimes committed against them, and authorities must be equipped to act decisively when they know that wrongdoing is taking place. These amendments go some way to help, so I really urge the government to support them. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know that feeling safe is so important for my constituents in North Warwickshire and Bedworth, and that's why this bill is so important for so many people. Today, I'm immensely proud to welcome the government's amendment to equalise hate crime law, Lord's Amendment 301. I proposed this amendment in the House of Commons, and I'd like to thank my honourable friend for Penistone and Stocksbridge and my honourable friend for Burton and Uttoxeter for their support, along with the support of over 100 colleagues from across the House. I also welcome the government's introduction of a new offence of misogynistic hate. I got into politics to fight Section 28 and the hate it created. Section 28 attacked the right of people like me to live openly. It stigmatised lesbian, gay and bisexual people. It pushed us out of public life. It made us fair game for attack. I got into politics to fight that cruel law and everything it represented. Today, I'm proud to continue that fight for all LGBT people, for disabled people and for victims of misogyny. Our politics is becoming increasingly hateful and divisive, and the impacts are heartbreaking. Less than half of LGBT people feel safe holding their partner's hand in public. As many as 70% of disability hate crimes go unreported. Girl Guiding UK revealed that 1 in 10 girls have missed school to avoid sexual harassment. Hatred towards women and girls, disabled and LGBT people threatens our entire society. It creates fear, fear to go outside, fear to speak up, fear to be seen. It silences people. It makes all of us afraid. Lord's Amendment 301 now shows that whether it's your race or religion, your sexual orientation or your gender identity, or indeed your sex or disability, that Britain is a country that will not tolerate hate, that all hatred is equal, that all those who commit vile acts of hatred will face the same grave consequences. Because of this amendment, victims of hate will have more time to report crimes. For victims who may not feel safe reporting hate crime instantly, this is a lifeline. And perpetrators will get tougher sentences, higher maximum penalties. Aggravated offences are often pursued in the Crown Court with better victim support available, including the ability to keep victims apart from defendants. I know that there are some who thrive on the politics of hate. Today, I'm proud the Labour government has stood firmly against hate in all its forms. We will halve violence against women and girls in a decade. We will fight homophobia and transphobia, and we will confront ableism and hate against disabled people. In addition to tougher action on hate crime, I welcome the measures on antisocial behaviour, fly tipping, knife crime, illegal trading, intimate image abuse, violent pornography and those exploiting children. This is a government clearly standing with victims, creating safer communities and safer streets. I recommend this bill to the House.
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first of all say that I do support the amendments on fly tipping. I think that some of them don't go far enough, and when we look at the extent of this crime, whether it's on small scale where individuals throw waste onto other people's land, or on the scale that we have seen given evidence at the APPG on woods and trees of Hodes Wood, where the fly tipping was so extensive, parts of the wood were actually cut down. Then dumping was undertaken over a 6-month period, and the clear-up bill is estimated at around £15 million. I mean, this extends, fly tipping extends to such an extent, and of course, as has been pointed out, it's the victims who are forced to pay for it. And I think that the amendments which the House of Lords have put forward at least help to impose some penalties on those who engage in this activity. Also support Amendment 35, which relates to the sale of knives in Northern Ireland. And given the discussion we had yesterday in this House about the Southport inquiry, I think that we know that there needs to be greater control of the sale of knives to people who would use them for evil purposes. But I want to particularly deal with Amendment 357, which was moved in the other place by the former leader of my party, Baroness Foster, who, of course, has, from the Northern Ireland context, has a great deal of experience, and we all of us who live in Northern Ireland on a monthly basis see how terrorism is glorified. Glorified not by some dark individuals who lurk in the background, but glorified even by government ministers and indeed by the First Minister in Northern Ireland. And the whole point of it, of course, in glorifying terrorism is to ensure that even when terrorists are under pressure militarily, their evil message can still be perpetrated, can still be spread, and the poison which they wish to inject into society, whether it's through physical violence or through using people and getting people to support them, the glorification of terrorism is important. But I want to say to the House, this is not just an issue for Northern Ireland, which experienced years of terrorism and which still has the legacy of that terrorism. This is an issue which increasingly is affecting GB. We see it on the streets almost on a monthly basis as well, where we have marches glorifying terrorism, intimidating certain sections of the population, and where many people in GB, especially from the Jewish community, now feel they can't even walk the streets. Indeed, surveys have shown, and this should be a worrying thing for everyone in this House, surveys have shown that now 1 in 5 people in GB believe that in certain circumstances political violence is justified. How has that situation arisen? It has arisen because we allow the glorification of terrorism. The cause is just. The people who do it are heroes. They make great sacrifices. They have had no alternative. Those are the kind of arguments I hear in Northern Ireland all the time, but I also hear them now by some of those who promote terrorism in GB.
The member give way?
I will, certainly, yeah.
The member makes a very valid point. Does he agree with me that defeating terrorism is not just about the physical defeat of terrorism? It's about ensuring that through the glorification of terrorism, the narrative of terrorism is not in the future allowed to radicalise other people. And doesn't that point up the inadequacy of the current Terrorism Act? We've had in Section 1 for 20 years a provision against the glorification of terrorism. We haven't had one prosecution under it in Northern Ireland, yet we've had endless glorification of terrorism. Doesn't that put the focus on the other House's amendment as to why that amendment is necessary to make it easier to secure prosecution when we are flying in the face of self-evident glorification of terrorism?
And my friend, honourable friend is absolutely right. And the whole point of the amendment is to ensure that there is not this ability to keep on perpetrating the terrorist message, because it's not just the physical defeat of terrorism we need, but the ideological and the arguments which they make to ensure that if they have to pause their campaign now, or if they haven't achieved all their objectives now, they can ensure that the poison is injected into the next generation, who will have justification for carrying on what they want them to do and to achieve their goal at the end of the day. And I've got to say, when I look at the sectarianism of politics here in GB, and the way in which we are finding increasingly the narrative of politics in GB is being infiltrated by the kind of sectarian arguments and sectarian division. All of us should be worried that the law is inadequate to deal with those who have evil intent. And I know that people argue, oh, but people have got to be allowed to say what they want, and we live in a democracy and we've got to have freedom of speech and everything else. That's fine. But when that freedom of speech is abused and the law prevents us from stopping it being abused, then we should be concerned. And we should be concerned that, I mean, for example, I met with Jewish students recently. 49% of Jewish students have heard, within either directly spoken to them or in their presence, have heard the glorification of Hamas terrorism and what was done on October the 11th. Now, we've got to bear in mind, therefore, that this is something which is prevalent in our society. It's prevalent in Northern Ireland, and it's not just a case of perpetrating the terrorist message. It's the impact it has on those who are the victims of terrorism as well. And the anger which that causes and the impact which that has on their lives. That people in public positions can be allowed to stand up, praise the actions which were taken by those who killed their loved ones and maimed members of their family, and be told and be able to argue, oh, I'm proud of the people who did it. I honour the people who did it. The people who did it had no alternative. So, apart from the impact on the victims, it also sends a message to those who are listening to that maybe this is something which was not a bad thing anyway. And if the situation arises in the future, will those people, young people, be easily recruited into doing the same acts? Now, the Minister has made an argument that this amendment would prevent, and I think that in her response to me, and I scribbled it down, and I hope I've got it right, that this would prevent legitimate debate on historical events. Now, reading the amendment, nothing could be further from the truth. Because here's what the amendment says: that the offence would relate, would occur if it related to one, or the comments related to one or more organisations which are at the time of the statement prescribed. So it does not prevent people from saying this happened in the past, this was an event which is historical and we have debate around it. This offence would only occur where the statement was made in respect of organisations which are currently deemed to be dangerous organisations and are prescribed. And the second thing is, and it glorifies the commission or preparation, well, in the past, the future, or generally, of such acts or offences. So, the Minister's argument against this amendment is not correct. It does not open the floodgates for preventing discussion on issues which may be controversial and which people may take objection to. It's very, very specific. And I would urge the House to support this amendment, not just because of the continual hurt which is experienced by people in Northern Ireland on almost a monthly basis, where commemorations of murderers are held and public figures go and give support to them, but also in the interests of society right across the United Kingdom, where we can see that terrorists and terrorist-supporting organisations are using public platforms to glorify terrorism, and that has an impact on the victims, but it also has an impact on young people who are vulnerable, who are easily manipulated, and who can be persuaded that somehow or other terrorism is something which is normal.
Asato.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I welcome the bill before us today. It contains a multitude of crucial measures to tackle issues from non-consensual images to retail worker assault, child criminal exploitation to knife crime. And so I thank the Minister and the Ministers for Violence Against Women and Girls and victims, their team and the whole Government for their work on this bill. I would in particular like to express my gratitude to the Government for accepting the principle of amendments I first laid to this bill last year and which have been ably taken up more recently by Baroness Burton in the other place. Government amendments today to Lord's Amendments 263, 264 and 265 rightly accept that online pornography is a key driver of violence against women and girls, child sexual abuse and commercial sexual exploitation. We know that online pornography is driven by a profit-maximising algorithm that encourages addiction. Like with any other addiction, it can spiral. Addicts find themselves having to move towards increasingly extreme content, including illegal content, to get the same fix. Or they find it offline in real-world actions. And we know the impact that has. Because pornography is not just entertainment, it has become a form of education. It trains brains to link endorphin and dopamine production to violent, degrading, and in some cases, paedophilic-adjacent content. It promotes the idea that pain for women is pleasure for men. It instills the notion that to be close to a woman is to dominate or degrade her. And from Wayne Couzens to Dominique Pellicot, we know how the consumption of online sexualised violence can turn into offline violence. I therefore welcome clauses 105 and 106 that build upon my proposed amendment NC 102 from report stage, that will criminalise the possession or publication of strangulation or suffocation in pornography. This is vital given 36% of women under the age of 34 have been strangled during sex, and strangulation is now the second most common cause of stroke in young women. I also welcome government amendments before us today that build upon mine and Baroness Burton's amendments to ban pornographic content that features step incest or performers role-playing as children. Content like this that sexualises children, with very young-looking performers dressed in school uniforms, holding lollipops and stuffed toys, very clearly promotes a sexual interest in children. Two pieces of research from 2024 found that between 43% and 63% of those who've committed offences relating to child sexual abuse material began by habitually watching so-called barely legal content. It is right, through the Government's amendment to Lord's Amendment 265, that this gateway to paedophilia is swung firmly shut. We know that CSAM consumption and the further child sexual abuse it can so often encourage largely originates from exposure to online content that has happened across incidentally rather than with purpose. Offences for online child sexual abuse increased by 26% in 2024. Content that depicts step incest, for example with a stepfather and stepdaughter, likewise eroticises and encourages the sexual abuse of children and those for whom we have or should have a caring responsibility. Sadly, half of all sexual abuse cases against children are perpetrated by a step-parent or family member.
And given we are increasingly living in an age of blended families, permitting the depiction of this abuse is particularly pernicious. Pornography, of course, also has an impact on those who appear in it, and we know that women are all too often coerced or trafficked into the industry. I therefore welcome the Government's amendment in lieu of Lord's Amendment 264, which builds on my amendment, and that of Baroness Gabby Burton, to grant the Government the power to require pornography sites to proactively verify the age and consent of those featured on it, rather than just waiting for content to be reported. This amendment will also crucially grant powers to allow performers to withdraw their consent retroactively, so that they are not forever trapped into a life in the pornography industry by pictures and videos from perhaps even decades prior. It is now of the utmost importance that the Government sticks to its timetable to deliver this and works at pace across departments and with experts from the sector to deliver on it. I'm incredibly grateful to the tireless work of UK Feminista, Bernardo's, CESE and the APPG for commercial sexual exploitation on these particular issues, and of course to ministers who've worked constructively with me and many members across this House to ensure that we get these vital changes within this bill. I'm also grateful to the Government for engaging similarly constructively with me on my amendment today to the Lord's Amendment 300, which relates to the proposed statutory definition of so-called honour-based abuse. Along with a member for Leeds Central and Headingley, I was honoured last year to host a screening of the powerful Channel 4 documentary The Push, alongside the mother of Fawzia Javed, who was failed through a series of missed opportunities by statutory bodies to identify her as a victim of honour-based abuse. And she was pushed off Arthur's seat by her husband, killing her and her unborn child. That is why it is very welcome that this bill introduces a definition of honour-based abuse. It represents an important step forward and a great win for all the victims and organisations who have been campaigning for this for many years. Nevertheless, I and organisations that work in this space, like Karma Nirvana, are concerned that the definition as it stands falls short of fully capturing honour-based abuse. This amendment only references a person, whereas we know that honour-based abuse is often perpetrated by multiple people as part of a family or community, a feature which distinguishes it from other forms of domestic abuse. I have therefore proposed the addition of person or persons to Amendment 300 in order to reflect this, a tiny change and an amendment also sought by Baroness Sugg in the other place. I recognise that some may argue that this is already covered by the Interpretation Act, but having spent many years in the domestic abuse sector, I know that overstretched and under-resourced multi-agency professionals, particularly the police, may interpret legislation literally and act only within the explicit wording to be set out in Amendment 300. Some have also argued that the use of persons would be contrary to the usage and interpretations within other criminal law contexts. And yet, there are many examples of offences that relate to things like organised crime, gangs and riot, which reference persons, including in the Serious Crime Act, and indeed in this legislation before us today. A definition for honour-based abuse is the culmination of years of campaigning, and I remember working with many people still in this House to get it included within the Domestic Abuse Act 2021, which sadly it was not. I would invite the Minister in her remarks to clarify that it is the Government's intent that this amendment should cover multiple perpetrators, as well as a sole perpetrator. And I would appreciate her and her colleagues' continued commitment to work with organisations like Karma Nirvana to ensure that the statutory guidance accurately reflects the true nature of honour-based abuse, alongside funding for the training of multi-agency professionals, which will undoubtedly be required if this definition stays as it is. Thank you.
John McDonnell.
Thank you. Can I wholeheartedly support the Honourable Member for Lowestoft's amendment on those of us who've dealt with honour cases recognise the family involvement overall, and there needs to be a recognition that it is persons, not person. I've listened to a large number of speeches now, which I think have been tremendous in setting out the principles with regard to Amendment 312, and I support my honourable friend from Middlesbrough's amendment. I don't want to talk about the principles, I want to talk about the practicalities, really, because I'm worried
that when the government rushes to legislate around a particular incident and doesn't provide adequate time for debate and individual votes as well, I think that's when Parliament makes some significant mistakes, as demonstrated in the past. With regard to the Minister referenced the Manchester events that were absolutely tragic, and therefore the demonstrations that took place then. But also the Minister mentioned that actually the powers already exist to deal with those events. The powers already exist to prevent and restrict demonstrations that are causing such distress. She also mentioned that actually the cumulative issue is also, the cumulative impact is also a factor that police officers need to take into account. So the change here is to simply say that you're required to take cumulative impact into account. And it seems like a simple, small step forward, but actually I think it will cause immense problems. I think it will place a burden on the police in particular, but also it will introduce an element of subjective judgment by a number of senior police officers. And I just give some examples of that from our own history. In the 1980s, I was involved in the anti-apartheid movement, the City of London branch, and we held for 2 years a permanent demonstration outside South Africa House. I can remember being there singing Christmas carols and on Christmas Day itself. And it was disruptive. People were arrested for individual offences, but that was the whole point. And the reason we were there is because we said we would not leave until Nelson Mandela was released. And at that point in time, in this House, we were condemned for supporting a terrorist and supporting a terrorist organisation called ANC. These days, if we'd have held up the banners that we held up then, we most probably would be arrested as well. The other example I give is in, I think it was 1985, I was involved in the organisation of the People's March for Jobs. And the group of workers, unemployed workers, marched from the north all the way to London. And my job was to prepare for their arrival in London. But in every town and city, they were met with a demonstration. And it was disruptive on many occasions. Is that cumulative? Yes, it is. The other issue for me as well is I think this is largely targeted, unfortunately, at the Palestine Solidarity Committee demonstrations in London. I've been involved in some of the processes of negotiations with the police around each of those demonstrations. I've been on virtually every one over 2 years now. I've been advising those who are going into the negotiations and also during the negotiations as well, the organisations, so that members understand what happens is that the date is identified months in advance, and then as the date gets nearer, discussions take place with the police, and there are severe restrictions placed upon where the route of the march, the timing of the march. This issue of synagogues has come up, and what's happened is that I don't think there's ever been a synagogue within half a mile of the march, but the demonstrators themselves have said we'll adjust the time so it doesn't in any way interfere with any service. They're the negotiations that go on, and it's a thorough process. But I have to say my experience of that whole process now, and I don't say this lightly, I've lost confidence in the judgment of the senior Metropolitan Police officers. And I say that because I was involved in some of the discussions around the demonstrations in which Ben Jamal and Chris Nynam were arrested. And I found then that the use of the restrictions then were deliberately provocative, and what's been said in court since then has been disingenuous, because I was there on the spot. I saw what happened. In fact, the next day, I was called into the police station the next day and interviewed as a result of the events that day. And can I also say, I have lost confidence because we were assured that the Metropolitan Police Commissioner and the senior team would consult with the wider communities in advance of the planning of these demonstrations so that views could be taken on board, and with the Jewish community in particular. But I have to say, the consultation with the Jewish community has largely been interpreted as the consultation with the Board of Deputies. The Board of Deputies represent a certain section of the Jewish community. In fact, they've split. 37 members of the board last year expressed their concern about the behaviour of the Board of Deputies in the way that they were expressing their position with regard to Gaza. But on the demonstrations, I start the march with the Jewish bloc. I have marching beside me Stephen Kapos, the Holocaust survivor who became quite a famous architect. They've never been consulted. The organisations in the Jewish bloc have never been consulted about the march themselves. The Haredi community, the Jewish community, the largest Jewish community, particularly in London, the Orthodox Jewish community, never been consulted in this. So I've lost confidence in the assurances that we've been given that there are wider consultations with the community overall. And I have to say, in this last few weeks, I've lost so much confidence in the judgment of the Metropolitan Police senior officers, because every year for decades, we've had the march in London for the Palestinians with regard to Nakba. Nakba, this is the commemoration of when the Palestinians were forcibly removed from their own land, and Nakba means catastrophe. And there's a march in London every year around about the date of March the 16th. And this year it was going ahead as normal. It was the planning, the discussions were taking place. And then the police said, no, you can't go on your normal route. Why? Because they've allocated that to Tommy Robinson. Now, we saw what happened last year in London with regard to Tommy Robinson's march. There was violence, there was attacks on police and individuals, and yet the Palestinian demonstration has been displaced for this group of far-right, in many instances, thugs. I think that demonstrated to me the bias that there was within the Metropolitan Police senior officers, and I actually believe in many ways it demonstrates how they could start interpreting the legislation that goes through today in how they approach this concept of cumulative impact. I just want to say this, every move towards in any way restricting peaceful protest, there's always a risk. If you deny the people the right to peaceful protest, what we've seen in the past is that people will riot. And we've seen that on a number of occasions. So there's a risk in this legislation. There's a risk in this legislation that not only do we undermine that historic, real commitment that we've given to democratic, peaceful protest in the past that's achieved so much in our country as a result of the reforms that they've demanded, we've put in peril those rights. But in addition to that, we could be acting with this legislation in a provocative way that undermines the peaceful protest that we want to see, and it could result in, as I say, the potential of riot. And I think that's why we needed more time to debate. I think that's why we needed more time to discuss the issue and a specific right to vote on this amendment. That's not going to happen tonight, and I think we'll regret it in the long term. I'll give way.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Does he share my concern that whilst Lord MacDonald of Riverglaven has been commissioned to carry out a review into what is quite a complex public order architecture, that we are taking a measure in this arena without the benefit of that review? And surely, isn't that putting the cart before the horse?
I think I fully agree with Honourable Friend. He made the point earlier, and I think that's a completely rational, understandable point. What adds to my anxiety is that in the normal run of things, on a serious matter like this, you would introduce the matter within the Commons, there'd be a Commons proper debate, it would then go off to the Lords, it will come back to us. I feel we're just being bounced today, and I didn't expect that of my government on this sort of issue, because it's so important and it has consequences for so much for us in the future, particularly our movement, which was based upon protest from the very beginning, and we seem to be undermining our historic tradition and commitment to the role that we've played historically, and one that will almost inevitably will need to play in the future.
Mary Kelly Foy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's much in this bill that is serious and worthy of support. Measures to tackle shop thefts, protect retail workers, strengthen the response to exploitation and abuse, and deal with knife crime. They're all important. But Amendment 312 raises a very different prospect. It's not really about violent disorder or intimidation. It's about making it easier to restrict repeat protest. Amendment 312 would require the police, when deciding whether to impose conditions on a protest, to take into account what is called cumulative disruption. In practice, that means not just the disruption caused by the protest in front of them, but disruption said to arise from other protests in the same area that were held, are being held, or intended to be held. It doesn't have to be the same organiser. It doesn't even have to be the same cause. And that should concern every member of this House, because effective protest is very often cumulative. Democratic campaigning is nearly always repetitive. They come back again and again. That's true of the trade union movement. It's true of the suffragettes. It's true of the civil rights tradition more broadly. The cumulative nature of protest is not a flaw in our democracy. It's often the means by which democracy speaks. And that's why Amendment 312 is so dangerous in principle. It takes something that's always been central to democratic struggle, persistence, and starts to treat it as a problem to be managed down. It turns the repeated exercise of democratic freedom into a reason for state restriction. And once this House accepts that logic, we move into very difficult ground indeed. Because laws like this are never drafted only for the government of the day. They remain on the statute book. They pass into other hands. And we would be naive not to ask how a future hard-right government might use a power like this. As the TUC have warned, broad cumulative disruption tests could also too easily be used against trade union demonstrations, against long-running industrial disputes, against repeated pickets, rallies and marches, and against the kind of organised working-class protest that has been central to the labour movement and to winning rights in this country. And that's not alarmism. It's exactly why Parliament should be careful about creating broad powers that can later be wielded by ministers and authorities with far less respect for civil liberties. Peaceful protest is not an inconvenience to be tolerated only once. It's a democratic right. And one of the clearest tests of whether we truly believe in that right is whether we still defend it when it is persistent, visible and effective. And that was true of the Chartists demanding political reform, or the match girls and dockers fighting for dignity at work, the anti-apartheid movement that refused to give up, and the suffragettes who were crucial in securing the vote for women.
Will the Honourable Lady give way?
Yes, I'll give way.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way, and she's making an important speech on the right to protest. But does she accept that many members of the Jewish community feel intimidated by regular marches by the pro-Palestinian brigade, who demonstrate loudly and not always peacefully in the same area week after week? How does she believe that that community can be protected from that intimidation?
Thank you. I agree that some protests could feel intimidation towards people. In terms of the Palestine protests, they have never, ever protested outside of a synagogue. They don't protest outside mosques. So there's no reason, with proper police protections that are already there, that the Jewish community should feel intimidation. But in fact, the fact is that this goes far beyond the Jewish community for all of the reasons that I've outlined there. Would we agree that, and it's been said here before, that we shouldn't protest again and again for the women's right to vote, for trade unions to win their rights against unscrupulous employers? Of course not. So I think in their name and in the name of the whole Labour movement, Amendment 3112 ought to be rejected.
Chris Hinchcliffe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are many important proposals before us today, and I congratulate the Minister for bringing them forward. I wholeheartedly support the government's efforts to tackle antisocial behaviour, offensive weapons, fly tipping, exploitation of children, and appalling sexual offences. However, Amendment 312, which was introduced in the other place, dangerously infringes on civil liberties in this country. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is incumbent on all of us here to jealously guard the rights of our constituents, and any restriction of their civil liberties should only be accepted by this House on the basis of overwhelming evidence that such proposals would strengthen rather than undermine the health of our democracy. Yet on this occasion, we have had next to no evidence whatsoever, since these significant changes were only introduced after the original passage of this bill through this House, which is ultimately a pretty sorry way to treat representative parliamentary democracy. Madam Deputy Speaker, Amendment 312 is out of step with the best traditions of this country and of the Labour Party, which has always existed to redress the balance of power in favour of ordinary people. The Chartists, suffragettes, the organisers of the Kinder Scout trespass, those who stood against fascism at Cable Street, the campaign for nuclear disarmament and the Jarrow Crusade. These were protest movements and campaigns of direct action supported and led by giants of our party that we should celebrate, not disown. They were advancing Labour's historic mission to wrest power from the established status quo so that ordinary people have a real say over their lives. This amendment stands in